World of martial arts. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201 Thunder Lizard. The young man beside the black-clothed warrior heard Lin Ming's refusal, curled his lips and whispered, "You really don't know what's good for you." The senior brother is willing to take him because he thinks highly of him, but he still doesn't agree. Wait for death. Although the young man's voice was not loud, Lin Ming was sharp-eyed and sharp-eared, so of course he heard it clearly. He suppressed his cultivation to the early stage of training the internal organs, firstly out of caution, and secondly because he didn't want to attract attention. After all, at his age, it would be too shocking for him to reach the peak of bone forging. In the final analysis, these 5 warriors were hiding in a small place, and they had never seen the world. They didn't know how many geniuses there were outside. The twin girls seemed to be reluctant to let Lin Ming die, and said, "Little brother, this is your first time to Thunder Mountain. This is not a place to play casually. After passing the outer forest, it is full of dangers. A warrior in the training period can't survive at all. If we hadn't been with the senior brother, we wouldn't dare to come. We won't charge you much money. It's always good to have more friends when you go out." Lin Ming was a little speechless when he heard the twins act like an elder sister. They actually said that this place is not a place to play casually. Could it be that there are people who come to Thunder Mountain specifically for tourism? Seeing that Lin Ming had no intention of agreeing, the black-clothed warrior said, "Leave him alone, let's go." He had originally wanted to make some extra money, but since the other party didn't know what was good for him, he let it go. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Ming suddenly asked, "Do you have any aged thunder grass? I can buy it at the market price." He was patiently waiting for these guys to deal with the beast, just to ask this question. If there was any aged thunder grass, he could try it out to see if it was worth picking. When Lin Ming asked this, the black-clothed warrior felt strange. Could it be that this person cultivated thunder attribute essence? Why would he want to buy thunder grass? Or was he buying it for a tribe? Even if a tribe bought thunder grass, they wouldn't let a child buy it. The warrior in black hesitated for a moment and asked, "How old do you want?" Lin Ming said, "The older the better. I'll pay you enough." When Lin Ming said this, the warrior in the early stage of religion next to the warrior in black lit up and whispered with his true energy, "Big brother, this kid is quite arrogant. He seems to be quite rich." The warrior in black ignored the young man and said to Lin Ming, "To 90-year-old thunder grasses and 300 taels of gold. Do you want them?" The price of 300 taels of gold was slightly higher than the market price, but Lin Ming didn't care. He threw 3 gold bills at the warrior in black. Gold bills from the United Chamber of Commerce Bank. You can cash them in at the Big Tribe or the Cheyenne Kingdom. The warrior in black took the gold bills and saw that they were indeed gold bills from the United Chamber of Commerce. He took out the thunder grass from his backpack and threw it to Lin Ming. After Lin Ming received it, he glanced at it and confirmed that the year was correct. Then he left without looking back. When the black-clothed warrior saw Lin Ming lightly wipe the ring on his finger and the thunder grass disappeared, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He hesitated for a moment and finally let Lin Ming leave. Until Lin Ming disappeared, the young man in the early stage of religion muttered, "Big brother, that guy just now was obviously a fat sheep. He had at least 1,800 gold on him. You just let him go like that. In my opinion, we should just rob him. If he doesn't know what's good for him, we will." The young man made a gesture of wiping his neck. The black-clothed warrior rolled his eyes at him and said, 1,800 taels of gold? Do you think that kid is that simple? This kid has a Sumeru ring on his hand. Our master can't even afford this thing. 1,800 taels of gold is probably just a meal in his eyes. Sumeru ring? The young man was dumbfounded. No way, he actually brought such a thing. Then why did he come to Thunder Mountain? Why would those playboys come to a place where they can't earn much money, even if they risk their lives? Looking for thunder grass. I just don't know what he wants to do with this thing. The young man suddenly realized something and said anxiously, "Big brother, he has a Sumeru ring on him. He may be worth tens of thousands of gold. If we rob him, we won't have to worry for the rest of our lives. Rob your mother. The black-clothed warrior gave the young man a slap on the face. He must be from a big sect or a big family. Such people have a lot of treasures and are difficult to deal with. If we fail to keep him, then he can just wait to die. He doesn't look like a fool. He comes to Thunder Mountain in the training period. God knows what trump card he has to save his life. Besides, we make a living by our ability, not robbers. It's better to be safe than sorry. If you always think about killing people and robbing, you will capsize in the ditch sooner or later. The young man was scolded and curled his lips in disapproval. Obviously, he was still thinking about the tens of thousands of taels of gold on Lin Ming. In his opinion, no matter how powerful a 15 or 16-year-old boy could be, how powerful could he be? The twin girls asked curiously, "Big brother, what is the Zumi ring?" "Haha, it's a space storage treasure. It's only the size of a ring, but it can store things that are several feet square. When I reach the condensation vein stage, I'll make one to play with and show it to you." "Really? Great. With this thing, it will be much more convenient for us to go out and collect materials in the future. We don't have to carry a backpack anymore." The two girls were very excited to hear about this new treasure. "I've made one to play with after I've reached the condensation vein stage." "You're just bragging." The legend stage youth looked at the black-clothed warrior pretending to be cool in front of the beauty, and he muttered in his heart, of course he would never dare to say this. 10 miles away, Lin Ming sat cross-legged on a rock, holding 2 thundergrass fruits in his hands. The fruits were flickering with a faint lightning light. After a while, the lightning light dissipated, and the fruits shrank. Lin Ming opened his eyes and threw away the shrunken fruit with some helplessness. The 90-year-old thundergrass is just like this. It has some effect, but it is too small. I'm afraid that, after absorbing thousands of fruits, the power of the thunder spirit will not increase by more than 10%. Not to mention that it is time-consuming and laborious to collect thousands of fruits. The key is that the thundergrass cannot always improve the thunder spirit. According to past experience, the thunder spirit will soon reach saturation after absorbing low-level lightning and cannot continue to strengthen. However, Lin Ming did not lose heart. Before coming to Thunder Mountain, he was mentally prepared to face difficulties. There must be opportunities in this Thunder Mountain, but the real opportunities cannot be picked by anyone, otherwise they would have been picked up long ago. How could it be his turn? According to the Thunder Mountain manual, this thundergrass can live up to 1,000 years, and its fruit is purple. This 1,000-year-old thundergrass contains an unparalleled amount of thunder power. If we get a few plants, we should be able to help the thunder spirit grow a little bit. Unfortunately, this 1,000-year-old thundergrass is too hard to find. As long as there is enough time, the thundergrass can continue to grow for 1,000 years, or even 2,000 years. However, over the years, countless warriors have come and gone from Thunder Mountain, and the thundergrass over 50 years old has long been picked. How could it be left to grow for 1,000 years? If you want to find the 1,000-year-old thundergrass, you can only find it near the top of the mountain, where there are few people. However, once you go beyond the mountainside, even a postnatal warrior has to be cautious. Although Lin Ming has a thunder spirit and is very resistant to thunder and lightning, he dare not go too deep. When Lin Ming was thinking, he suddenly heard a high-pitched beast roar from behind him, like a spring thunder, rushing straight into the sky. Then there was a scream, and Lin Ming heard that the scream was made by one of the people just now. With a thought, he stood up and rushed back. According to the description in the Thunder Mountain pamphlet, this beast with a roar like spring thunder is most likely a thunder lizard. Lin Ming had long wanted to see this thunder lizard. He had been in Thunder Mountain for so long, and this was the first time he had encountered one. He wanted to know if he was afraid of the lightning spit out by the thunder lizard, so as to guess how high he could climb in Thunder Mountain. He also wanted to know if the thunder lizard could be a supplement for the thunder spirit, and whether it was worth his effort to hunt it. Lin Ming unfolded his body skills, and his figure was like lightning. Because of his speed, the surrounding scenery seemed to be distorted. It was 10 miles away, but Lin Ming arrived in just a dozen breaths. What he saw was a huge beast covered with light red scales. It looked a bit like a lizard, but its back was higher than that of a lizard, and it was covered with huge bone armor, which looked more like a ground dragon. At this time, in front of the giant lizard, 4 people stood there with terrified faces. They were the Pekyojin warrior called the eldest brother, the twin girls in the early stage of Lianzang, and a young man in the early stage of Lianzang called Xiaolang. As for the young warrior in the early stage of Lianzang, his whole body was charred, and he fell to the ground. It was obvious that he had been struck by lightning. Although he still had a breath, he was probably not far from death. The black-clothed warrior, who was the eldest brother, was pale. He could clearly feel that the thunder lizard had locked onto him. As long as he moved, he would face the attack of lightning. Damn it. Why is it so unlucky? There shouldn't be a thunder lizard equivalent to a peak bone forging warrior at this height. The black-clothed warrior cried out in his heart. Being stared at by the thunder lizard, he didn't dare to breathe. The other 3 boys and girls were almost desperate. Even the second brother was seriously injured and dying after a face-to-face encounter. The 3 of them were not even enough to fill their teeth. At this moment, the thunder lizard suddenly growled. It sensed something and slowly turned around. It saw a young man behind it, holding a narrow knife and standing casually in the bushes. Although the young man did not have much aura, for some reason, he gave the thunder lizard a sense of extreme danger. Is it him? The black-clothed warrior and the twin girls only then discovered Lin Ming, who had returned. Why is he back? Could it be that he came back specifically for this thunder lizard? The black-clothed warrior realized this and felt a little confused. What was he going to do? Although he believed that Lin Ming had some life-saving trump cards, the black-clothed warrior estimated that these trump cards were mostly used to escape. He never thought that Lin Ming's fighting power could possibly deal with the thunder lizard at the peak of bone forging. Chapter 202. Instant Kill. Roar. The thunder lizard let out a threatening roar. It had already turned its target to Lin Ming because it felt threatened by this young man. That was the power of thunder. The thunder lizard had an extraordinary sensitivity to thunder. Although Lin Ming's aura was restrained, it could faintly feel that there was also a force of thunder in Lin Ming's body. Although this force was very vague, it contained a vast and thick aura that made it tremble with fear. Lin Ming did not attack, but waited patiently. A beast equivalent to a warrior in the bone forging stage was not a threat to him at all. He just wanted to wait and see the thunder lizard's attack methods. The atmosphere was deadlocked for a while. The black-clothed warrior looked at the thunder lizard and Lin Ming nervously. He wanted to escape, but he was afraid that the thunder lizard would suddenly turn around and attack him. After struggling for a while, he decided to stay and see why this boy had the courage to come back. The thunder lizard roared several times, warning Lin Ming, but Lin Ming not only did not leave, but approached it step by step. The thunder lizard was finally angry. With the blood of the manic dragon flowing in its body, it could not tolerate others provoking it like this. Roar. The thunder lizard roared wildly, opened its mouth and spit out a white thunderball, which shot directly at Lin Ming. The thunderball was extremely fast and arrived in front of Lin Ming in a blink of an eye. Lin Ming did not dodge, and his whole body's true energy was running to the extreme, ready to withstand this attack. The black-clothed warrior was stunned. Why didn't he dodge? Although the speed of the thunderball was fast, he should have at least reacted. Besides, this boy should have a trump card. Sizzle. The thunderball directly sank into Lin Ming's body. The twin girls screamed, but the expected explosion did not happen. The thunderball sank into Lin Ming's body like a mud cow into the sea, without causing any waves, and even Lin Ming's clothes were not burned. Lin Ming frowned slightly, and after a few breaths, his brows relaxed. The thunder power contained in the thunderball was absorbed by him. This thunderball was more violent than the thunder in the Thunder Valley, but it could not compete with the thunder spirit in the evil god seed. It just struggled a little, and ultimately could not avoid the fate of being absorbed. After completely absorbing this thunder power, Lin Ming smiled. He had confirmed that the principle of the battle between thunder spirits and the battle between fire spirits was the same. That is, to see who has the stronger fire spirit or thunder spirit in their body. Whoever is stronger, the fire and thunder will obey his orders. When he was in the lava cave in the Thunder Valley, whether it was fire or thunder, there was no fire spirit or thunder spirit to control it. It was like an army without a general, a mess, and could not pose any threat to him, and was easily absorbed by him. Later, when Lin Ming faced the Flame Boy, because the fire spirit in the evil god seed was not as strong as the other party, he had a hard time fighting. Whether it was the fire spirit or the thunder spirit, they were rare and precious things in the world. Lin Ming guessed that it was already good to have one thunder spirit in the entire Thunder Mountain. How could these thunder lizards have thunder spirits in their bodies? So they were no match for him at all. In this way, although his strength was not as good as that of a postnatal warrior, he should be able to climb higher than a postnatal warrior. The thunder lizard saw a thunderball hit Lin Ming without any reaction. A trace of fear appeared in its amber pupils. It roared several times, and 7 or 8 thunderballs shot out of its mouth at once, flying rapidly towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming did not dodge or avoid, and took them all. At this moment, the black-clothed warrior who was called the eldest brother was dumbfounded, and the twin girls rubbed their eyes subconsciously, thinking that they were too frightened and dizzy. How could this be possible? Even if he was a postnatal warrior, he could not stand there and let the thunderball bomb at him. The black-clothed warrior swallowed his saliva. Is this still a human? Is his body made of you and magnetic ore? Fortunately, he didn't lose his mind and do something stupid like robbing people on the road. Otherwise he would have died long ago. The thunder lizard spit out more than a dozen thunderballs in one breath and finally began to get scared. It realized that the enemy in front of it was not something it could deal with. With a roar, the thunder lizard spit out a larger thunderball and then turned and fled. Want to escape? Lin Ming's eyes were like lightning, and the golden peng breaking void body technique was deployed. His body instantly appeared beside the thunder lizard and punched it. Bang! Lin Ming's solid punch hit the thunder lizard's back. The scales on the surface of the thunder lizard were as hard as diamond, but Lin Ming's attacks always ignored the surface defense. Unless you are like the witch slave in the witch god tower, even your internal organs are trained to be as strong as steel. Otherwise you can't withstand the penetration attack of the trained strength. Bang! 5,000 vibrating true energy rushed into the body of the thunder lizard, directly acting on its internal organs. The thunder lizard howled miserably, and its huge body shook violently. Its internal organs were shattered, and it fell down with blood spitting out of its mouth. Hoo-la la. Because of its terrifying weight and the huge inertia brought by the high-speed sprint, the thunder lizard fell down and crushed a large area of shrubs. The sound of dead branches and leaves breaking was endless. The black-clothed warrior watched Lin Ming kill the thunder lizard weighing nearly 10,000 pounds with one punch, just like killing a dog with one punch. His expression was like seeing a ghost. That was a thunder lizard, with the strength of the peak of bone forging, and the scales on its surface were invulnerable to swords and guns. If the thunder lizard was killed instantly by a gorgeous martial arts move released by Lin Ming, he would not be too surprised. But how could it be killed by a punch? Compared with the thunder lizard, the human fist is like an embroidery needle compared to a cat or dog. Can a needle stuck in the back of a cat or dog kill a cat or dog? The black-clothed warrior looked at Lin Ming again with fear in his eyes. He stood there dumbfounded and dared not move. The twin girls also had dull faces and kept swallowing their saliva. The two of them carefully kept their distance from Lin Ming. The scene of Lin Ming killing the thunder lizard with one punch was too shocking. After Lin Ming killed the thunder lizard, he pulled out his narrow knife and cut open the chest of the thunder lizard with one knife. He dismembered its body with a few cuts. He was looking for the thunder bead. According to the introduction in the Thunder Mountain pamphlet, thunder lizards above the bone forging stage will form thunder beads in their bodies. These thunder beads are also the source of the thunder lizard's power. Big brother, who is he? In the eyes of the two sisters, Lin Ming's existence has violated common sense. How could he be so young and so powerful? The warrior in black said in a deep voice, he is definitely not a teenager of 15 or 16 years old. I guess he may have practiced some kind of rejuvenating technique, so this is the case. Then his strength is. It should be the peak of the acquired realm. After the warrior in black said this cultivation, his heart trembled. The peak of the acquired realm. There are not many people in the whole southern border. The peak of the acquired realm. Is this true? The twin girls' voices trembled a little. They were already in awe of the master who was at the peak of bone forging. As for the concept of the peak of the acquired realm, they dared not think about it. There are no big sects in southern border now. The peak of the acquired realm is the limit. Because there is no heavenly pill, no one has set foot on the innate realm for hundreds of years. It can be said that the peak of the acquired realm is qualified to dominate in southern border. It is a completely legendary figure. Compared with these people, they are simply ants. The warrior in black said, only with this cultivation, only when you reach this level can you hide your cultivation at will. It's ridiculous that I wanted to take him with me before and collect some protection fees. The warrior in black smiled bitterly and shook his head. Lin Ming quickly took out the thunder bead from the body of the thunder lizard. The thunder bead was the size of a fist and its color was white with a hint of red. This color was the same as the color of the thunder lizard scales, and it also represented the strength level of the thunder lizard. When the thunder bead turned blood red, the thunder lizard itself had the strength of a warrior in the condensation vein stage. Holding the thunder bead in his hand, Lin Ming could feel the thunder power contained in it. With a move of faith, he unceremoniously drew out this power, and the light of the thunder bead suddenly dimmed. Feeling the change of the thunder power in his body, Lin Ming was slightly disappointed. This thunder bead was at most equivalent to a few hundred-year-old thunder grasses. Turning around and looking at the black-clothed warrior, Lin Ming had no intention of staying any longer. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Ming suddenly stopped, and his soul power extended to the distance. Another one. Lin Ming found that thousands of feet away, a thunder lizard was rushing towards here at an astonishing speed. At this time, the warrior in black also felt it. He did not have as strong soul power as Lin Ming, but he could feel the ground shaking slightly. It was obviously a thunder lizard rushing over. Soon, they could hear the roar of the beast like rolling thunder, which contained an extremely violent aura. The warrior in black felt nervous and realized that this thunder lizard was here to seek revenge. After hesitating for a while, the warrior in black said to Lin Ming, "Senior, it was the roar of the thunder lizard that just died that attracted his companions. Judging from the roar, the new thunder lizard is at least equivalent to a warrior in the condensation vein stage." The warrior in black knew the thunder lizard very well and could tell the approximate level based on the subtle differences in the roar. However, the warrior in black felt very strange. They were now in the outer area of Thunder Mountain. How could high-level thunder lizards come one after another? Could it be? The warrior in black thought quickly and looked at Lin Ming with a hesitant look. He didn't know whether he should mention it to this senior. However, he had no time to think about it. With the sound of branches snapping, a red lightning lizard came out from the bushes. When it saw its dead companion on the ground, its amber pupils were filled with anger and murderous intent. Lin Ming looked at the lightning lizard and pulled out the heavy mysterious soft silver spear from the Zumi ring. It was a bit difficult to deal with the lightning lizard, which was equivalent to a mid-stage condensation vein warrior, with fists alone. The black-clothed warrior, the twin girls, and the boy in the Lianzang period, saw the man and the beast fighting, and subconsciously stepped back to avoid being hurt. However, the twin girls remembered that their second senior brother was still lying on the ground, dying, and quickly pulled him over to avoid being trampled to death. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 Thunder Treasure. The red lightning lizard is equivalent to a warrior in the condensation vein stage. I didn't expect it to appear at the bottom of Thunder Mountain. It's a bit strange. Generally, warriors who come to Thunder Mountain are in the Yijin stage and the Jianggu stage. If they encounter this kind of red lizard, they will die. Although Lin Ming felt a little strange, he didn't think much about it. At this time, the thunder lizard roared and spit out a thunder ball at him. This thunder ball was red all over, and it was a circle larger than the thunder ball spit out by the white thunder lizard before. Lin Ming still didn't dodge. Zizzy. The thunder ball sank into Lin Ming's body, and the numbness was stronger than before. This red lightning was much more violent than the white lightning. Unfortunately, without the control of the thunder spirit, it was like a tiger and wolf division lost its command. When the red lightning flowed into Lin Ming's heart, facing the thunder spirit in the evil god seed, he immediately felt instinctive fear. This is like a ferocious wolf dog encountering a young tiger. Even if the tiger has not grown up, it exudes the majesty of the king of beasts. There is no suspense. The thunder spirit swallowed the red lightning. Lin Ming did not move at all. Seeing this scene, the Adam's apple of the warrior in black twitched fiercely. Although he guessed Lin Ming's strength, strong strength does not mean that he can withstand the thunder attack, not to mention that this is red lightning. Lin Ming looked inward at the evil god seed. This time, he finally felt a little growth of the thunder spirit, which made Lin Ming happy. It seems that the red lightning has been qualitatively improved compared to the white lightning. What if it is a higher level of blow lightning? Lin Ming's heart was full of expectations. He must go to the mountainside of Thunder Mountain to meet the blue thunder lizard equivalent to the acquired warrior. In his opinion, as long as he is not afraid of the thunder lizard's lightning, even the dark blue thunder lizard equivalent to the acquired peak warrior can't do anything to him. On the contrary, he can use the lightning they release as a tonic. It is even possible to see the legendary purple thunder lizard equivalent to the innate warrior. If he can absorb some purple lightning, I don't know what kind of changes the thunder spirit will have. Thinking of this, Lin Ming is looking forward to it. However, soon, Lin Ming found that he was too naive. The red thunder lizard saw that its proud lightning attack failed, so it turned to physical attack. The lizard's tail, which was thicker than a water tank, whipped it down like a whip. Although the thunder lizard was a little slow because of its large size, it was definitely not inferior to human warriors in terms of attack speed. Lin Ming's eyes focused, and the golden peng breaking void body technique was used, and he disappeared in an instant. Boom. The ground was directly smashed into a groove by the thunder lizard's tail, and the UN magnetic, or on the ground, was smashed to pieces. Lin Ming exhaled lightly. What a great strength. He could withstand the thunder lizard's lightning attack, but he couldn't withstand its direct whipping with its tail. I was stupid. I actually thought that the thunder lizard could only attack with lightning. It seems that they would not lose to the beasts of the same level just by relying on physical attacks. With my current strength, it would be a death wish to rashly provoke the purple thunder lizard, which is equivalent to an innate master. Having understood the thunder lizard's attack methods, Lin Ming did not need to delay any longer. He shook the heavy profound soft silver spear and exerted his speed to the extreme. He rushed towards the thunder lizard with the spear like a meteor. A flame like a red lotus bloomed on the tip of the spear. The momentum of the whirring flame was no weaker than thunder. Puff. The spear directly broke into the scales of the thunder lizard and drove straight in. The training force and the flame essence burst out at the same time. The thunder lizard's body shook violently and vomited blood. It wailed and whipped its tail towards Lin Ming, but Lin Ming easily dodged it. Because of the serious injury, this time, the thunder lizard's strength was obviously weakened a lot, and it only left a shallow mark on the ground. Lin Ming drew out his spear and punched the thunder lizard in the center of its brows. The vibration essence burst out again. The red thunder lizard finally couldn't stand the two blows. Its body shook and fell to the ground with a bang. With Lin Ming's current strength, it was easy to deal with the beast equivalent to the early stage of the condensation vein. Lin Ming cut open the body of the red thunder lizard as usual and took out the red thunder bead. With a thought, the power of thunder poured into Lin Ming's body. An extremely comfortable numbness came with it. The thunder spirit hidden in Lin Ming's heart moved up and down around the evil god seed, seeming to be extremely excited. The red thunder power was soon completely absorbed by the thunder spirit. This time, the growth finally made Lin Ming a little satisfied. If it continued like this, there would be 10 or 20 red thunder beads, which would be enough to increase the power of thunder by 10%. Of course, this growth could not continue. I'm afraid that, after increasing by 40% or 50%, the red thunder power would have no effect on the thunder spirit. At that time, he could only look for a more powerful thunder power to nourish the thunder spirit. Not far away, the twin girls were applying medicine to the Yijin stage youth. However, the Yijin stage youth was too seriously injured. The low-level herbs in the two girls' packages could only barely save his life. Lightning is the easiest thing to leave hidden injuries. Even if a person is hit by a strong current, he will die of heart failure and other reasons in a few years, because the lightning current leaves hidden injuries when it passes through the heart. If this continues, the young man will probably have to stay in bed for a year or so, and it is not certain whether he can continue to practice martial arts and how long he can live. The Yijin stage youth groaned in pain. The two girls saw the second brother like this, and they all looked reluctant. However, as the black-clothed warrior of the eldest brother, he did not care about the Yijin stage youth, but looked at Lin Ming, as if he was hesitating about something. Seeing Lin Ming getting up to leave, the black-clothed warrior finally couldn't help but say, "Senior, please wait a moment." Lin Ming paused, turned around and looked at the black-clothed warrior, and asked coldly, "What's the matter?" Although Lin Ming and the black-clothed warrior and his group did not have any conflict, the greedy look that the Yijin period youth gave him before fell into Lin Ming's eyes. Lin Ming naturally knew what the other party was thinking at the time. He had no good feelings for such a person, so even if he had a high-quality healing medicine in his Zumi ring that could relieve his pain, Lin Ming did not intend to take it out. Lin Ming thought that the black-clothed warrior was asking him for help for his junior brother's matter, but he didn't expect the black-clothed warrior to say, "Senior, I have a guess. I don't know if I should tell you." The black-clothed warrior was not sure either. He was afraid that if he said it and failed to fulfill it, he would be angry with Lin Ming, which would be unfair. "What guess?" The black-clothed warrior organized his words and said, "When my master was practicing martial arts in his early years, he was in Thunder Mountain. He went in and out of Thunder Mountain more than a dozen times and accumulated a lot of experience, which he passed on to me orally. Although my cultivation is not high, I have been to Thunder Mountain 5 times. With the experience of my master and my own experience, it can be said that I know Thunder Mountain very well." Lin Ming nodded slightly. He also discovered this point. At that time, the black-clothed warrior could judge the strength of the thunder lizard based on its roar alone, but to Lin Ming, there was no difference between the roars of the two thunder lizards. The black-clothed warrior continued, "As far as I know, thunder lizards above the bone tempering stage should not appear at the bottom of Thunder Mountain. But now, 2 have appeared in succession, and one of them is at the vein condensation stage. This is unusual. Thunder lizards have their own clans, and there are divisions of status within the clans. The stronger the thunder lizard, the higher its status, and the closer their territory is to the top of the mountain, because the power of thunder is the richest at the top of the mountain, and from the top of the mountain down, the power of thunder becomes less and less." "Go on," Lin Ming said. "The society of thunder lizards is somewhat similar to that of humans. Strong warriors naturally have more resources for cultivation." Encouraged by Lin Ming, the warrior in black became more energetic and no longer trembling with fear. He said, "The power of thunder in a territory is limited, and no one is willing to let other thunder lizards absorb it. Therefore, unless it is very unexpected, the thunder lizards will not leave their own territory, otherwise there will be a fight. In other words, high-level thunder lizards are unlikely to go down the mountain, unless..." The warrior in black paused here and said, "I'm just guessing. I don't know if it's true." "You said, it doesn't matter if you're wrong." Lin Ming saw the concerns of the warrior in black and said, "Well, it's like this. I guess these 2 thunder lizards evolved by themselves. They may have been thunder lizards in the Yijin period. Because of some opportunity, they evolved to the peak of the bone forging and the condensed veins period." "Oh, what opportunity?" Lin Ming became interested. "You may not know, Senior, because Thunder Mountain is so rich in thunder power, it sometimes breeds some thunder-attributed treasures, and thunder grass is just the most common one." "So, you suspect that these 2 thunder lizards ate some thunder-attributed treasures?" The black-clothed warrior shook his head and said, "They didn't eat them. Thunder lizards love to collect them. For example, thunder grass. Thunder lizards are very happy to see more thunder grass growing in their territory. This way, the thunder power in their territory will be more concentrated, which is better than eating thunder grass. Therefore, thunder grass that is hundreds of years old is usually guarded by high-level thunder lizards. Thunder lizards have a very long lifespan. Some of them will even stay around 100-year-old thunder grass for 500 or 600 years, waiting for it to grow into 1,000-year-old thunder grass. While guarding its growth, the thunder lizard will also gain great benefits, which is greater than eating it directly. If there is a thunder-attributed treasure, the thunder lizard will be even more reluctant to eat it. After eating it, it can at most be upgraded by 1 or 2 levels, but if it grows up, it will benefit infinitely." Lin Ming said, "I understand. What you mean is that these 2 thunder lizards evolved because they were guarding a treasure. I want to know, why did you tell me this news? Wouldn't it be better for you to dig out the treasure yourself? Recommend a new game book, The Ultimate Tank Sect by a powerful author brother." It has a Chinese-style online game environment, a refreshing protagonist setting, exquisite dungeon levels, hearty park, the Hituluoshu equipment crafting system, a Dota-like tower defense battlefield, 1v1/5v5 ladder rankings, a standard professional league, passionate element, everything you can think of. If you are interested, you can go and take a look. If you are not interested, please help to add it to your collection. There is a direct link on the page. The second one in the second row is it. Thank you everyone. Chapter 204 Lair. The black-clothed warrior gave a bitter smile and said, I would like to dig it, but I need the strength. This kind of treasure may not be guarded by only 2 thunder lizards. It may be a small clan of thunder lizards. If I go there, I'm afraid I'll die before I get there. Even if I get there safely, and am lucky enough not to encounter any thunder lizards guarding it, this thunder type treasure is not something I can get my hands on. This kind of thing contains powerful thunder power. Not to mention thunder type treasures. I can't even pick a 500-year-old thunder grass. Otherwise, if I just touch the grass leaves, I'm afraid I'll end up like my junior brother. The black-clothed warrior said, pointing to the young man in the Yijin period who was still lying on the ground. Lin Ming said, whether your estimate is right or not, your information is very valuable to me. So, what reward do you want? The black-clothed warrior was delighted. He did have such thoughts in mind. The other party ate meat, and he would be happy if he could drink some soup. He hesitated for a moment and said, I don't know if there is really a treasure yet. It's too early to talk about rewards. But, senior, can you save my junior brother first? If it's too late, he may be disabled for the rest of his life. The black-clothed warrior was a little embarrassed when he said this. Since the other party was an old monster whose age was unknown, he might have heard the conversation between him and his junior brother. He could only hope that this master would not care. Sure enough, Lin Ming said, no problem. Lin Ming was really too lazy to care about such a small person lying on the ground. He took out a small bottle of elixir from the Zumi ring and walked to the side of the twin girls. Using his soul power to probe the half-burned body of the young man, Lin Ming found that there was still a lot of violent thunder power in his body. It was because of the destruction of these thunder powers that the young man was on the verge of death. Lin Ming grabbed the young man's hand, activated the thunder spirit in his body, and easily drained the thunder power in the young man's body, and absorbed it all into the thunder spirit. Then he took out a pill from the porcelain bottle, flicked it casually, and the pill went directly into the young man's mouth. Although the 2 sisters didn't know what medicine Lin Ming fed to the second brother, just by looking at the crystal clear appearance of the pill and the strong medicinal fragrance it exuded, they could guess that it was definitely a valuable elixir. It is said that it is common for a high-level elixir to be worth thousands of taels of gold, and there are even tens of thousands of taels of gold, which can directly improve the cultivation of warriors. If they could really get that kind of elixir, they wouldn't have to work hard for the Yijin period. Thinking of this, the 2 sisters looked at Lin Ming with some envy and burning eyes. The power of thunder had been removed by Lin Ming, and the pill took effect quickly. The young man who had fainted groaned and woke up. He looked around blankly. The heavy blow made him forget what had happened. Okay. Lin Ming stood up casually and said to the black-clothed warrior, we can go now. Well, thank you senior. The black-clothed warrior wanted to leave the twin sisters here to take care of the second junior brother, but he was worried, so he had to take them with him. The black-clothed warrior was very familiar with the footprints and activity traces of thunder lizards. Even when he came to the hard stone ground and the footprints were broken, he still accurately found the route of the thunder lizards, based on the smell and clues. In the end, he led Lin Ming to lock the nest of the 2 thunder lizards. That's it, behind that big rock. The black-clothed warrior pointed to an extremely hidden cave not far away. The cave was made entirely of magnetic ore and looked pitch black, like the mouth of a beast. Lin Ming used his soul power to explore. Sure enough, there was a strong thunder force emanating from the cave. This trip was the right one. Thanks to the black-clothed warrior, otherwise he would not have found this place at all. Lin Ming said, you just wait outside. I'll go in. If the big stone was removed, the width of the cave exceeded 10 feet, just enough for a thunder lizard to pass through. It seemed that the stone was specially moved by the thunder lizard to cover up the cave. It was like a door. Every time you enter or leave, you have to close the door. Lin Ming dispersed his soul power and walked into the cave carefully. The illusion inside was dark and damp, but it did not affect Lin Ming's perception at all. He walked about 10 feet away, and the front suddenly opened up. Inside the cave was an extremely wide space. There were small bays on the ground. From time to time, you could hear the click and click sounds of water drops, which were clear and pleasant to the ear. The scenery here is quite nice, Lin Ming thought to himself, but he was always on high alert. At this moment, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart and felt a murderous intent locking onto him. A feeling of extreme danger rose from the bottom of his heart. The next moment, a red light flashed, and a bolt of lightning struck Lin Ming without any suspense. Thunder Lizard. Lin Ming instantly drew out the heavy mystic soft silver gun. This Thunder Lizard was stronger than the two he had encountered before, and the red lightning that poured into his body was even more violent. Even with the Thunder Spirit, Lin Ming was unable to suppress it instantly. At this moment, the Thunder Lizard hiding in the dark roared, and 7 or 8 red lightning bolts bombarded Lin Ming like a storm. Crack, crack, crack. The rocks were all split, and Lin Ming was standing in the center of the thunder, absorbing all the thunder power. The strong numbness and pain surged like a tide. At first, Lin Ming felt a little uncomfortable, but as he absorbed a large amount of thunder power, Lin Ming became faintly excited. Good fellow, it's a Thunder Lizard that is equivalent to a peak warrior of condensed veins, not necessarily weaker than Kaigu. Recognizing the strength of this Thunder Lizard, Lin Ming was very excited. There was no doubt that this lizard could evolve successfully only with the Thunder Attribute treasure. The Thunder Lizard also found that the thunder force that was usually invincible had no effect on Lin Ming. It roared and rushed towards Lin Ming, trying to push Lin Ming against the stone wall and squeeze him into a pulp. Lin Ming shouted loudly, stepped back with his left foot, and pressed against the rock like an iron cast. Then Lin Ming raised his arms high, and his whole body burst out with true energy. The heavy and mysterious soft silver spear smashed down like a mountain. Bang! Lin Ming smashed the Thunder Lizard's back with a gun. At the same time, his body jumped up with the force, but the Thunder Lizard hit the rock wall firmly. The whole cave was shaken violently, and a large amount of gravel rolled down. The warrior in black and the 2 sisters stopped outside the cave, listening to the roars and fierce collisions of the beasts inside. Their faces turned pale. The 2 sisters even considered whether to leave first. If the senior master had any accident inside, and the beast rushed out, they would be buried with him. Brother, do you think we are? It's okay. The warrior in black waved his hand. He could tell from the roar that the Thunder Lizard inside was not Lin Ming's opponent. He thought that the 2 Thunder Lizards, one male and one female, were mates before, but now he knew that they were probably mother and son, and the one in the cave was the most powerful male adult lizard. Swoosh! The Thunder Lizard whipped its tail, and Lin Ming roared wildly, bursting with strength, and raised his gun without hesitation to smash it towards the tail. Crack! With a loud sound of metal and stone colliding, Lin Ming's heavy and soft silver gun was bent into a full moon. Even though the heavy profound soft silver spear had great elasticity, it could not withstand the recoil caused by such a huge impact. Most warriors would have had their knuckles shattered, or even their arms broken. However, after Lin Ming entered the Sorcerer God Tower, his body was so strong that he could withstand the impact. Instead, the tail vertebra of the Thunder Lizard was injured by the strength training silk. Die. Lin Ming did not waste any more time and directly activated the power of the evil god. Thunder and Fire Kill. To deal with the master at the peak of the condensed veins, Lin Ming could only use his strongest move. At worst, he would just hide in the cave to recover, and would not go out until he recovered to his peak state. The power of thunder and fire intertwined, and the dark cave instantly bloomed with brilliant and dazzling brilliance, as if a sun rose out of thin air in the cave. The strong and dazzling light made the black-clothed warriors and the twin girls outside the cave unable to open their eyes. Then they heard a loud rumble, which was more than 10 times louder than the roar of the Thunder Lizard before. A shock wave visible to the naked eye rushed out of the black cave, and the 10,000 jin stone that was used as a door at the entrance of the cave flew away instantly like a polo ball hit by a polo stick. The whole cave, including the rocky ground under their feet, trembled violently, and a large number of fallen rocks rolled down from the top of the mountain. At that moment, the 2 girls even suspected that the cave was going to collapse. At this time, inside the cave, a large amount of blood had already dyed the ground red. Lin Ming supported the heavy Zu and soft silver gun, and looked at the huge corpse of the thunder lizard in front of him, gasping for breath. Although Lin Ming's strength has greatly increased, after entering the Washan Tower, the corresponding amount of true energy used by the thunder fire kill has also increased. After using it once, Lin Ming will still be drained of nearly 40% of his true energy, which is quite a large consumption. He casually filled his mouth with a pill, and took out a true energy stone, to continuously absorb the true energy inside. After recovering a little, Lin Ming stood up, and continued to walk into the cave. He didn't even bother to take out the thunder bead from the dead thunder lizard. Lin Ming had already used his soul power to explore the cave. There were no other enemies or threats in the cave. At the end of the cave, a red bamboo took root in the hard ground of the magnetic ore, growing stubbornly. The main trunk of the bamboo was wrapped with crackling red lightning, and the sharp bamboo leaves were like swords. The powerful thunder force continuously rushed out of this bamboo. There was no doubt that it was because of this bamboo that the thunder force in this cave was so abundant. This bamboo was obviously the thunder treasure mentioned by the black-clothed warrior. Chapter 205 Purple Lightning Bamboo. Lin Ming looked at the red thunder bamboo and could feel the powerful force contained in it. He was delighted and was about to pick it, but suddenly he thought, would there be any taboos in picking such a natural treasure? He had never seen this thunder bamboo, but the black-clothed warrior might have heard of it. Thinking of this, Lin Ming forced his voice to become a bundle and asked the black-clothed warrior to come in. The black-clothed warrior had been waiting outside the cave anxiously. He was afraid that his guess was wrong and would cause Lin Ming's anger. Although Lin Ming had said before that it didn't matter whether it was right or not, no one could guarantee whether he would change his face. At this moment, Lin Ming's voice rang in his ears with only 5 short words. Go into the cave to find me. The black-clothed warrior's heart tightened, gritted his teeth, and said to the twin sisters and the boy in the internal training period, follow me in. They were careful all the way. Because of the dim light, the twin girls felt that they had touched something. When they looked down, they saw a huge red thunder lizard lying on the rocky ground. The girl screamed unconsciously. It's okay, it's dead, the black-clothed warrior said. Seeing the crimson scales of the dead thunder lizard, the warrior in black was secretly shocked. This was a thunder lizard equivalent to a peak-level warrior of condensed veins. Even if the master had encountered this guy, he would have been killed instantly, but now he was dead. The group walked all the way to the end of the cave. The warrior in black saw Lin Ming standing there, and the red bamboo in front of Lin Ming. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. His estimation was correct. Lin Ming pointed at the red bamboo and asked, do you know this thing? The warrior in black then turned his attention to the red bamboo. He didn't look closely just now, but when he looked carefully, he was immediately shocked. This seems to be the purple lightning divine bamboo. Huh? Purple lightning divine bamboo? Lin Ming looked at the red bamboo and the red lightning on the bamboo, wondering why it was not called the red lightning divine bamboo. The black-clothed warrior saw Lin Ming's confusion and said, this is because this bamboo has not grown up yet. It's the purple lightning divine bamboo. The bamboo shoots are white when they are 90 years old, red when they are young bamboos, when they are 900 years old, and purple when they are mature bamboos, when they are 9,000 years old. Lin Ming said, so this is just a young bamboo? Yes. So Lin Ming was slightly disappointed. Even if it was a natural treasure, it was just a young bamboo after all. Naturally, the power contained in it was limited. The black-clothed warrior noticed Lin Ming's disappointment and said, Senior, although it is only a 900-year-old bamboo shoot, it is also very precious. Moreover, if there is a bamboo shoot, there should be a mature bamboo. This purple lightning bamboo will only produce shoots when it grows into a mature bamboo. Every 9,000 years, one shoot will grow. This small bamboo shoot will drill into the UN magnetic ore and drill holes in it like a pangolin. When it encounters a suitable place, it will break through the stone and grow into a white bamboo shoot. Oh. Lin Ming's mind moved and said, you mean, there is an adult purple lightning bamboo on this thunder mountain? Well, if nothing unexpected happens, it is like this, and this bamboo should have grown for 9,900 years. It takes 9,000 years for a purple lightning bamboo to grow shoots. Now the shoots it produces have grown into 900-year-old bamboo shoots, so the age of the mature bamboo is exactly 9,900 years. 9,900 years. Lin Ming frowned slightly. It is said that the thunder on this thunder mountain has been flashing for more than 10,000 years. This bamboo is almost as old as Thunder Mountain. Lin Ming could figure out with his toes that Chengzu was at the top of Thunder Mountain without any surprise. However, with his current strength, he could only run away if he encountered a blue thunder lizard equivalent to a postnatal warrior. How could he possibly reach the top of the mountain? There were purple thunder lizards that were said to be equivalent to innate warriors, and there might be more than one. Even if Lin Ming could withstand the lightning spit out by the purple thunder lizards, he could not withstand their attacks. Thunder lizards, with dragon blood flowing in their bodies, were not ordinary beasts. Although he knew that there was little hope and many dangers, Lin Ming still decided to climb Thunder Mountain once, until he really reached his limit, and could not move forward any further, otherwise he would not give up. Lin Ming asked the black-clothed warrior, "Is there anything taboo about picking the purple lightning bamboo?" The black-clothed warrior said, "The purple lightning bamboo is hard to be damaged by swords and guns. It can only be cut by the power of thunder. However, senior, this kind of bamboo is not easy to form. It condenses the spiritual veins of Thunder Mountain. If possible, I hope that senior can leave the bamboo roots. In this way, after hundreds or thousands of years, a new purple lightning bamboo will grow." "I understand." Lin Ming nodded. When picking natural treasures, it is not appropriate to destroy their roots, otherwise it will be a matter of anger from heaven and earth. After all, the conditions for the formation of such things are extremely difficult. It requires all kinds of coincidences and special environments to form. Generally, warriors will abide by this unwritten rule, which can also be regarded as accumulating some virtue for themselves. Lin Ming drew out a knife, with a sharp blade and a cold light. This was the human-level top-grade treasure left by the pyrotechnician, and it was also the pyrotechnician's sword. The black-clothed warrior's heartbeat stopped when he saw the knife, and the twin girls' breathing became rapid, and their eyes were full of burning when they looked at the knife. They had rarely seen a human-grade treasure, not to mention a human-grade treasure of the highest grade. Their master had a human-grade treasure of the lowest grade, which made the two sisters envious for a long time. Lin Ming did not care about showing off his wealth. With his current strength, although wearing a human-grade treasure would be ostentatious, he could still protect it. The true energy was infused into the thunder spirit in the evil god seed, and the power of thunder was continuously generated. The bright sword was immediately covered with a layer of purple lightning. Lin Ming took a deep breath, aimed at the root of the purple lightning bamboo, and cut it with one knife. Crack. It was not as difficult as imagined. The blood-red bamboo fell down like this, and the cut was as smooth as a mirror. Lin Ming reached out to take it, and the black-clothed warrior exclaimed. The purple lightning bamboo contained violent thunder power, and ordinary warriors would turn into charcoal if they touched it. However, considering Lin Ming's strength, he was fine. Even if he could resist the thunderball of the thunder lizard, I think there would be no problem. Sure enough, after Lin Ming grabbed the purple lightning bamboo, his body just stiffened, and there was nothing unusual, even his clothes were fine. What a strong lightning power, Lin Ming admired in his heart. A 900-year-old red bamboo has such a strong power. What if it is a 9,000-year-old purple bamboo? It is unimaginable. Unfortunately, this bamboo was taken too early, and has not grown yet. Although he did not hold out hope, Lin Ming still asked, "Is it possible to transplant and raise the purple lightning bamboo?" The black-clothed warrior said, "This is not possible. The purple lightning bamboo must grow in a place with rich lightning element, such as this Thunder Mountain. Moreover, bamboo has a proud character and will not be raised artificially." "Well, I understand." Lin Ming put the purple lightning bamboo into the Zumi ring and looked at the four black-clothed warriors. He saw the twin girls holding two swords in their hands, and he groaned for a moment before saying, "Pull out your swords and let's see." "Ah, okay." The two girls obediently pulled out their swords. They were soft swords made of fine steel. It was not easy for a mortal blacksmith to forge such a sword, but it was far inferior to the treasured swords forged by a weapon refiner. Lin Ming touched the Zumi ring with his finger, and 3 human-level lower-grade treasured swords appeared in his hands. Seeing the bright sword light, the twin sisters' eyes widened. Could it be? A thought inevitably arose in their hearts, which made their heartbeats accelerate and their mouths dry. Is this sword for them? Will they also have a day to own a treasured weapon? For you. Lin Ming casually stuck the 3 swords into the ground, and the sharp sword tips directly pierced into the Yuanxiao. These swords were of course made by pyrotechnics. There was no use for Lin Ming to keep the 30 human grade lower grade treasures, so it was just right to give them away. It must be said that the human grade lower grade treasures made by pyrotechnics were still very good and were a few points better than ordinary human grade lower grade treasures. For us, the twin sisters and the warrior in the internal organs training period felt dizzy. They never thought that they would also have a share, and it was a treasure they had always dreamed of. Lin Ming said, "You'd better keep it carefully, otherwise it is very likely to be coveted by others." 3 treasures, even a peak bone forging warrior would be tempted. Yes, yes. The 2 sisters nodded hurriedly, and then looked at Lin Ming with eyes full of gratitude and admiration. At this time, Lin Ming looked at the warrior in black, and the warrior in black's heartbeat accelerated. He could see that the 3 human level lower grade treasures that Lin Ming took out were all top-notch items, and Lin Ming gave them away without blinking an eye, just like giving away 3 pieces of scrap metal. This would be worth at least 8 or 9,000 taels of gold. I don't know what I will get. The warrior in black was full of excitement, expectation, and uneasiness. Lin Ming looked at the warrior in black and said, "Your weapon is a stick. Unfortunately, I don't have a treasure for a stick. I do have a purple black bullet iron gun, but because it was my former weapon, I can't give it to you." When Lin Ming said this, the warrior in black was a little disappointed, but then Lin Ming's words made him very happy. Lin Ming said, "Then, the elixir for cultivation, 20,000 gold, and the technique, you can choose one." The elixir for cultivation, 20,000 gold, and the technique? The black-clothed warrior was thirsty. If he could not reach the stage of congealing veins, he would never be able to earn 20,000 gold in his lifetime. As for the elixir for cultivation, it was something that warriors dreamed of. Moreover, the elixir that this senior took out must be a priceless elixir. After a struggle between heaven and man in his heart, the black-clothed warrior still said, "I want the technique." Compared with elixir and gold, the technique is the most important and the foundation of a warrior. "Okay, but I warn you, you'd better not make this technique public, otherwise you may be killed." Lin Ming flipped his hand and a jade slip appeared in his palm. This is the middle grade human level technique left by the firework after his death. This set of techniques does not belong to the 7 Mysterious Valley, otherwise Lin Ming would not dare to hand it over. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be the technique that the firework killed other warriors and looted. In short, there is something wrong with its origin. Lin Ming does not want to take it to the family to avoid trouble. It is just right to give it to the people of Ningjiang. The black-clothed warrior took it, his soul power sank into it, and he was immediately overjoyed. A mid-level human-level technique. Recommend a new book, a new work by Xian Tangyu. The Peerless Madman, eating the demon grass made Yang Fan's soul strong, and he eliminated multiple transmigrating souls in one fell swoop. In addition to fusing their souls, what was even more surprising was that he had the ability to communicate with all plants. Book number 2,532,989. Chapter 206. Near the top of the mountain. A set of human level middle grade skills is definitely worth more than 20,000 gold. Although Lin Ming said that this set of skills may cause a fatal disaster, compared with the huge value brought by the skills, taking a little risk is nothing. The black-clothed warriors felt more and more that it was a wise decision to tell Lin Ming the news of the purple lightning bamboo. Otherwise, not to mention that he would not have the life to take down the bamboo. Even if he took it down, it would be difficult for him to get rid of it. If he took out a treasure of this level, he might be eaten by others without leaving even the bones. You can also take the blood of the thunder lizard. I don't need it, Lin Ming said. Because the thunder lizard has the blood of the dragon, their blood has great medicinal value. If you put a bucket and use this blood to take a bath, it can strengthen the body. The 4 black-clothed warriors nodded happily. This is also a considerable income. The blood of a red thunder lizard equivalent to the peak of the condensed veins warrior can be sold for at least 1 or 2,000 gold. Okay, let's part ways here. I don't want anyone else to know about what happened today. Otherwise, Lin Ming didn't say anything more. The implication of the warning was already obvious. In fact, he was not really afraid of others knowing, but he just didn't like trouble. The black-clothed warrior shrank his neck and nodded hurriedly. The only person who couldn't hide this matter was their master. However, after obtaining this set of human-level middle-grade exercises, the black-clothed warrior had already planned not to return to the master's sect. If they went back and faced the master, would the treasures and jade slips of the exercises still be theirs? Not only the black-clothed warrior, but also the twin girls were thinking the same thing. They didn't want their master to take away the treasured swords that they had obtained with great difficulty before their hands were even warm. Speaking of which, they had been with the master for so long, but they had not received any substantial benefits from the master. After Lin Ming left, the black-clothed warrior, the twin sisters and the younger junior brother discussed it, and several people left the master sect to establish a new gang. With the human-level middle-grade exercises left by Lin Ming, they also made a little name for themselves. This is a later story. After parting with the black-clad warriors, Lin Ming found a safe place and began to absorb the power of thunder in the purple lightning bamboo. This red lightning was much more violent than all the lightning that Lin Ming had absorbed before. Lin Ming was not in a hurry, but first sat in meditation to rest, completely replenishing the true essence that had been lost before, and then entered the empty martial spirit, adjusting his mind to a completely empty state. Then he took out the purple lightning bamboo from the Zumi ring. Holding the bamboo with both hands, Lin Ming began to guide the thunder power in the purple lightning bamboo into his body. After the red thunder power entered Lin Ming's meridians, it was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, unruly. If it was an ordinary warrior, even if he had reached the condensation meridian stage or the acquired stage, if he allowed this violent red thunder to wander in his internal organs, his meridians would be damaged, causing serious injuries or even death. However, there was a thunder spirit in Lin Ming's body, and no matter how violent the lightning was, it would not be able to resist the thunder spirit, and would always be slowly absorbed. In this way, the little thunder spirit was like a spring silkworm, constantly devouring the thunder power contained in the purple lightning bamboo. During this period, Lin Ming felt some numbness, but no special pain. Lin Ming meditated for half an hour and finally absorbed the thunder power completely. Looking at the evil god seed, Lin Ming was surprised to find that, after absorbing the purple lightning bamboo, the energy of the thunder spirit increased by 50%. It was just a 900-year-old young bamboo, which could increase the power of the thunder spirit by 50%. What if it was a 9,000-year-old bamboo? Lin Ming was full of expectations, but unfortunately, the hope of finding this bamboo was very slim. After absorbing the purple lightning bamboo, Lin Ming went up all the way. The higher he went, the more thunder lizards there were. These thunder lizards were all high-level beasts with the blood of the dragon. Although the blood of the thunder lizards on the periphery of Thunder Mountain was relatively weak, they were not so easy to deal with. When Lin Ming approached the mountainside, he already felt exhausted. Swoosh! Gun key cut through the void, and Lin Ming stabbed into the huge body of a red lizard with one gun, vibrating the true essence and bursting out. This thunder lizard, which was equivalent to a mid-stage condensation vein warrior, died instantly. After fusing with the blood of the reverse scale, Lin Ming's training power was endless, and even if the true essence entered the enemy's body, it would not be easily consumed. The power was more powerful than a little bit. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Lin Ming to kill a mid-stage condensation vein thunder lizard with true essence attack alone. After all, the physical defense of the thunder lizard was far higher than that of human warriors of the same level. Lin Ming let out a long breath and dug out the thunder bead from the body of the thunder lizard. With a thought, the thunder power contained in the thunder bead flowed into his body along Lin Ming's meridians. This was the 20th thunder lizard he had killed. Through continuous absorption of thunder beads, the overall power increase of Lei Ling had reached 60%. He glanced at the Thunder Mountain. He was only 5,000 feet away from the top of the mountain. He could clearly see the thick lightning flashing on the top of the mountain. Those lightnings were real thunders. Even if Lin Ming had the thunder spirit, he would not dare to try. Using his body skills, Lin Ming continued to rush to the top of the mountain. At this moment, a blue light flashed, and a blue lightning fell on Lin Ming's body at lightning speed. Swish! The strong numbing sensation made Lin Ming's body stiffen, and he almost fell from mid-air. This was because he had absorbed the purple lightning bamboo thunder spirit not long ago, which greatly enhanced his strength. Otherwise, Lin Ming suspected that he would really fall. Blue Thunder Lizard. Lin Ming saw the first Thunder Lizard equivalent to a postnatal warrior. Without saying a word, he used his body skills to flee. Although he could withstand the lightning attack of the Blue Thunder Lizard, it was basically impossible to kill it. Even if he used the Thunder Fire Killer, he could not kill them. In this case, Lin Ming did not want to waste his efforts. Fortunately, Lin Ming's speed was much faster than the Thunder Lizard, and he left it far behind after a few jumps. Fortunately, the mountainside area was still dominated by red Thunder Lizards, and blue Thunder Lizards only appeared occasionally. Lin Ming went on a killing spree, and killed for a whole day and night. After a long period of killing, Lin Ming's fighting skills became more and more proficient, and the thunder spirit in his body finally reached a 70% increase, after absorbing a large amount of thunder power. However, as the power of the thunder spirit became stronger and stronger, the nourishing effect of the thunder beads on the thunder spirit became less and less obvious. Filling a pool with Thunder Lizard blood and soaking in it for a quarter of an hour, Lin Ming wiped his body and took out a new set of clothes from the Zumi ring to change into. The blood of the Thunder Lizard has the effect of strengthening the body. Although the effect on Lin Ming is not very obvious, he does not want to waste it. After a simple meal, Lin Ming jumped onto a pine and cypress tree several dozen feet high and began to meditate and regulate his breathing. A warrior in the bone forging stage is energetic, even if he does not sleep for a few days. However, in order to maintain his peak condition, Lin Ming still plans to rest for 2 hours. The next battle will be more and more cruel. The closer he got to the top of the mountain, the slower Lin Ming's speed became. Previously, it only took him a few hours to reach the mountainside of Thunder Mountain from the foot of the mountain, and it took him a whole night to cross the mountainside. Now Lin Ming has reached the ice and snow area. It takes several hours to walk 100 feet here. He needs to use his soul power to constantly explore the surrounding situation in order to move forward carefully. He doesn't want to accidentally bump into a purple Thunder Lizard equivalent to an innate warrior. If so, he may die here. Of course, Lin Ming can actually travel in the sky and fly all the way to the top of the mountain, but in that case, there is no point in him coming to Thunder Mountain. Looking at Thunder Mountain from a high altitude can only be seen as a scenery. It is impossible to get a trace of thunder and lightning power, let alone thunder spirit. The cold wind is whistling, the wind and snow are everywhere, and the upper area of Thunder Mountain can be seen everywhere. The blue ice is crystal clear and pure. This is all real 10,000-year ice, hard as rock and beautiful as jade. The clouds were right under his feet. He leaned over and looked. The endless mist formed a hazy and misty peace. The rolling sea of clouds was boundless. It was really the legendary paradise on Earth. Unfortunately, this beautiful place was full of murderous intentions. When Lin Ming saw a dark blue Thunder Lizard appear next to a piece of 10,000-year-old ice, he knew that his road was probably at the end. If he took another step, his life might be in danger. In front of him was a Thunder Lizard equivalent to a peak-acquired warrior. The blue scales were exactly the same color as the 10,000-year-old ice. They almost merged into one. If you didn't look carefully, you couldn't find it at all. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming had to admit that this blue Thunder Lizard was a very beautiful animal. Especially in this scene, it was like a beautiful ice sculpture. But this beautiful ice sculpture could kill him in a short time. The gap between Lin Ming and its strength was too big. When Lin Ming encountered the Thunder Lizard, which was equivalent to a mid-stage acquired warrior, he was already in a very bad state, because the opponent's speed was not much slower than his own. In the end, Lin Ming had to fly into the sky to avoid the disaster. Now he encountered the Thunder Lizard, which was at the peak of the acquired realm. The result was predictable. Lin Ming did not dare to move forward. Who knew if the purple Thunder Lizard, which was equivalent to an innate warrior, could fly? If they could fly, he would be dead. Lin Ming was ready to escape, but at this moment, he noticed a trace of confusion in the eyes of the blue Thunder Lizard, which did not seem to be ready to attack immediately. Huh? What is this guy doing? Lin Ming was extremely alert. He did not even take out the heavy profound soft silver gun, because he knew that it was useless to draw the gun. It would be better to be lighter and run faster. The thunder lizard roared, and the confusion in its eyes gradually evolved into vigilance and fear. Its roar became stronger and stronger, as if it was warning Lin Ming to leave immediately. Lin Ming had a strange expression on his face. Am I seeing right? This thunder lizard seems to be afraid of me? What is it afraid of? My strength is probably only 1/10 of its strength. Along the way, this is the strongest thunder lizard I have encountered, and it is the strongest one, but it is afraid of me. Why? Could it be that the chapter at 8 o'clock will also be delayed by an hour or two? I was delayed in the morning by something, so I just finished writing this chapter. I still have to go to dinner. Sorry. Chapter 207 The Woman in Red. This is the strongest thunder lizard I have ever met along the way, and the strongest one is afraid of me. Why? Could it be that? Or thoughts suddenly flashed through Lin Ming's mind. The blood of the reverse scale. If I guessed correctly, this fear might come from the trace of the reverse scale blood that is still dormant in his body. Thunder lizards have dragon blood in their bodies. The stronger the thunder lizard, the richer the dragon blood in its body. And the dragon can be regarded as a low-level dragon. When a dragon encounters a real dragon, it will have a kind of awe and fear from the depths of its soul, and no matter how violent it is, it will have to restrain itself. The reverse scale blood in Lin Ming's body is too weak, and because Lin Ming's cultivation is too low, his blood has not fully awakened. So ordinary thunder lizards don't feel it at all. And this thunder lizard at the peak of the acquired period is powerful, and its blood is even richer. The keen blood connection allows it to feel the power dormant in Lin Ming's body. Even if there was only a trace of the blood of a true dragon, it would reveal a majestic and vast aura that would make all beasts submit. Although this thunder lizard was much stronger than Lin Ming, it still felt fear from the depths of its soul. If Lin Ming's strength could be stronger, this thunder lizard would probably kneel down and submit. The thunder lizard kept roaring, with lightning flashing all over its body, warning Lin Ming to leave its territory. Lin Ming wanted this result very much. Anyway, he couldn't kill a peak acquired thunder lizard anyway, so it would be best if he could avoid it. It seems that I can still climb this thunder mountain. Lin Ming clenched his fists. It was really God's blessing on him. With his strength, it was already very difficult to approach the mountainside of Thunder Mountain. However, relying on the Thunder Spirit, he was not afraid of the long-range lightning attack of the Thunder Lizard, and climbed to the ice and snow area. Now he was exhausted, and there was the blood suppression brought by the blood of the reverse scale. If he continued like this, he might really walk through the snowy plain. As long as you pass this 3,000 feet snowfield, you will reach the top of Thunder Mountain, which is also the place where thunder-related treasures are most likely to be born. The thunder here never stops for thousands of years. If you walk here, you will be struck by thunder. If you are unlucky, that is real thunder from the sky. Even though Lin Ming has the thunder spirit to protect him, he is still worried, not knowing whether he will be seriously injured if struck by thunder from the sky. Lin Ming bypassed this acquired peak thunder lizard and continued to move forward. After walking for a few miles, Lin Ming's footsteps suddenly stopped, and he looked forward in astonishment, and the whole person froze there. 20 feet in front of him, Lin Ming saw a scene that he would never forget. On the endless ice field, a woman with a voluptuous figure stood gracefully. She was wearing a fiery red fleece and a long red skirt. Her soft black hair hung down to her waist. She was barefoot, with white feet like jade. She stood on the blue and precious ice for thousands of years. She was like a snow-reflecting rose. The strong contrast between red and white brought a kind of almost enchanting beauty. In front of the woman stood a large vermilion bird with blood-colored crown feathers, red feathers like fire, and a long phoenix tail dragging on the ground with flames burning. That was Suzaku. Lin Ming's breathing was rapid. The sacred beast he saw in the black water swamp actually fell in front of him. Sensing Lin Ming's presence, the woman looked back at Lin Ming. Her beautiful and peaceful face, with an air of being out of touch with the world, made people feel suffocated. As if she noticed Lin Ming's cultivation, she uttered a soft howl, as if she didn't expect that a boy at the peak of bone forging could have the chance to come here. Lin Ming froze there, not only shocked by the woman's beauty, but also shocked by the mysterious aura on her body. This girl looked like an ordinary girl, but her aura reminded Lin Ming all the time that she was stronger than anyone he had ever seen before. Innate. No, I'm afraid it's not just innate. Maybe it's in the late innate stage, the ultimate innate, or even beyond the innate. Riding the sacred beast Suzaku as a mount. What does this mean? Lin Ming's spirit was highly tense. If such a person wanted to kill him, it would definitely be a matter of a second. The woman still looked at Lin Ming in surprise. One man and one bird, the same fiery red, on the white ice field. It was like a ball of burning flames, beautiful and unreal. Interesting. The woman looked at Lin Ming for a long time, suddenly smiled softly, and uttered these two words. Her voice was as melodious as a lark. Then, her body floated up like a feather, and landed on the back of the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird let out a long cry, and soared into the sky. The whirring hot wind came to the surroundings like a wave. Lin Ming felt the burning hot wind, and had cold sweat on his back. It turns out, the vermilion bird I saw in the black water swamp was the mount of this woman. Maybe at the beginning, this woman was on the back of the vermilion bird, and the scene of me being chased by the flame boy also fell into the eyes of the woman. What is she doing in Thunder Mountain? To find the thunder spirit? Or, she just lives here? Lin Ming's mind turned quickly. Looking at the vast Thunder Mountain, he didn't know whether he should continue to move forward. If this woman came for the thunder spirit, he would never dream of it. After hesitating for a long time, Lin Ming gritted his teeth and continued to move forward. No matter what, he had come here, so he had to try. Even if he couldn't get the thunder spirit, there might be other opportunities. The thunder on the top of Thunder Mountain had been flashing for 10,000 years. Who knows what kind of natural treasures will be born there. If the opportunity is good, it would not be surprising to get some. Lin Ming had just taken a few steps forward when he suddenly heard a high-pitched and sharp bird cry in the sky, rushing straight to Taiji heaven. Is this Feng Ming? Before Lin Ming had time to think about what happened, he heard the roar of beasts one after another on Thunder Mountain. For a moment, it was like the rolling of spring thunder, deafening. How? What happened? Lin Ming was a little confused. At this moment, he heard a rumbling vibration from the ground, like countless drums roaring in the distance. He could even feel the ground shaking faintly, as if a giant beast was running. Lin Ming suddenly pulled out the heavy and soft silver gun. Not far away, a blue thunder lizard rushed towards him aggressively. Behind him, because of the high-speed running, the snowflakes had rolled up a snow dragon, rolling like a wolf's smoke. This is the thunder lizard equivalent to the peak of the acquired strongman that I just saw. Lin Ming's pupils shrank, and his temper was instantly gone. He couldn't afford to offend this guy now. Without saying a word, he put away the gun and flew into the air. The blue thunder lizard rushed at Lin Ming with rolling snow smoke and had no intention of stopping. Lin Ming realized that this thunder lizard was not here to deal with him. It was not for him, but for the red-dressed woman just now. Thinking of the loud phoenix cry before, Lin Ming's heart tightened. Could it be a declaration of war? Declare war on the entire Thunder Mountain, including the purple thunder lizard equivalent to the innate strongman? Question mark? What kind of courage is this? Question mark? Lin Ming's heartbeat quickened. Compared to such a strongman, he was still far behind. At this moment, he found that 7 or 8 miles away, there was another rolling snow dragon, rushing towards the top of the mountain with great momentum. Lin Ming had excellent eyesight. Although it was so far away, he could still see that it was also a blue thunder lizard. And judging from the depth of the color, its strength was only equivalent to that of a peak acquired warrior. Peak acquired. I'm afraid that thunder lizards below this level are not qualified to participate in the battle at all. That's right, this woman is at least an innate strongman. If a low-level thunder lizard goes, she will probably be killed with one palm. Lin Ming rose several dozen feet higher. As his vision became wider and wider, he saw more and more snow dragons. He was sure that his guess was almost right. Lin Ming was secretly excited. He wanted to see such a grand occasion. It was good to see a battle at the innate level, even if he was more than 10 miles away. Thinking of this, Lin Ming no longer hesitated and directly used his body skills to rush to the top of the mountain at full speed. Because the powerful thunder lizards had all rushed to the top of the mountain, Lin Ming had no obstacles at all. Even if he occasionally encountered one or two that did not leave, Lin Ming could scare them with the blood of the reverse scale in his body. Along the way, Lin Ming did not dare to fly high, because the vermilion bat was flying high in the sky. If he flew up, it would be too conspicuous. If he caused the disgust of these innate level beings and killed him, it would be unfair. The vertical height from where Lin Ming was to the top of the mountain was only 3,000 feet. At his full speed, this distance was only a moment's work. Sure enough, Lin Ming rushed to the place near the top of the mountain and did not encounter any obstacles. However, at this moment, Lin Ming was stunned again. He looked up at the sky blankly, and his heart was full of waves. What did he see? A dragon, a real dragon. Sharp claws, purple dragon scales, and long dragon whiskers fluttering wantonly, exactly the same as the giant dragon in the painting. This giant dragon was much bigger than the vermilion bird. It was tumbling and flying in the sky, with lightning surrounding it, like countless swimming purple snakes, and it was full of vast and unparalleled momentum. In front of it, the vermilion bird flapped its wings, and stopped in midair. Is this a fight between a dragon and a phoenix? Lin Ming swallowed his saliva. He didn't expect that he would have the honor of seeing such a spectacle. No, it's not a dragon, but a gyro. Lin Ming found that the purple dragon had no horns on its head. It was just a gyro. However, even if it was a gyro, it was enough to shock people. This was the top sacred beast of the Xianan continent. It turns out, there is a dragon hidden in Thunder Mountain. Lin Ming took a deep breath. No wonder there are so many thunder lizards in Thunder Mountain, and the thunder lizards have dragon blood. It turns out that they are all descendants of this dragon. The direct descendants of the dragon should be those purple thunder lizards that are equivalent to innate strongmen, and the blue thunder lizards are the descendants of the purple thunder lizards. Passed down from generation to generation, the bloodline becomes weaker and weaker. Lin Ming's mind suddenly became clear. This is how Thunder Mountain was formed. Chapter 208, Dragon and Phoenix Fight. There are many kinds of dragon sacred beasts, such as Jialong, Yinglong, Qianxue, Chilling, Killing, Ziling, etc. Although these dragon sacred beasts look similar, they are also different. Jialong has scales, Yinglong has wings, Qianxue has horns, Chilling has no claws, and Killing has 1 foot. Among them, Jialong is divided into many kinds, such as red gyro, black gyro, blood gyro, etc. The purple Jialong flying in the sky is a rare thunder gyro among Jialongs. It feeds on lightning, has a violent and cruel temperament, and likes promiscuity. This Jialong took a fancy to the treasure land of Thunder Mountain nearly 10,000 years ago, and took it for himself. Later, through promiscuity with the original fierce beasts of Thunder Mountain, it gave birth to a lot of offspring, which are thunder lizards. Now facing the challenge, the thunder gyro roared, and its offspring immediately rushed up and all rushed to the top of Thunder Mountain. A dragon and a phoenix confronted each other in the air, and a large number of thunder lizards were staring at the top of the mountain. As for Lin Ming, he hid far away. After accidentally realizing the state of returning to the original state, Lin Ming's ability to restrain his breath was no worse than that of an innate master. He hid behind a big rock, and was so far away that no one could find him. Seeing the thunder dragon in the air, Lin Ming felt complicated. He slowly realized a serious problem. If nothing unexpected happened, the thunder spirit of Thunder Mountain was on the thunder dragon. The thunder dragon had lived in Thunder Mountain for so many years. If there was a thunder spirit, how could it not find it? If it found it, how could it not absorb it? Although Lin Ming didn't have much hope for the thunder spirit, he still had some luck. To put it another way, even if he couldn't get it now, he might succeed when he had a higher level of cultivation. But now that he knew that the thunder spirit was most likely on the thunder dragon, his heart sank. It was simply a foolish dream to take the thunder spirit from this beast. Not to mention now, even if he cultivated to the initial stage of the innate, he might not have the ability to do so. In the air, the confrontation continued. The woman in red stood proudly on the back of the vermilion bird. The strong wind blowing in her face made her black hair flutter wantonly. In the sky around her, countless purple lightning flashed, but she was completely unmoved. The purple lightning also seemed to have a spirit, and avoided the woman in red. It seemed that there was an invisible force field around the woman in red, distorting the power of lightning. Haha, the UN magnetic force field. You specially practiced this to deal with this saint? In the sky, the thunder dragon suddenly spoke and spoke human words. The scene of a purple dragon speaking human words was really weird. Lin Ming was slightly startled, and then he remembered that it was not surprising that the holy beast could speak. The red-dressed woman looked at the thunder dragon and said slowly, the UN magnetic field is originally a set of top-level exercises. I can practice it naturally. It is not specially prepared for you. You don't have to feel good about yourself. Little girl, you are not old, but you are so arrogant. If you call the elders of your Shenhuang island, I might give you some face. But you? Haha. I can crush you to death with one claw. After the thunder dragon finished speaking, he laughed arrogantly. Lin Ming listened to it with a strange look on his face. This thunder dragon actually called this red-dressed woman with unfathomable cultivation, and who knows how many years of cultivation a little girl. Only this old monster who has lived for thousands or tens of thousands of years can have such an attitude. But Shenhuang Island? What kind of sect is that? There are masters like the red-dressed woman, and there are many more powerful elders in the sect. It is even better than the Seven Profound Valley. It may be a 4th grade sect, or even the legendary 5th grade sect. I don't know how far it is from here. Why have I never heard of it? Facing the shouting of the thunder dragon, the red-dressed woman remained calm, and did not look angry at all. She said, so you still refuse? Nonsense for a little bird that has not even grown its hair. You want half of my blood? How can I agree to such a ridiculous request? Then, we have to compete again. You are defeated. Do you really think that I dare not kill you because of Shenhuang Island? The thunder dragon roared, and thunder roared all over his body. Lin Ming heard it clearly from the side. A lot of information was revealed in the conversation between the dragon and the man. The mysterious woman wanted half of the dragon's blood for a little bird that has not even grown its hair. Could it be? Lin Ming looked at the Suzaku flying in the air with great momentum and flying through countless purple lightning. His expression was extremely wonderful. If nothing unexpected happened, the little bird that has not even grown its hair mentioned by the thunder dragon was this Suzaku. In other words, this Suzaku was not yet an adult. No wonder it was so much smaller than the thunder dragon. It has such momentum and strength before it reaches adulthood. With just one look, it scared away the flameboy clone of the head of Huokai. What will happen if it grows up? Lin Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly. No matter what genius or reviled or a human has, compared with these holy beasts, their talents are not worth mentioning. As long as the holy beasts eat and sleep, they will at least be innate when they grow up. With a little opportunity and practice, they are likely to break through the innate and reach a higher realm. If it is a real divine beast, such as the golden winged dapang and the real dragon, it goes without saying. After adulthood, its claws can break through the void and its tail can crush the stars. Even the great powers in the god realm can hardly reach such power. I don't know why the woman in red took half of the blood of the thunder dragon. What effect will it have on this young vermilion bird? Lin Ming was thinking, and the battle in the air had already begun. At some point, the woman in red had a sword in her hand. The blade was only 2 inches wide, but it was 4 feet long. It looked narrow and long. The hilt of the sword was an image of a phoenix spreading its wings and about to fly. It was red all over, as if stained with blood. Seeing this red sword, Lin Ming's eyes narrowed. He had never seen a sword of this level, but based on the powerful energy fluctuations it emitted, he guessed that this was definitely a treasure of the earth rank. As for whether it was a lower earth rank, a middle earth rank, or even a higher earth rank, he couldn't tell. The difference between earth rank and human rank was huge. Even Kinziya, the master of the 7th Zuanwu Palace, didn't have an earth rank treasure. This was a battle between 2 peerless masters. Lin Ming's eyes widened, not wanting to miss any details. You have to know that when the great master of the divine realm saw the battle between the true dragon and the golden winged dapang, he was moved and closed himself off for 60 years to create the peerless body movement golden peng breaking the void. Although he couldn't reach that level, it was very likely that he would be slightly inspired. The red-clothed woman shook her long sword, and a red flame emerged from the blade without any symptoms. At first, the flame was only a few feet long, but the moment the red-clothed woman raised her sword, the flame shot up into the sky. Her long black hair also broke free from the restraint of the headband and flew all over the sky. A huge column of fire rushed straight to Taiji Heaven, and the chaos in the sky was broken. Outside Taiji Heaven, the irritable fire energy continued to flow into the long sword from afar, forming a huge flame vortex. This flame vortex slowly rotated, and in the center of the vortex, it was a dark color, as if a piece of the sky was torn open, revealing a mysterious passage. Lei Jiao looked at this situation, and a solemn look appeared in his purple pupils. Under it, dozens of thunder lizards above the peak of the acquired realm roared together, and they opened their mouths one after another. Rows of thunderbolts flew into the sky. At the same time, a lightning supported a huge light net to cover the group of thunder lizards. This was obviously a thunder system protective shield. After those blue and purple lightning bolts flew into the air, Lei Jiao opened his mouth and sucked them all into his mouth. After sucking in so much thunder power, the purple lightning on Lei Jiao's body surged, and the lightning arc that was originally only as thick as a thigh had surged to the thickness of a bucket. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming understood in his heart. Originally, from Lei Jiao's tone, it seemed that the woman in red was defeated by Lei Jiao, and Lei Jiao let the woman in red go for the sake of Shenhuang Island. But now he knew that Lei Jiao barely defeated the woman in red with the help of his descendants. In a one-on-one fight, Lei Jiao was probably not the opponent of the woman in red. Realizing this, Lin Ming exhaled a breath of cold air. This woman in red was even more powerful than he had imagined. Lei Jiao was obviously an adult dragon. It was not surprising that the strength of such a sacred beast reached the innate extreme after adulthood, but even so, it had to rely on the power of its descendants to barely suppress the woman in red. The red flames burned fiercely, and the more they burned, the thicker they were. It had grown to 10 feet thick, like a pillar of fire that stretched straight to the sky, illuminating the entire sky. Faced with such a powerful attack, the Thunder Dragon did not hold back. It concentrated all the power of thunder in its two front claws, and a purple thunderball quickly formed. At first, the thunderball was only 10 feet in size, but in a blink of an eye, it was already dozens of feet in size, with a diameter exceeding the length of the Thunder Dragon itself. Lightning flashed around the purple thunderball, and the center of the thunderball had turned into pure black and purple, flashing a suffocating light. Without any symptoms, the 4-foot red sword was swung down, as if a red pillar of heaven had fallen down. This sword not only slashed at the Thunder Dragon, but also at the descendants of the Thunder Dragon. These descendants were the minions of the Thunder Dragon, and the woman in red certainly wanted to get rid of them as soon as possible. The Thunder Dragon roared and pushed forward with both claws. The huge purple electric ball hit the woman in red like a meteor. The huge pillar of fire and the thunderball collided with each other without any fancy moves. Boom. The terrifying explosion sounded like a crack in the clouds and rocks. The void seemed to be torn apart, and the entire Thunder Mountain was shaking. The blazing flames fell like countless meteorites, all hitting the lightning shield formed by dozens of thunder lizards. The entire power grid trembled violently, and some blue thunder lizards with only the peak of the acquired cultivation were shocked to spit blood, and were seriously injured. Lin Ming watched this scene from a distance, and his heart was extremely horrified. The aftermath alone had such power. How terrifying would it be if he faced it head-on? While he was amazed, he glanced at it inadvertently from the corner of his eye, and found that behind the group of thunder lizards that were scattered, there was a huge cave. The cave was completely made of and magnetic ore, and the cave entrance was 10 feet wide. An abrupt thought flashed in Lin Ming's mind. Could it be? This is the cave of the Thunder Dragon? Chapter 209, Dragon Cave. The cave at the top of Thunder Mountain can't belong to any other thunder lizard except the Thunder Dragon. The thunder lizards in Thunder Mountain are clearly divided into different levels. According to their strength, their territories are arranged from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain. The thunder power is the most abundant at the top of the mountain. Moreover, the highest point also symbolizes absolute power. How could a Thunder Dragon give up this position? Lin Ming's mind turned rapidly. The black-clothed warrior said that thunder lizards like to collect thunder-attributed treasures in caves, so that the thunder power in the cave will be particularly abundant. If that is really the Thunder Dragon's cave, what will be inside? Realizing this, Lin Ming's mind became hot. But when he saw the dozens of thunder lizards in front of the cave entrance, Lin Ming was frightened again. Any of these thunder lizards could take his life. Once discovered, he would die without a burial place. After a brief struggle between heaven and man in his heart, Lin Ming gritted his teeth and fought for wealth and honor. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If it weren't for the appearance of the woman in red, even if Lin Ming broke through the innate realm, he would not have the slightest chance to enter the cave of the Thunder Dragon. The path of martial arts is doomed to be full of dangers. Judging from Lin Ming's current qualifications, strength, and resources, it will not be a problem for him to cultivate to the innate extreme or even a higher realm in the future. But what about higher? Compared with those great masters in the divine domain, Lin Ming is very clear that there are countless geniuses in the Qianxue continent alone, and this universe probably has many worlds like the Qianxue continent, and the number of geniuses is incalculable. There are so many geniuses, some of whom are born in the 4th grade sects, 5th grade sects, 6th grade sects, and even sects or holy places in the divine domain. They have unimaginable resources. I'm afraid they were thrown into the medicine jars of natural materials and treasures as soon as they were born. All kinds of training and exercises are also the best. If they are in the divine domain holy land, the exercises they learn will not be worse than their own. In addition to these geniuses with good backgrounds, there are many geniuses who have experienced various adventures and opportunities. In their world, they are all the protagonists of biographical novels. There are so many people, but how many people have truly reached the pinnacle of martial arts? Lin Ming has never underestimated himself, but he has not been blindly arrogant. He knows that he still has a long way to go. His starting point is good, but whether he can reach the end is an unknown. The road of martial arts cultivation is to fight for life with heaven. He can't waste a moment of his time, and he can't miss any opportunity in front of him. Otherwise, when his lifespan becomes the reason for limiting his cultivation, he is forced to close the death gate and rely on the impact of the realm to extend his life. At that time, his martial arts road is probably close to the end. Lin Ming took a deep look at the fierce battle in the air, took out a set of grey clothes from the Zumi ring, and put them on. There is no snow on the top of Thunder Mountain, and there are grey magnetic ore everywhere. Wearing grey clothes is the least likely to attract attention. Relying on the state of returning to nature to restrain the breath of his whole body, Lin Ming flashed silently from behind the big rock like a grey civet cat, and his body was close to the ground, and quickly swept towards the cave of the Thunder Dragon. The battle in the air continued. No one noticed that a tiny human was approaching the cave on the top of the mountain. No one thought that he had the guts to enter the cave, to steal the treasures of thunder attributed heaven and earth. Lin Ming flew to the cliff, clung to the rock wall with both hands, and moved forward quickly like a gecko. He was still 3 or 4 miles away from the Thunder Dragon cave. Lin Ming's mental power was highly concentrated. This distance was already dangerous. If a wave of true energy aftermath from the battle in the air hit him, he would be dead. Although he was cautious, Lin Ming's speed did not slow down at all. Time was life. When the battle in the air was over, and the Thunder Dragon drove away the woman in red, and returned to the cave, Lin Ming would be dead. Fortunately, the woman in red was extremely strong. She relied on her own strength to fight the Thunder Dragon and its disciples. Lin Ming only took a few dozen breaths to pass the 3 or 4 li distance. Next, the most important thing was to enter the cave of the Thunder Dragon. However, less than 10 feet away from the cave entrance, there was a huge thunder lizard standing there. Its body was twice as big as the blue thunder lizard, and its skin was dark purple. The purple thunder lizard was equivalent to a fierce beast of an innate warrior. Lin Ming's eyelids twitched. It would only take a few breaths for such a creature to kill him. Lin Ming leaned against a large rock, staring at the dark cave entrance, his chest heaving violently. He was only 20 feet away from the cave, but these 20 feet became a natural moat. He glanced at the purple thunder lizard again. At this time, the beast was concentrating all its energy on the battle in the sky. The beast's perception was not sharp to begin with, and it had to distract itself to help the Thunder Dragon fight and protect other thunder lizards at the same time, so it could not notice Lin Ming, who had restrained his whole body aura. Boom. A huge red ball fell from the sky. The purple thunder lizard and several other lizards held up the lightning net together to resist the attack of the fireball. However, the attack of the red-dressed woman was too strong. Even though the purple thunder lizard tried its best, it was still shaken and vomited blood. Opportunity. Lin Ming's eyes flashed, and the golden peng-breaking void body technique was used. Under the cover of the explosion and fire, he flew into the cave like an arrow. The moment Lin Ming's figure just disappeared, the explosion stopped. The purple thunder lizard was hit and seriously injured. How could it pay attention to whether someone rushed into the cave just now? In. Lin Ming's mind echoed with this thought, and his heart beat like a drum. He flew in the cave without touching the ground. This cave was not as dark as imagined. The four walls of the cave were inlaid with night pearls, and some were lightning attributed luminous minerals, which illuminated the entire cave beautifully. Dragon is lustful and loves money, it's true. Looking at these treasures flashing with dreamy light, Lin Ming sighed in his heart. If these things were placed in the secular world, any one of them would be worth more than 10,000 taels of gold. In this cave, the lighting decorations alone are worth millions of gold. Of course, now, Lin Ming has no time to think about these things. He has increased his vigilance and walked carefully in the cave. The thunder power in the cave is so strong that it almost condenses into substance. If a thunder warrior practices in it, the training speed will definitely increase by 1,000 miles. Turning a corner, Lin Ming only felt a purple light in front of him. Thunder grass. Lin Ming looked at a half-human high thunder grass not far away. The grass leaves were dark purple. At the top of the grass stem, a fist-sized fruit was flashing a small arc of electricity. The color of the fruit was purple and black. 1,000-year thunder grass. Lin Ming breathed rapidly. According to the description of the Thunder Mountain booklet, this thing is at least 1,400 to 1,500 years old. If it is given to a thunder warrior, its value is inestimable. Lin Ming was not polite. He took out the top-grade treasure knife, infused it with the power of thunder, cut off the black and purple fruit with one knife, and put it directly into the zoomy ring. As for the rhizome of the grass, Lin Ming did not touch it, and left it to the thunder dragon to take good care of it. Maybe in the future, when he is stronger, he will come again. At that time, he will not have to be sneaky. After collecting the thunder grass, Lin Ming did not stop for a moment, and continued to move forward. The cave went down all the way, and extended into the belly of the mountain. Not long after, Lin Ming's vision suddenly became clear. There was a huge stone chamber in front of him. This stone chamber was 100 feet wide. After entering the stone chamber, Lin Ming took a breath of cold air. On the ground of the stone chamber, there were hundreds of thunder grass of various sizes planted, and the age of these thunder grasses was at least hundreds of years old. The others were all more than 1,000 years old. That is, Thunder Mountain has existed for 10,000 years, and the age of the Thunder Dragon is probably not less than 10,000 years. If it wants to plant thunder grass, wouldn't it be easy to plant 1,000-year-old thunder grass? After a closer look, Lin Ming found that most of these thunder grasses had been picked, leaving only bare grass stems. Only 30 or 40 plants were actually bearing fruit. So that's how it was. This thunder dragon treated this piece of thunder grass as its own vegetable field. It would take care of it a little bit at ordinary times, pick and eat it when it was ripe, season after season. This would not only increase the power of thunder in the cave, but also provide tonic food. What a great idea. Lin Ming was not polite either. He moved as fast as lightning, and picked all of them in a few breaths, leaving only grass stems on the ground. After putting 30 or 40 thunder grass fruits into the zoomy ring, Lin Ming felt a little unreal. More than 80% of these fruits were 1,000-year-old thunder grass. If it was outside the Thunder Mountain, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven to find a plant. But in the Thunder Dragon's cave, it was just like leeks, ready to be harvested by anyone. This is the advantage of a long life. Only with a long life can these 1,000-year-old spiritual medicines be cultivated. Otherwise, the age is not as long as the growth period of the medicine, and the medicine will die before it is ripe. Time is precious. After Lin Ming collected the thunder grass, he continued to move forward. After leaving this stone chamber, Lin Ming came to another stone chamber. This stone chamber was even larger than the previous one, a full 200 feet wide. Looking at the traces around the stone chamber, it was obvious that this stone chamber was not natural, but was excavated later. According to the depth estimation, it has already gone deep into the belly of Thunder Mountain, and there is enough space to excavate a large stone chamber. Such a spacious stone chamber is covered with all kinds of precious furs on the ground not far away. Sable skin, bear skin, tiger skin, leopard skin. Too much. These skins are fixed in the rocks. Obviously, this is a bed. This thunder dragon, it's too good to enjoy it. Lin Ming was a little speechless. The bedroom is 200 feet wide, and the big bed made of precious furs is almost the same size as a human. Lin Ming was about to leave when he suddenly discovered that above the big bed, there was a place with extremely rich thunder power. With an idea in his mind, Lin Ming flew over and lifted up a piece of white tiger skin. He saw that under the white tiger skin, there was a crystal clear gem emitting purple light embedded in the ground. The gem was the size of a fist. The most bizarre thing was that there was something sealed in the gem, and it seemed to be beating like a heart. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210, Treasure Stealing. There is no record of this thing in the Thunder Mountain brochure, but it must be something extraordinary, since it was placed under the bed by the Thunder Dragon. Lin Ming was not polite either. He pried up the purple stone and held it in his hand. He could feel that the stone was as soft as jade, not as cold as he imagined. What surprised Lin Ming even more was that the purple electric light flashing on the stone was also very gentle. You know, the power of thunder is usually violent and destructive. If ordinary warriors let it enter the body's meridians, they will often suffer serious injuries. But this ray of thunder power is gentle and pure, like a gentle and pure young girl, which is incredible. Lin Ming almost couldn't help wanting to absorb it immediately, but at this time, if he absorbed power from different sources in his body and couldn't merge it immediately, it would not only not increase his strength, but would affect the circulation of his true essence. Lin Ming had no choice but to put it into the Zumi ring. In just half an incense stick of time, there were 30 or 40 more thunder grass fruits in the Zumi ring, plus a piece of strange thunder ore. Lin Ming felt that there were treasures all over the ground waiting for him to pick up. Of course, this opportunity to pick up treasures was exchanged for his life. After leaving this bedroom, in front of Lin Ming, there was the last stone chamber left. This stone chamber was much smaller than the previous two stone chambers, only a few dozen feet in size. After entering this stone chamber, Lin Ming's eyes lit up instantly. In front of him, there was a bamboo about 10 feet tall, purple all over, dark and without luster. The lush bamboo leaves grew upward like sharp swords, and each bamboo leaf was 1 foot long. On the edge of the bamboo leaves, tiny purple arcs flashed. Lin Ming just approached and felt the hair on his body stand up. This was because the thunder electric field was too strong. Purple lightning divine bamboo. Lin Ming recognized the bamboo at a glance. At the edge of Thunder Mountain, Lin Ming and the black-clothed warriors discovered the 900-year-old red-purple electric bamboo. Through the information provided by the black-clothed warriors, Lin Ming determined that there was another adult purple electric bamboo in Thunder Mountain, and it turned out to be in this dragon cave. Sure enough, with such a good thing, how could this greedy dragon not take it into the cave? The 9,900-year-old purple electric bamboo is nearly 10 feet tall, which is the same height as the heavy mysterious soft silver spear. What if the purple electric bamboo is processed by some special means and used as a spear shaft? Lin Ming's breathing became rapid. The most difficult part of making a spear is the spear shaft. Ordinary wood is easily cut by swords, and metal has poor elasticity. As for the long forged purple black bullet iron or heavy mysterious soft silver, it is difficult to make a high level treasure due to its special processing process. The best material for the spear shaft is actually the sacred wood. For example, this purple electric bamboo. The purple lightning bamboo has enough elasticity, not to mention its toughness. The purple lightning bamboo is already hard to be damaged by swords and knives for 900 years, and even the masters of the initial stage of innateness find it difficult to destroy it for 9,000 years. Its only weakness is the place where its rhizomes are connected, and it can only be cut with the power of thunder. The quality of the material of a treasure weapon depends not only on the solidity of the material, but also on whether the material can be infused with true essence. The purple lightning bamboo is simply a natural container of true essence, especially the thunder attribute true essence. Injecting thunder attribute true essence into it not only makes it unobstructed, but also has an amplifying effect. Lin Ming's true essence contains thunder attribute, so using a gun made of purple lightning bamboo will definitely add wings to a tiger. Lin Ming licked his lips excitedly, drew out the human level top grade sword, infused it with thunder power, and slashed at the place where the rhizomes of the purple lightning bamboo are connected. However, this slash did not cut it open. Lin Ming was delighted. Even the weak point was so tough, let alone other places. Time was running out. Lin Ming put all his efforts into it. A thick arc of electricity flashed on his human grade top grade sword, and he slashed at the place where the roots of the purple electric bamboo were connected. This time, he finally cut a little. Lin Ming put away his sword and slashed again, slashing more than 10 times in a row, each time slashing on the original knife mark. The fierce collision of electric light illuminated the entire cave stone chamber flickering. Lin Ming's moves became faster and faster, and finally on the 22nd slash, he chopped down the entire purple electric bamboo. He put the purple electric bamboo into the zoomy ring, and Lin Ming dispersed his soul power to roughly explore it. After confirming that there were no other treasures, he unfolded his body skills, and quickly fled out of the cave. During the period of stealing treasures in the Jianalang cave, Lin Ming could always hear the fierce fighting sounds coming from the sky, and he could even faintly feel the vibration of the ground. It can be seen that the battle outside is still in a white-hot stage, otherwise Lin Ming would not dare to go so deep. If the sound of the battle subsided, Lin Ming would immediately flee from the Jianalang cave. Although treasures are good, they are not as important as life. Fortunately, the red-dressed woman was so powerful that she could fight against the entire Thunder Mountain alone. The Jianalang cave was less than 1,000 feet deep. Compared to when he entered, Lin Ming had no scruples and left at full speed. The 1,000-foot distance only took a dozen breaths. When he was near the cave entrance, Lin Ming's speed suddenly slowed down, and his aura was completely restrained. His soul power spread out like an octopus, exploring the situation outside the cave. When he checked, Lin Ming immediately took a breath of cold air. Outside the cave, there was blood everywhere. More than a dozen thunder lizards were lying on the ground, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and had no vitality. They were obviously shocked to death. As for the others, most of them were injured. 1/3 of the thunder lizards, who were originally fierce, died and more than half were injured. After exploring this scene, Lin Ming couldn't help swallowing his saliva. What kind of cultivation did this woman have? It was too terrifying. Although the Thunder Lizard army had been beaten badly, Lin Ming did not relax his vigilance at all. He carefully climbed on the rock wall at the entrance of the cave, waiting for some big noise in the air, so that he could take the opportunity to leave. The distance from the cave, entrance to the nearest bunker, was only 20 feet, but this distance was completely exposed to the vision of the Thunder Lizard. Lin Ming did not dare to take the risk. The battle in the sky was still in full swing. The Thunder Dragon had no upper hand and was beaten back. The red-clothed woman, however, became more and more courageous. Behind her, a huge phantom of a fire phoenix appeared faintly. The Taejishan fire energy twisted into 400s of feet long fire tornadoes, dancing around the red-clothed woman like a red dragon, straight through the sky and the earth. Seeing this devastating scene, Lin Ming's heart beat fiercely a few times. At this level of battle, the aftermath alone could kill him. The red-clothed woman swung her sword, and the 4 fire tornadoes gathered into one, forming a 1,000-foot long fire vortex, strangling the Thunder Dragon. The Thunder Dragon roared fiercely, with purple arcs of electricity wrapped around its body, and it actually crashed into the flame vortex with its body. Boom. The flame tornado was broken by the Thunder Dragon. The Thunder Dragon endured the burning pain all over its body and rushed towards the woman in red. Its speed was completely inconsistent with its huge body, as fast as purple lightning. The Thunder Dragon was determined to fight with the woman in red. The dragon was known for its strong physical strength, which was far beyond the reach of human warriors. The woman in red snorted coldly and shook her red long sword. only a shrill phoenix cry was heard, and a flaming phoenix rushed out of the blade and crashed directly into the thunder dragon. Seeing that there was a fierce collision, Lin Ming was making up his mind to take advantage of the collision, to rush to the nearest shelter, and then he would be safe. But at this moment, Lin Ming's face changed drastically. The flame tornado that was broken by the thunder dragon did not dissipate immediately, but fell straight from the air, and the place where it fell was exactly where Lin Ming was. Damn it. Lin Ming's face turned green. How could he be so unlucky? Although it was the aftermath of the fire tornado that had lost its true essence support, the aftermath alone was enough for him to bear. Without saying anything, Lin Ming turned around and fled to the thunder dragon cave. With the protection of the rock, he should not be affected. He would escape this disaster first. But just as Lin Ming had just started to use the golden peng breaking void body technique, he was shocked. The wind around him rolled up a powerful vortex and was continuously sucked into the fire tornado. And Lin Ming himself was also locked by a huge suction force, and his body flew into the air involuntarily. Oops. Lin Ming desperately urged the golden peng breaking void body technique, but the suction force was too great. He was in it, like a leaf in a storm, and even the wind state of mind that was usually invincible seemed pale and powerless. Even the wind tunnel at the 12th level of the 7 Mysterious Valley was nothing compared to this firestorm. Not only Lin Ming, but also the 7 or 8 blue thunder lizards nearby were swept into the air. They weighed tens of thousands of pounds and were as strong as the peak warriors of the acquired realm, but they could not resist the terrifying suction. Hearing the roar of the thunder lizards, Lin Ming cried out in his heart. It was over. He was entangled with these guys. Even if he was not burned to death by the flames, he would be crushed to death by these 7 or 8 giant beasts. Lin Ming decisively activated the power of the evil god. With the support of compressed true essence, Lin Ming used all his strength to activate the chaos true essence art, and the true essence protected his whole body. At the moment of life and death, he played all his cards. Just after doing all this, Lin Ming felt that his back hit something heavily, and his internal organs seemed to fall off, and a mouthful of blood spurted out directly. You know, Lin Ming's body has been strengthened by the trial of life and death, and his defense is amazing. But even so, he was hit and vomited blood, which shows how strong the suction is. Hoo hoo. Before Lin Ming could even look back to see what he had hit, he was engulfed by the terrifying storm caused by the vortex of flames. The surroundings were all red, and the terrifying temperature could melt steel instantly. Even the blue thunder lizard, which had reached the peak of the acquired strength, was burned and screamed. Lin Ming's clothes instantly turned to ashes, and his body was immersed in the sea of fire. The feeling of death was imminent. Chapter 211 Return with a full load. At that moment, Lin Ming suddenly calmed down. The pain from the burning sensation faded away, and the raging firestorm seemed to have stopped. He could even clearly sense the painful roar of the blue lizard beside him. Calm down. Calm down. Lin Ming's breathing became gentle, and his eyes closed. His body entered a state of ethereal martial intention, and his soul was peaceful. But at the same time, the true essence in his body was running wildly, and the evil god seed was beating and shrinking along with Lin Ming's heart. Fire essence. Lin Ming opened his eyes suddenly, and injected all the true essence in his body into the fire essence without reservation. With the thunder spirit, Lin Ming could withstand the frontal attack of the blue thunder lizard. Then with the fire essence, Lin Ming could also resist this blazing firestorm. A sesame-sized bit of fire essence became Lin Ming's life-saving straw. The firepower contained in the fire essence exploded. At the same time, the violent heat in the firestorm poured into Lin Ming's body like a tide, and the two energies collided violently in Lin Ming's body. This is the power of fire released by an extremely innate master, the true flame of the vermilion bird. And Lin Ming is just a peak bone forging warrior. Even with the fire essence, it is difficult to compete. The power of fire released by the evil god seed was completely suppressed from the beginning. Seeing that the firestorm was about to burn Lin Ming's meridians, at the critical moment, Lin Ming roared, and his pupils showed the amber color like a dragon. Roar. A deep and loud dragon roar came from Lin Ming's body. This sound did not come from Lin Ming's throat, but seemed to be a low roar from the collision of his bones. At that moment, behind Lin Ming, a virtual shadow of a blue dragon appeared, and a vast and majestic breath suddenly burst out. Lin Ming's true essence condensed into substance, and the blue light pierced the firestorm like a 1,000-foot-long sword. This blue color carries the meaning of eternal immortality. Although its momentum is far inferior to that of the firestorm, no matter how the flame devours, the blue true essence is not damaged or destroyed until the firestorm is completely defeated in Lin Ming's body. At the moment of life and death crisis, the blood of the blue dragon's reverse scale that has been integrated into Lin Ming's body finally awakened. At that moment, the thunder dragon that was attacking the woman in red in the air suddenly heard this dragon roar, and his body shook violently, and a sense of fear from the depths of his soul swept through his body. Real dragon? No. Impossible. How could there be a real dragon in Qianxue continent? Question mark? Before the thunder dragon had time to look back, the 4-foot blood sword of the woman in red had already pierced straight at him. In such a battle between masters, distraction is a taboo. Go to hell. The thunder dragon opened its bloody mouth and spit out a pure black thunderball to attack the woman in red. At the same time, the blood-colored long sword of the woman in red also pierced into the body of the thunder dragon. The flame storm swept Lin Ming and 7 or 8 blue thunder lizards and fell heavily on the ground of the Yuan-Si mine hundreds of feet away from the thunder dragon cave. Lin Ming was naked at this time, his body was charred in many places, his hair was burnt, and he was in a very miserable state. However, relying on the control of the fire spirit over the flames, coupled with the awakened blood of the reverse scale, Lin Ming forcibly protected the meridians of his whole body. Although he was still injured in the flame storm, it did not leave hidden injuries that would affect his future cultivation. As long as he took some time to recuperate, he would be able to recover. But the 7 or 8 thunder lizards were miserable. Those who were not injured could still barely hold on, while those who had already been seriously injured in the battle were directly burned all over their bodies and half dead after being caught in the flame vortex. As soon as Lin Ming landed, he immediately jumped up and turned around and ran. At this time, he had only one thought: to leave Thunder Mountain as fast as possible and run as far as he could. The thunder lizards that fell to the ground with him did not react at first. By the time they reacted, Lin Ming had already run 100 feet away. A dark blue thunder lizard roared and chased after Lin Ming. It vaguely remembered that this human was sucked in from the entrance of the ancestors' cave. Could it be that he had entered the ancestors' cave? Thinking of this, the dark blue thunder lizard was angry. Even the purple thunder lizard had no right to enter the ancestors' cave. A tiny human actually desecrated the holy land of their clan. Following the roar of the dark blue thunder lizard, the other thunder lizards also got up and chased after Lin Ming together. After all, they were high-level beasts with dragon blood, and their bodies were extremely strong. The aftermath of the attack of the innate master could not kill them. Lin Ming's body skills were fully opened. He now wished he had a pair of wings. However, even if he had the top-level Jinpeng Parksu body skills, his speed was still not as fast as the blue thunder lizard. From the peak of bone forging to the peak of acquired nature, the gap of 3 realms cannot be made up by relying on advanced body skills. Fortunately, the purple thunder lizard, which is equivalent to an innate warrior, was too strong and was not caught in the flame vortex. Otherwise Lin Ming might be dead now. 7 or 8 thunder lizards ran wildly in anger, especially the dark blue thunder lizard, whose strength is equivalent to that of a half-step acquired warrior. The speed of its running is as fast as lightning, which is completely inconsistent with its size. Boom boom boom. The ground of the Yuan magnetic mine was trampled and shattered by the dark blue thunder lizard running at high speed. It was wrapped in blue lightning and was nearly half as fast as Lin Ming. Seeing that he was about to be caught up, Lin Ming's mind was extremely calm. He remembered that there was a cliff not far away. If he flew into the sky rashly, it would easily attract the attention of the thunder dragon. Jumping off the cliff was the best choice. Crack. The dark blue thunder lizard that was chasing the closest opened its mouth and spit out a dark blue thunder. At the same time, Lin Ming had already seen the cliff, which was only a few dozen feet away. He leaped into the air, his body drew an arc in the air, and shot straight towards the cliff like an arrow. Boom. The blue thunderbolt hit Lin Ming accurately, but this blow also accelerated Lin Ming's forward charge. Lin Ming injured the numbness all over his body, raised another breath of true energy, and with the help of the wind state of mind, his speed reached the extreme. The 1,000-foot cliff was bottomless. Lin Ming flew out like a big bird and rushed straight to the bottom of the cliff. Roar, roar. After seeing the cliff, the 7 or 8 blue thunder lizards that were chasing stopped abruptly. They stood on the edge of the cliff, looking at the bottom of the cliff angrily, and roared. Thunder lizards can't fly, let alone the blue thunder lizards that are equivalent to the peak of the acquired warriors. Even the purple thunder lizards that are equivalent to the innate warriors can't fly unless their blood awakens and they become thunder dragons. Several thunder lizards were unwilling to spit out blue lightning towards the bottom of the cliff, but at this time Lin Ming had turned into a small black dot. Except for the lightning of the 2 dark blue thunder lizards, the other lightning missed. The speed of lightning was too fast, and Lin Ming was already injured. He was unable to dodge the 2 thunderbolts. Boom. A strong numbing feeling came. Even though Lin Ming had a thunder spirit in his body, he was severely injured and vomited blood after being hit repeatedly like this. The wind whistled in his ears. In just a few breaths, Lin Ming had fallen hundreds of feet. Gritting his teeth to suppress the injuries in his body, Lin Ming took a breath of true energy, stretched his arms horizontally, and an invisible force was generated under Lin Ming, and his body's falling speed suddenly slowed down. After several times, Lin Ming's speed had completely slowed down. He took out a set of clothes from the Zumi ring and put them on. With a wave of his hand, his body fell on the rock wall with the force, slid down all the way, and finally landed at the bottom of the cliff. Holding onto a tree at the bottom of the cliff, Lin Ming gasped for air. Although he had not experienced any fierce battle, the few breaths of time he had just resisted the firestorm had consumed most of his true energy. Recalling the aura of immortality contained in the blue true energy, Lin Ming was secretly shocked. Was it the power brought by the blood of the reverse scale? He looked up at the top of the cliff. This cliff was about 700 or 800 feet high. If a thunder lizard really jumped down from it, it would be smashed into a pulp. Not knowing the outcome of the battle between the thunder dragon and the woman in red, Lin Ming did not dare to stop to heal his wounds. He forcibly suppressed the surging blood in his body and turned to run down the mountain. He wanted to leave Thunder Mountain in one breath, run another 100 or 80 miles, change direction 7 or 8 times, and then find a pile of tall grass to hide in. He didn't believe that the Thunder Dragon would still find him. Thinking of the harvest and the Zumi ring, Lin Ming's mind became hot. That was the thunder treasure collected by the Thunder Dragon for tens of thousands of years. But he picked the peach so easily. If the Thunder Dragon knew, he would probably not be satisfied, even if he swallowed him alive. With the help of the Wind Realm, Lin Ming went down the mountain at a very fast speed. Because he was far away from the Thunder Dragon, he did not need to be low-key. He directly used his body skills and jumped dozens of feet away, which was almost the same as flying. In a blink of an eye, he passed the snowy mountain area and went down to the mountainside. There was no threat to Lin Ming here, but at this time, Lin Ming felt pain in his body. Oh no, the injury is flaring up. Lin Ming frowned. The lightning of the thunder lizard was nothing, but the flame of the vermilion bat was endless. It was suppressed by the King Qianxue essence before, but now it has rekindled. It feels like a wildfire that cannot be extinguished and will be revived by the spring breeze. If there was a fire spirit to support it, Lin Ming would not be surprised, but in fact, this flame that remained in his body had left the fire spirit, but it still had such a tenacious vitality, which was really shocking. In Lin Ming's current state, let alone trying to mobilize the King Qianxue essence, he could not mobilize much, even the ordinary true essence. I can't suppress it anymore, otherwise it might damage my meridians. Once the meridians are injured, it is difficult to regulate. If there is a hidden injury, it will become an obstacle for me to impact the condensed meridians realm. Lin Ming took out a pill from the Zumi ring and swallowed it. He decided to hold on until he left Thunder Mountain, and then immediately find a shady place to heal his wounds. After the wound healed, he began to devour the thunder power in the natural treasures. I wonder how much the thunder spirit in my body will be strengthened after swallowing these natural treasures. Chapter 212 The Injured Saint. At the foot of Thunder Mountain, in a natural cave, Lin Ming was meditating to heal his wounds. The remaining vermilion bird flame in his body was too difficult to deal with, and Lin Ming had to spend a lot of effort to barely suppress it. After swallowing a pill, Lin Ming used his soul power to explore his body, and those hidden injuries had almost recovered. Looking at the sky, the sun was about to set, and Lin Ming planned to escape from the range of Thunder Mountain overnight and find a secret place to refine the thunder-related treasures. The only pity was that the thunder spirit was not in his hands, which made Lin Ming feel a lot of regret. Carefully groping out of the cave, Lin Ming unfolded his body skills and shuttled through the forest like a cheetah. Hearing the sound of branches breaking, Lin Ming had run more than 10 miles away in a blink of an eye. The sun gradually set, and the already dim forest became pitch black, but this had no effect on Lin Ming at all. After running for more than 10 miles, Lin Ming suddenly stopped, and he keenly felt that there was an overly strong smell of fire in the air. Looking around, Lin Ming found that many of the dead branches and leaves on the ground were burnt, and the green leaves hanging on the trees also had small yellow spots, which were obviously burned by the fire. Following these signs of burning, Lin Ming found an obvious trace left by the flames, as if something on fire had passed through the forest. Lin Ming pondered for a moment, walked a few steps along the trace of the flames, and suddenly his eyes fixed. Blood. There was a pool of blood on the ground, and around the blood, the dead branches and leaves were burned. Lin Ming had a vague guess in his heart. He restrained his breath, released his soul power, and carefully followed the trace of the flames. After walking only 2 or 3 miles, his steps suddenly froze. He saw a big red bird crawling on the ground in a clearing in the forest. This bird was the Suzaku that Lin Ming had seen before. What surprised Lin Ming was that one of the Suzaku's wings was broken. Blood was constantly flowing out of the wound. The blood stains he had seen in the forest before were obviously left by the Suzaku. The Suzaku looked like it was dying. It was seriously injured. The flames on its body were not as strong as before. Instead, it looked like a candle in the wind. Behind the Suzaku, a woman in red leaned against a tree trunk. Her face was pale, her beautiful eyes were closed, and her long eyelashes were trembling slightly. Flames and lightning were wrapped around her body. The purple lightning flashed in the dark night, which was particularly bright. Obviously, she was seriously injured. Lin Ming's eyelids twitched slightly when he saw this scene. It was clear that before he left, the woman in red had been suppressing the Thunder Dragon. How could the situation be reversed, and she was so seriously injured? If she couldn't beat it, she could always get away. Even her mount, the Suzaku, had a wing broken. Did the Thunder Dragon use some trump card, or did other strong men arrive? Lin Ming looked at the woman in red. His face changed several times, and finally he decided to go back the same way. Even if such a strong person was seriously injured, it would not be difficult for him to kill him. Lin Ming did not want to hand his life over to others. Of course, he also thought that if he could help the woman in red to heal her wounds, he might be able to make her owe him a favor. The value of a favor from a congenital master can be imagined. But this was just a thought. Since the other party was a congenital master, the elixir he carried with him might be equal to his entire net worth if he took out a bottle at random. Did he still need to help her heal her wounds? Just when Lin Ming took a step back, the woman in red opened her eyes. Her dark eyes shone like stars in this black dress. Lin Ming paused and stood still. After hesitating for a while, he still respectfully called out, "Hello, senior. It's you." The woman in red had long felt that someone was approaching, but the other party's cultivation was not high, so she didn't care too much. Unexpectedly, it was the boy she met in Thunder Mountain. Meeting 3 times in a row, it's really fate. Do you know if there are any larger southern border tribes nearby? The red-dressed woman asked. Her voice was a little weak, but still revealed an innate nobility. Yes, it's 200 miles southwest. Lin Ming said truthfully. He guessed that when they were on the top of the mountain, the red-dressed woman had no time to care about a small figure like him, and it was impossible for her to know that he had looted the Jianalan cave, so he didn't worry that she coveted him. 200 miles. The red-dressed woman sighed lightly, and a trace of barely detectable bitterness flashed across her face. She didn't expect that one day, she, the saint of the Shenhuang Island, would be stumped by a mere 200 miles. Lin Ming noticed the bitterness of the red-dressed woman, and was slightly stunned. Then he understood that it was probably because the broken-winged vermilion bird was too seriously injured, while the red-dressed woman herself was not injured to the point of being unable to walk. He was very curious about how the red-dressed woman, who had always had the upper hand, suddenly got so seriously injured? Of course, this question could not be asked. Although he thought it was unlikely, Lin Ming still asked politely, "Senior, is there anything I can do for you?" The woman in red thought for a moment and said, "Does the tribe you mentioned have a divine wind eagle for sale?" Lin Ming shook his head and said, "It's just a small tribe. It doesn't have this, but it does have horses." As Lin Ming spoke, he looked at the Suzaku. Such a big bird, no horse could carry it away. Sure enough, the woman in red shook her head, and a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. She said softly, "Thank you." Then she stood up and leaned over to whisper something in Suzaku's ear. Suzaku opened his eyes, wailed a few times, and struggled to stand up. It used its wings to support its body, but because its left wing was broken, it lost its balance and almost fell to the ground. The woman in red showed reluctance and regret on her face. She stretched out her jade hand and pressed it against Suzaku's chest, and the flame essence was continuously input into Suzaku's body from a distance. As the red-dressed woman injected her true essence, Suzaku regained some of its spirit, but at the same time, the purple lightning flashing on her body became more and more numerous and stronger. As the purple electric snakes increased, the red-dressed woman's face became paler. Lin Ming saw it clearly from the side. This was obviously the lightning left by the thunder dragon, and the purple arc was emitted from the red-dressed woman's body. Before, the red-dressed woman had been using her true essence to suppress the lightning in her body, but it seemed to have no effect. Now she withdrew some of her true essence and injected it into Suzaku's body, and the lightning immediately became violent. The lightning that even the red-dressed woman could not suppress. Could it be? Lin Ming had a guess in his mind, and this guess made him breathe rapidly, and his heart beat like a drum. Seeing the red-dressed woman take a pill and walk to the southwest with a staggering Suzaku, Lin Ming opened his mouth and said, "Senior, can I see your injury?" The red-dressed woman turned her head and looked at Lin Ming in surprise. Although the young man in front of her was a little mysterious and his strength was far beyond his current cultivation, she did not think he had any chance of curing her injury. This was the last attack of the Thunder Dragon, and even she could only rely on her condensed true essence to barely suppress it. There was no other way. The woman in red never thought that she only wanted some blood from the Thunder Dragon to help the red bird complete its evolution. She also provided enough exchange conditions for this. It was not a serious matter, but the Thunder Dragon fought with her for it. Under the situation of the red-clothed woman's full suppression, the Thunder Dragon actually spit out the Thunder Spirit that it had been roasting for thousands of years as the last attack. If it was ordinary lightning, the red-clothed woman could kill it with her true essence, but this Thunder Spirit was endless and immortal. After entering her body, she could not do anything to it, even if she mobilized her whole body's true essence. If she relaxed a little, or transferred a little true essence, the Thunder Spirit would attack and destroy her body meridians. Because of this reason, she couldn't even fly now. If she wanted to eliminate the Thunder Spirit in her body, she had to go back to Shenhuang Island, but thinking that Shenhuang Island was a full 500,000 miles away from here, the red-clothed woman's heart was filled with bitterness. In her current state, she couldn't get there even if she died. In order to save himself, Suzaku rushed out of Thunder Mountain, and was also seriously injured. He barely managed to fly down the mountain, and his left wing was completely disabled. A person and a bird staying in the beast forest could easily attract some high-level beasts. It was not a problem for the woman in red to deal with them, but if there were too many of them, her injuries would be triggered due to excessive and frequent use of her true energy. The woman in red did not expect that she would end up in this situation. This was the worst possible situation. She said to Lin Ming, "Thank you, but no, you can't do anything about my injuries." She guessed that Lin Ming came from an extraordinary family in the secular world, and he probably had some healing medicine on him, but she had a lot of these things, and some better ones, but they all seemed pale and powerless in front of Lei Ling. Lin Ming had expected that the red-clothed woman would not believe him. He said, "Senior, I'm just taking a look. If I can't do anything, I will naturally give up." "Senior, you are injured like this now. Are you going to take the broken-winged vermilion bat to the human tribe? Or stay in the beast forest?" "I'm afraid neither of them is a solution. I told you, you can't do anything about my injury." The red-clothed woman's voice was a little impatient. As a woman who has been in a high position for a long time, she is not used to others questioning her, especially such an obvious thing. It's like a child saying to an old doctor with perfect medical skills, "Let me take your pulse to see if your illness can be cured." The old doctor will definitely think that the child is making fun of him. If he was not too young, the red-clothed woman would even suspect that he was taking this opportunity to have some improper thoughts. Lin Ming was also very unhappy when he saw the red-clothed woman's obvious impatience. She was asking for help after healing someone. If he didn't have other purposes, he would have wanted to turn around and leave. However, thinking about the possible healing, Lin Ming still said patiently, "Just take a look. If it doesn't work, forget it. You don't have anything to lose. You are a great master, at least in the Xiantian realm. Are you afraid of a small person like me in the bone tempering stage?" Chapter 213 Healing. The red-dressed woman frowned and looked at Lin Ming. She was born with innate dignity and pride. With her current cultivation and status, her dignity has been integrated into her bones. It is not that she is arrogant, but just a normal reaction of a person. Just like it is impossible to expect a queen to listen to a poor man, not to mention that what the poor man said was not reliable. Seeing that the red-dressed woman did not speak, Lin Ming took a few steps forward tentatively and said, "Senior, if possible, can I use my soul power to explore your injuries?" Hearing Lin Ming's words, the red-dressed woman's beautiful lock tightened. Soul power can penetrate most things, such as human body and clothes. If she removes the shield of her body's true essence and allows the other party's soul power to scan, her clothes are equivalent to being naked and can be easily seen. How could she agree to such a request? The red-dressed woman snorted coldly and turned away. With her identity and status, she would never come into contact with such a teenager. They are completely from two different worlds. If it were not for the special situation today, the two would not have said so much. Lin Ming saw the red-dressed woman turn around and walk away. His eyes rolled, and he shouted, "Senior, you were hit by the Thunder Dragon's Thunder Spirit, right?" The red-dressed woman froze and looked back at Lin Ming in surprise, sizing up the young man in front of her. Although she had known that Lin Ming was no ordinary person in the secular world, she had never expected that he had such a keen eye that he could guess what kind of injury she had suffered without even using his soul power to investigate her. "How did you figure that out?" "Guessed," Lin Ming said casually. Guessing accounted for most of it, but the restlessness of the thunder spirit in the evil god seed also made Lin Ming more confident in his guess. Seeing the red-dressed woman hesitate, Lin Ming continued, "How is it? Anyway, it's hard for you to suppress the thunder spirit in your body for a while, so why not let me try? It's a last-ditch effort. If it doesn't work, you won't lose anything." Hearing the phrase last-ditch effort, the red-dressed woman raised her eyebrows and an invisible pressure emanated from her. Lin Ming shrank his neck, knowing that he had said the wrong thing. He was like a mortal to the Empress in front of such a person. If a quack doctor told the Empress that he would try his best to save her, the outcome would be imaginable. He quickly said, "Sorry, I didn't choose my words. HMM." Seeing that Lin Ming did not feel any discomfort under her pressure, the red-clothed woman was a little surprised. As the saint of Shenhuang Island, she had the blood of the vermilion bird flowing in her body. If she was not restrained at ordinary times, she would emit a pressure that would make people who approach her feel uncomfortable. This was a suppression from the depths of her blood. It was really strange that this young man did not feel it at all. Could it be that his blood was also special? "How old are you?" the red-clothed woman asked. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment, but still answered truthfully, 16 in 1 month. He thought that this age combined with the peak of bone forging would surprise the red-clothed woman, but unexpectedly, the red-clothed woman only raised her eyelid slightly, looked at Lin Ming again, and did not say much. Lin Ming smiled bitterly in his heart. It seemed that he felt too good about himself. In the eyes of the red-clothed woman, his cultivation was only good, far from amazing. It was true. Qin Xingxuan was half a year younger than him, but he had reached the early stage of bone forging a month or two ago. When Qin Xingxuan was the same age as him, it would not be surprising for him to reach the peak of bone forging. The red-clothed woman said, "Okay, I'll let you see it once, but when you use your soul power, be more disciplined." The red-clothed woman's voice was extremely stern. She herself did not expect to agree to such an absurd request. A half-step Zuandan master actually asked her child in the bone forging stage to heal his injuries. It was really ridiculous. I know. Even if Lin Ming had the courage, he would not dare to use his soul power to scan randomly, otherwise the red-clothed woman in front of him might kill him in anger. Lin Ming walked in front of the red-clothed woman. At such a close distance, he could clearly smell a faint fragrance from the red-clothed woman. Although the fragrance was very pleasant, Lin Ming did not dare to breathe in, for fear that the red-clothed woman would suddenly go crazy. Can you sit down first? The red-clothed woman looked at Lin Ming and sat down as she was told. Although she felt that this young man had some secrets, she did not expect Lin Ming to help her with her injuries. When the Thunder Dragon attacked for the last time, it injected its own essence into the Thunder Spirit. In addition, the Thunder Dragon had been nourishing and refining the Thunder Spirit for thousands of years. It can be said that this Thunder Spirit already contained the original will of the Thunder Dragon. It was equivalent to an unconscious clone of the Thunder Dragon. Even a Thunder cultivator who had reached the Xianshan realm could not absorb such a Thunder Spirit. In addition, the Thunder Spirit itself was immortal. If he wanted to remove it without hurting himself, he had to ask the Zuandan stage elders in the sect. Lin Ming was not aware of the twists and turns here, otherwise he would probably consider whether to absorb this thing at the risk of exposing some secrets. If he aroused the interest of the red-clothed woman in him and was determined to explore the secrets of him, he would be doomed. Lin Ming extended his soul power into the body of the woman in red, but he carefully avoided any sensitive areas. Soon, he found the source of the thunder power, which was the heart of the woman in red. There was no doubt that it was where the Thunder Spirit was lurking. The heart is one of the weaknesses of human beings. It is very troublesome to deal with it when it lurks in the heart. Lin Ming penetrated his soul power into the heart and saw a purple little dragon roaring in the heart of the woman in red. Purple lightnings came out of it and continued to penetrate into the body of the woman in red. Is this the Thunder Spirit? Lin Ming clearly felt the excitement of the evil god seed in his body. It wanted to devour the Thunder Spirit. This Thunder Spirit seems to contain a violent soul, as if it has self-awareness. Is it the soul of the Thunder Spirit itself, or the soul of the Thunder Dragon? Lin Ming pondered for a moment. At this time, he discovered that there was a faint flame cage around the purple little dragon, which trapped it tightly. The Thunder Dragon kept attacking the flame cage, biting the flame fence of the cage, trying to tear it open. Obviously, the flame cage was the true essence seal of the woman in red. If it were not for this seal, I'm afraid that the Thunder Spirit would have rushed into the body of the woman in red and started to wreak havoc. Retracting his soul power, Lin Ming walked behind the woman in red, sat down cross-legged, and stretched out his hand to press against the back of the woman in red. This action made the red-dressed woman's body suddenly stiffen. No man had dared to touch her like this for many years. What are you doing? Lin Ming was puzzled and said, of course I'm sucking out the Thunder Spirit. My true essence happens to have some thunder attributes, so it is possible to absorb this Thunder Spirit. The red-dressed woman said unhappily, with your cultivation level, you want to absorb the Thunder Spirit? Even the most ordinary Thunder Spirit will break your meridians. What's more, this Thunder Spirit contains the original will of the Thunder Dragon, and Thunder Masters are powerless. Have you done enough? If you have, leave quickly. I don't have time to be with you. The red-dressed woman stopped talking here. She was shocked to find that the thunder power released by the purple little dragon in her heart seemed to be pulled by an invisible force to move to her back and then was sucked into the boy's palm. The boy's palm became extremely hot because of this, and there was a strange feeling when it was pressed against his back. The red-clothed woman's heart shuddered. Although it was only the power of thunder released by the Thunder Spirit, it was not so easy to absorb. How did this boy do it? At this time, something happened that surprised the red-clothed girl. She found that the Thunder Dragon in her heart began to become irritable and restless, as if something that frightened it was approaching. It stopped releasing the power of thunder and began to bite the flame cage desperately, trying to break out of the cage. Why is this happening? What is the soul of the Thunder Dragon afraid of? The red-clothed woman was stunned. Is it because of the boy behind her? The purple little Thunder Dragon struggled desperately, but there was always an invisible force locking it. This force was not strong, but it contained a huge pressure. This pressure not only acted on the soul of the Thunder Dragon, but also on the Thunder Spirit itself. The effect on the Thunder Dragon soul was, because the true dragon blood suppressed the Thunder Dragon bloodline. The effect on the Thunder Spirit itself was, because the evil god seed suppressed the Thunder Spirit. Under the double suppression, the Thunder Dragon began to fear. Lin Ming's true essence is indeed not worth mentioning compared to the Thunder Dragon, but some of the suppression has nothing to do with cultivation. It is a suppression that is close to the law and does not allow for resistance. Swish, swish, swish. The power of thunder was constantly drawn from the purple little Thunder Dragon. The Thunder Dragon became more and more uneasy and fearful. It desperately hit the flame cage, which also made the red-clothed woman bite her lips tightly, and her face became paler. Almost all of her true essence was used to maintain the flame cage, and her body was extremely weak. However, Lin Ming was not feeling well at this time. Although the blood of the true dragon and the seed of the evil god both had a suppressive effect on the Thunder Spirit, Lin Ming's own cultivation was too weak. It was like a child holding two peerless swords to fight a tiger. Although the absorbed thunder power only accounted for a tiny bit of the Thunder Spirit, it was extremely huge for Lin Ming, and he could hardly suppress it. Lin Ming cut off the soul power and moved his right hand away from the back of the woman in red. He gasped for breath. At this time, his right palm was already full of sweat. The woman in red turned around, and her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Ming without blinking. Her beautiful and peaceful face was full of disbelief. She never thought that this boy could draw the power of the Thunder Spirit and even shock the original consciousness of the Thunder Dragon left in the Thunder Spirit. This boy is only at the bone tempering stage. This is true. Of course, if the woman in red knew that the Thunder Dragon was suddenly distracted and seriously injured by her sword at the top of Thunder Mountain because the boy in front of her inexplicably let out a true dragon roar, she would probably be so shocked that she couldn't speak. In a few chapters, I will return to Cheyenne Country and start a new round of plots. If possible, please vote for support. Recommendation votes, monthly votes are all good. Thank you. Of course, the most important thing is subscription. Wuji is on the front page. Don't make my subscription performance look bad. Thank you everyone. Chapter 214 The Strange Boy. What's your name? Do you belong to a sect? The red-dressed woman looked at the sweaty Lin Ming, her beautiful eyes flickering, and her heart was unsettled. The young man in front of her was not afraid of the pressure brought by his own vermilion bad bloodline, and could even faintly shock the original consciousness of the Thunder Dragon. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Perhaps his physique, bloodline, or soul was special, and he might come from a mysterious family. Hearing the other party asking about his name and sect, Lin Ming paused for a moment, and was about to give out the pseudonym Lin. At this time, the red-dressed woman said, "If it's not convenient to say, then don't say it." Although the hesitation in Lin Ming's eyes was not very obvious, it was still discovered by the red-dressed woman. If it was some secret martial arts family with special bloodlines, they might not want to reveal their identities. I saw you climb up the snowy mountain area of Thunder Mountain before. Did you climb up alone? The red-dressed woman asked casually. Well, I said I'm a thunder warrior, so I have a strong resistance to thunder power, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to get that far. Lin Ming wiped the sweat off his face and laughed at himself. Oh. The red-clothed woman responded casually, but she was slightly surprised in her heart. Thunder lizards are not only good at thunder and lightning attacks, their weapons also have strong bodies. Even if they are immune to thunder and lightning, with only the peak of bone forging, they can't even think of coming to the snowy mountain area. This means that the boy in front of him is likely to have a strength far beyond the same level of warriors. Reaching the peak of bone forging before the age of 16 is nothing for geniuses from large sects and big families, but if you have reached the peak of bone forging, while having a strength far beyond the same level of warriors, it is surprising. There are not many such geniuses on Shenhuang Island. The two fell into a brief silence. Lin Ming sat cross-legged on the ground and began to suppress the violent thunder power in his body by practicing the Chaos True Essence art. This thunder spirit was indeed not so easy to absorb, not to mention that it also contained the original consciousness of the Thunder Dragon. Otherwise even the red-clothed woman herself would not be powerless. The true essence circulated in circles, and Lin Ming soon entered the ethereal martial spirit. The true essence in his body broke away from the control of Lin Ming's consciousness and began to operate spontaneously in a perfect route. His physical energy was recovering rapidly, and the originally violent thunder power was also completely subdued by the evil god seed. The red-clothed woman was originally going to sit in meditation to regulate her breath and imprison the thunder spirit in her body, but when she saw Lin Ming practicing, she couldn't take her eyes away. Martial spirit? She carefully observed for half an incense stick of time and made sure that she was not wrong. This young man had comprehended his own martial spirit. This made the red-clothed woman exhale a breath of cold air. She thought that the young man in the secular world was just a nobody, but he surprised her again and again. First, he suppressed the original consciousness of the Thunder Dragon, then the amazing contrast between his age and strength, and then the martial spirit he comprehended. You know, the red-clothed woman has cultivated to the extreme of innateness, half a foot into the Zuundan realm. At her level, there are not many things that can surprise her. Even some geniuses from large sects can only make her nod at most. But now, she met a young man from the secular world who looked harmless, but had so many amazing things. Just talking about martial spirit, there may not be one in tens of thousands of warriors. It is extremely precious. On the contrary, martial arts talent can be cultivated artificially. Parents are geniuses, and most of the children born are geniuses. After thousands or even thousands of years of development and accumulation, countless talents have been screened through layers. The strong enjoy more resources, and the weak are eliminated. The remaining characters are the elites among the elites, and the children of the elites are naturally elites. They are naturally gifted, and have been eating elixirs since childhood. They use Zinnian stones, as if they were free. They learn the best skills, and have the best masters. Such people are destined to step into the innate realm in the future. Ordinary people in the secular world can't touch their toes, even if they work hard all their lives. This is determined by the different starting points. However, no matter how talented these young people from the big sects are, and how they break through the bone forging stage and the vein condensation stage at the age of 15 or 16, they can't comprehend the martial spirit. This thing is something that can only be encountered but not sought. The martial spirit is related to the heart of the martial arts. The stronger the heart of the martial arts, the greater the chance of comprehending the martial spirit. However, for most geniuses in the sects, their lives are smooth sailing. The road under their feet has been paved by their parents long ago. How can the heart of the martial arts be strong? And those who have suffered hardships and have a bumpy road in life are mostly born with a shortage of resources, and even their own talents are not very good. They can't break through the vein condensation stage in their 20s. For such people, there is nothing to be afraid of even if they happen to comprehend the martial spirit. But the young man in front of him was so young, yet so powerful, and he had also comprehended a kind of martial spirit. He was simply a demon. Unconsciously, the red-clothed woman was full of curiosity about the young man in front of her. There were too many unusual things about this young man. Who was he? A quarter of an hour passed quietly. With the help of the ethereal martial spirit, Lin Ming quickly suppressed the restless thunder power in his body. He stood up and said, "We can go now. If I remember correctly, there is a cave not far ahead to hide. Let's go there. There are fierce beasts in the southern forest at night, and we can't rest well." Because a lot of the thunder power in her body was absorbed by Lin Ming, the red-clothed woman's condition was better. She took out a few elixirs and fed Zoop to eat. The man and the beast followed Lin Ming forward. "By the way, is the thunder dragon dead?" Lin Ming suddenly remembered this and asked. "It's not dead, but it's more seriously injured than me. Almost all of its descendants are dead," the red-clothed woman said casually. "Oh." Lin Ming exhaled lightly, thinking to himself that it was a good thing that he ran fast. Otherwise he would have been caught in the aftermath of the battle and died if he stayed on the top of the mountain. He did not think that his defense was better than that of the purple thunder lizard. "If he is not dead, we should be careful," Lin Ming said, letting the red-clothed woman walk in front while he followed behind to wipe off the traces of fire left by the vermilion bird. If this trace was not dealt with, it would be too obvious. The red-clothed woman watched Lin Ming do all this, slightly stunned. In terms of cultivation, she was far ahead of Lin Ming, but in terms of jungle experience and life-saving skills, She was not as good as Lin Ming. She usually flew in the sky and had never walked through the jungle. Along the way, Lin Ming was concerned about cleaning up the traces, and at the same time, he shot a blue-eyed roe deer. Since he went to Thunder Mountain, he had only eaten the dry food and water in the Zumi ring for several consecutive days, and the bird had already left his mouth. The two soon came to the cave that Lin Ming mentioned. The cave was extremely damp. Lin Ming built a fire, found some hay to lay down, and said to the woman in red, "I'm sorry to trouble you for a moment." Then, he took out a dagger and peeled the skin of the blue-eyed roe deer. Then he moved quickly, seemingly scratching the roe deer in a disorderly manner, but after a few breaths, Lin Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed and pulled out a bunch of white tendons from the roe deer, more than 10 in total. The woman in red's eyelids jumped when she saw this. It was obvious that Lin Ming's previous knife was not scratching randomly, but was removing the white tendons from the blue-eyed roe deer. Those white tendons were intertwined with each other, and some were connected like a net. It was definitely an extremely tedious task to remove them. But Lin Ming only took such a short time to complete it all, and none of the white tendons in his hand were broken, and the flesh on the tendons was also removed very cleanly. The woman in red was a little confused. To do this, she had to be very familiar with the body structure of the blue-eyed roe deer, and she had to undergo years of knife training. This was something that only a chef would do. What was going on? How could a talented warrior become a chef? And no matter how he looked at it, his knife skills had already reached the level of perfection. He must have been a chef for many years. Lin Ming noticed that the woman in red was staring blankly at the white tendons on his hand, and smiled as he explained, "Although the blue-eyed roe deer tastes good, there are too many tendons, which affect the taste, so they have to be removed." While Lin Ming was talking, his hands were not idle. He cut open the belly of the roe deer with a knife, and took out the internal organs. Then he cut around again, pulling out a bunch of bones with a crackling sound. Then Lin Ming took out a thick branch, put the roe deer on a rack, and grilled it on the fire. The woman in red then discovered that when Lin Ming was pulling out the tendons, the roe deer meat had been marked with neat and beautiful knife flowers, and the distance between each two cuts seemed to be measured with a ruler, very regular. Seeing this, her expression became more and more strange. Who was this young man? If she hadn't known Lin Ming's strength before, she would really think he was just a cook. After a quarter of an hour, the roe deer meat had gradually turned golden yellow. Drops of fat were baked out by the flames and ripped into the fire, making a squeak. As for the white tendons and bones, Lin Ming did not waste them. He took out a fire pot from the Zumi ring, put them all in, and put them on the fire to stew soup. The thick soup was boiling, and the aroma of roasted meat was wafting. Soon, the cave was filled with a fragrant smell. Even the red-dressed woman, who usually ate mainly vegetarian food, couldn't help but salivate at the smell. As for the big red bird, it became even more agitated, as if it had even forgotten the injury on its wings. Its pair of fiery red eyes stared at the roasted meat in Lin Ming's hand, as if it wanted to swallow it in one bite. Because of the scorching of the flames, the skin and flesh at the knife flower were all rolled up, which looked very appetizing. After being roasted for such a long time, the meat was not burnt at all, and remained golden yellow. Looking at the drops of glittering fat, the woman in red was even a little impatient. Of course, she had been carefully hiding her anxiety, and her expression was still calm. At this time, Lin Ming took out a bunch of bottles and jars from the Zumi ring. After opening them, they turned out to be salt and various seasonings, which were all bought in the southern Xinjiang tribe. At that time, Lin Ming met the Na sisters, just to buy salt from the tribe. Recommended new work by Yushu, The Three Kingdoms Chaos Magic Strategy, book number 2,532,249, chapter 215, Thunder Spirit Evolution. Seeing Lin Ming skillfully picking up various salt and seasonings and sprinkling them on the barbecue, more or less, with his own control, the red-dressed woman was completely speechless. Is he really a warrior? She had never seen any elder or genius disciple of any sect bring bottles and jars of seasonings when going out for training. This is probably more like a cook than a warrior. After a long wait, the red-dressed woman finally heard Lin Ming say the words she had been waiting for a long time. "It's done. You can eat it." The red-dressed woman nodded and asked immediately, "How do you eat this? You can't bite such a big blue-eyed roe deer with your mouth." Lin Ming was stunned for a moment, looking at the red-dressed woman with a strange look, as if he didn't understand why she asked such an idiotic question, but he still patiently answered, "Of course I bite it and eat it, this is for you." As he said that, he tore off a roe deer leg and handed it to the red-dressed woman. The woman in red was dumbfounded when she saw such a big leg of roe deer. She had never eaten such a thing before. How could she chew it with her hands? "Why, you don't like barbecue?" Lin Ming asked in confusion when he saw the woman in red not taking it. The woman in red didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She could only take the barbecue awkwardly. Just as she was about to try to take a bite, she found that Lin Ming was staring at her blankly. The woman in red blushed slightly. She turned around slightly, raised her sleeve to cover her mouth, and gently took a small bite. Lin Ming was speechless. Wouldn't it be tiring to eat like this? He didn't care about so much. He also tore off a thigh and bit it with big mouthfuls. The woman in red bit off a piece of roe deer meat that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Her lips and teeth were greasy and the fragrance remained in her mouth. At this time, she only had one feeling. It was delicious. It was really delicious. In fact, people who come from big sects rarely eat this kind of food. Most of what they eat is spiritual grains and spiritual vegetables. Spiritual grains and spiritual vegetables are planted in the sect's treasure land with abundant heaven and earth vitality. When they grow, they will constantly absorb the surrounding heaven and earth vitality, which is contained in the fruit. Long-term consumption of spiritual grains and spiritual vegetables is conducive to the improvement of cultivation and the accumulation of innate energy. As for barbecue and other secular foods, they are considered to be contaminated with acquired turbidity, and there is no benefit in eating them. So it was the first time for the woman in red to eat barbecue. "How does it taste?" Lin Ming, who had been eating dry food for several days, was enjoying it. He tore off a big mouthful of meat and asked vaguely. He was very confident in his cooking skills. "It smells good, but why do you cook?" The woman in red swallowed a small mouthful of meat and looked at Lin Ming in confusion. This young man was too mysterious. Lin Ming ate the barbecue and answered without raising his head, "My family runs a restaurant." "Ah." The woman in red choked. "What did you say? Open a restaurant? A restaurant? What's wrong?" Lin Ming raised his head and didn't think there was anything surprising about this. "Nothing, nothing." The red-dressed woman was a little confused. She originally thought that Lin Ming came from a martial arts family with a deep background, but opening a restaurant? Would a martial arts family open a restaurant? Could he be a complete mortal? A mortal who reached the peak of bone forging before the age of 16. How much talent must he have? At least the middle level of the 6th rank? A 6th rank talent, if placed in Shenhuang Island, is also a top level genius. If it happens to a mortal, the probability is pitifully small, and I'm afraid there won't be 1 in a billion people. If he is really a mortal, we can pull him into Shenhuang Island. Thinking of this, the red-dressed woman asked, "Who did you learn your skills from?" "Martial arts mansion." Lin Ming hesitated and answered. "Oh." After getting this answer, the red-dressed woman was slightly disappointed. So that's the case. In order to improve their strength, some sects will open martial arts mansions in various countries and select outstanding talents to enter the sect. This boy may have been selected. Maybe he is still a core disciple who is trained with emphasis. Otherwise, no matter how talented he is, it is impossible for him to reach the peak of bone forging before the age of 16. The soup is ready. Lin Ming felt that the time was almost up, so he took the soup pot down and opened the lid. A rich aroma wafted out. He filled a bowl with it and handed it to the woman in red. The woman in red lowered her head to blow away the hot air and took a sip gently. It was indeed fragrant and delicious. A blue-eyed roe deer can be roasted, and its bones can also be used to make soup. Eating too much roasted meat will make you sick, and having soup is refreshing. It's a perfect idea. Lin Ming also filled a bowl, and at this moment, the red bird that had been nestling in the corner cried a few times. Lin Ming turned his head and saw that the big bird looked at him pitifully, and its big red eyes turned around, staring at the roasted roe deer on the fire. Lin Ming smiled, took the roe deer and walked over He couldn't even eat one leg of the blue-eyed roe deer, which weighed over 100 kilograms. The rest was originally intended for Suzaku. However, seeing Suzaku's expression, Lin Ming had some bad thoughts. Big bird, I can give you the barbecue, but leave some feathers for me. Anyway, you can't fly for a while. Suzaku is a sacred beast of the phoenix family. Adult Suzaku can be reborn from the ashes. Although the young Suzaku doesn't have this ability, it can still be reborn with broken wings. Suzaku feathers are good for refining fire essence. At the beginning, Kaigu led the army to rush into the Blackwater swamp in order to find Suzaku feathers. Lin Ming didn't want to miss it. Although the Suzaku was young and couldn't speak, it understood what Lin Ming said. After hesitating for a while, it looked at the fragrant barbecue in Lin Ming's hand, and then looked at its beautiful feathers, and still gritted its teeth and nodded. The red-dressed woman watched from the side, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why didn't she realize that this Suzaku was so greedy before, even willing to sacrifice its precious feathers? These feathers were too cheap. Of course, it didn't matter if there were fewer feathers, they would grow back in the future. Under the Suzaku's wailing, Lin Ming plucked a bunch of feathers and put them into the sumaru ring with a smile on his face. Although Suzaku was heartbroken, the attraction of barbecue was too great, and he soon ate with great pleasure. Lin Ming thought of the feathers in the sumaru ring and found it funny. If Kaigu knew that he had exchanged a roasted roe deer for the Suzaku feathers that he couldn't find even with his army, he would be so angry that he would come back to life. Turning around and looking at the red-dressed woman, Lin Ming said, "You eat first. I have to go out for something. I will come back to heal you after a while. If it is convenient, can you leave a sound transmission mark?" The red-dressed woman had a thunder spirit on her body, and Lin Ming didn't want them to be separated. Yeah. The red-clothed woman could only count on Lin Ming now. She was used to relying on strength, but now her strength had dropped to the bottom. She was a little confused. If she hadn't met Lin Ming today, she could only shuttle through the jungle with the seriously injured Suzaku, without even a place to stay. The red-clothed woman left a sound transmission mark, and handed some sound transmission nodes to Lin Ming. This kind of sound transmission node was much larger than the one Lin Ming used before, and the sound transmission distance was thousands of miles. This made Lin Ming sigh that the big sects were different, which could be seen from the small sound transmission nodes. The sound transmission nodes he used before covered less than 100 miles and did not work outside Xianan City. Lin Ming avoided the red-clothed woman this time to absorb the thunder grass and strengthen the thunder spirit in the evil god seed. He was not afraid that the red-clothed woman would covet the thunder grass. This kind of thing would not be in her eyes. He just didn't want the red-clothed woman to guess that he had entered the Jianalan cave. The little thunder dragon in the red-clothed woman's body was too fierce. Although Lin Ming could intimidate it, he could not eat it. He planned to strengthen the thunder spirit in the evil god seed first, and come back to deal with it. After finding a hidden place, Lin Ming took out the 1,000-year-old thunder grass, and guided the thunder power to continuously inject it into the evil god seed. Time passed bit by bit. The flashing lightning on Lin Ming's hand slowly disappeared, and the fruit of the thunder grass also shriveled up. Lin Ming opened his eyes and looked at the thunder spirit. He was delighted. The power of the thunder spirit increased by another 10%. This 1,000-year-old thunder grass was different. It only took a quarter of an hour to absorb a 1,000-year-old thunder grass. By dawn, all the thunder grasses could be absorbed. Lin Ming slowly entered the ethereal martial spirit. Under the traction of the true essence, the thunder power spontaneously entered Lin Ming's meridians and operated according to the perfect route. Purple electric light kept flashing around Lin Ming, and the surrounding grass and trees were scorched. The length of the thunder spirit continued to grow, from less than an inch to the length of an adult's finger. The night was deep, the moon was in the sky, and the forest was filled with the chirping of insects and the roar of beasts. The place where Lin Ming was originally hidden. Occasionally, one or two fierce beasts wanted to attack Lin Ming, but they felt the violent thunder power wrapped around Lin Ming, and were deterred and ran away. Until dawn, as the last thunder grass dried up in Lin Ming's hand, the length of the thunder spirit in the evil god seed had grown to half a foot. At this moment, the evil god seed trembled violently, and the thunder spirit began to shrink in the strong purple light, and its length also shrank sharply. Finally, the thunder spirit turned into a small steel needle. The thunder spirit used to meander and swim like a purple snake, but now, the thunder spirit is as straight as a needle, quietly suspended in the evil god seed, and the purple light is restrained. It doesn't look like a thunder at all, but like a real object. Although it is small in shape, the cold light at the tip of the steel needle makes Lin Ming know that this small thing definitely has a fatal attack power. Lei Jiao can control the thunder spirit in his body to attack. Can I do the same? When Lin Ming thought of this, his soul power connected to the thunder spirit. With a thought, the steel needle that was originally quietly suspended in the evil god seed suddenly disappeared. The next moment, a barely visible blurry purple light popped out from Lin Ming's fingertips, penetrated into the tree opposite at an unimaginable speed, and returned to Lin Ming's body in an instant, as if nothing had happened. Purple thunder fire emerged from the needle hole without any warning, and the whole tree was burned to charcoal in just a moment. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming was stunned. The attack power of the thunder spirit exceeded his imagination, and the key was that the light was restrained, and the speed was extremely fast. People with poor perception could not see the attack trajectory of the thunder spirits at all. Can such an attack kill our Anglahua? Lin Ming thought of this enemy who almost killed him. After absorbing the thunder spirit in the red-clothed woman's body, it was time to go back and settle the account. Chapter 216, Magnetic Embryo. The sun gradually rose. Lin Ming, who had been sitting cross-legged and practicing all night, was full of energy. He stood up, but found that his clothes had been burned to ashes. The power of thunder flashed around Lin Ming all night. Ordinary cloth could not withstand the burning of thunder fire. Looking at the lightning spirit in the evil god seed like a steel needle, Lin Ming felt a sense of accomplishment. Thunder spirits and fire spirits are also divided into grades, but because their number is too small, ordinary people can't touch them at all, so the specific grade division is not clear. Lin Ming guessed that the lightning spirit in the evil god seed last night should have evolved, but he didn't know what grade it had evolved to. He took a new set of clothes from the Zumi ring and put them on. Lin Ming used his body skills to quickly shuttle through the forest and ran towards the cave where the woman in red was. At dawn, the woman in red opened her eyes after a night of meditation. Her condition was much better than last night. The lightning spirit was still lurking in her body, and she no longer attacked the flame cage as desperately as last night. Looking at the fire in front of her that was still burning with a small flame, the woman in red laughed at herself. If she hadn't met this strange boy, she would have suffered last night. She couldn't get out of the jungle, had no place to rest, and had to face the harassment of ferocious beasts and poisonous insects all night. Although her life would not be in danger, she would be exhausted the next day after tossing all night. It would be even more difficult to suppress the thunder spirit in her body. At this time, a slight sound of dead branches being stepped on came from outside the cave. The woman in red knew that the boy was back. It's just one night, and his strength seems to have improved a lot. The woman in red looked at Lin Ming in astonishment. Although he was still at the peak of bone forging, his aura was slightly different. The woman in red found that she could not see through Lin Ming more and more. This boy seemed to have countless mysteries. Are you feeling better? Let's start healing. Try to drive out the thunder spirit in your body in the next few days, Lin Ming said. Well, okay, I'll help you this time. The red-dressed woman said as she straightened her body. She didn't believe that Lin Ming could deal with the thunder spirit before, so she didn't call on her true essence to cooperate, causing Lin Ming's true essence to be quickly exhausted. Okay, Lin Ming was delighted. With the help of the red-dressed woman, he would save a lot of effort. Noticing Lin Ming's joy, the red-dressed woman's heart moved and asked, "Are you planning to absorb this thunder spirit and use it for yourself?" Lin Ming blinked, but still nodded. There was no way to hide this matter. The woman in red shook her head and said, "This thunder spirit is called Purple Dragon God Thunder. It was formed after the Thunder Dragon devoured ordinary thunder spirits and was roasted in its body for thousands of years. According to the grade, it is a lower earth grade thunder spirit. Lightning is one of the most violent energies in the world, especially thunder spirits. It will destroy everything close to it. It is difficult to subdue it for your own use. Only masters above the middle stage of the innate realm can barely absorb a lower earth grade thunder spirit, and it takes a lot of effort. Your strength is too weak, and it will burst your meridians. Lin Ming's heart sank after hearing this. He didn't expect this thunder spirit to be so powerful. Yes, he has the seed of the evil god in the blood of the true dragon that suppresses the dragon's original spirit, but he is not sure whether these two things can really suppress the purple dragon god thunder. This is like a child taking two peerless divine weapons to challenge a fierce beast. The outcome is unknown. The woman in red said, if it was an ordinary thunder spirit, it would be fine. This thunder spirit not only reached the lower level of the earth rank, but also contained the blood essence and original will of the thunder dragon. It is even more difficult to deal with. Otherwise, I would not be so miserable to be restrained by it. Lin Ming smiled bitterly. It was true. The woman in red was so powerful, but she could not do anything to this thunder spirit. Even with his help, the most she could do was to expel the thunder spirit. It was too difficult for him to absorb it. He suddenly remembered something and asked, the lower level of the earth rank thunder spirit is also very valuable to the innate warriors. Don't you want to get it? The woman in red shook her head and said, I'm a fire spirit body, born with pure fire essence. It is impossible for me to subdue the thunder spirit. As for giving it to others, it is indeed a good choice, but, in my current state, it is a problem to get it away. The thunder spirit cannot be placed in the Sumeru ring, otherwise the small world of the Sumeru ring will be blasted to pieces by it. Lin Ming exhaled a breath of cold air. He didn't expect the thunder spirit to be so powerful. It seems that he was too naive. Is there no other way? For example, seal the thunder spirit. The red-clothed woman said, if there is no original consciousness left by the thunder dragon, I can seal it, but now it is in my body, and I can't take care of myself, unless I can get the magnetic stone fetus that gave birth to the thunder spirit. Magnetic stone fetus? What is that? Lin Ming's heart moved. Could it be that? The red-clothed woman continued, the thunder spirit was naturally bred by the thunder key. When it was just born, it was wrapped in a piece of strange stone, and then slowly broke out of the stone. The original stone was the magnetic stone fetus that gave birth to the thunder spirit. Because they were born from the same source, the two can be perfectly integrated. As long as the thunder spirit enters the magnetic stone fetus, it will become docile. Lin Ming's heartbeat accelerated a bit after hearing this. What does the magnetic stone fetus look like? The red-clothed woman looked at Lin Ming in confusion and said, the magnetic stone fetus of each type of thunder spirit is different. I don't know what the magnetic stone fetus of the purple dragon divine thunder will look like. Lin Ming took a few deep breaths. He was extremely suspicious that the purple stone he found under the bed of the thunder dragon was the magnetic stone embryo. Although he had the magnetic stone embryo, he was still far from being able to absorb the thunder spirit. Unless the woman in red was willing to help him seal the thunder spirit, there was still a little hope. But could he trust her? The woman in red noticed the change in Lin Ming's expression and vaguely realized something. She asked tentatively, do you have a magnetic stone embryo? Lin Ming hesitated for a moment, but still took out the purple stone from the Sumeru ring. Is this it? The woman in red was completely stunned. Looking at the crystal clear gem that emitted purple light, and the magnetic stone embryo in the gem that was beating like a heart, she couldn't speak for a long time. It was just a tentative question. I didn't expect Lin Ming to really get the magnetic stone embryo. This thing would be in the dragon cave without any surprise. Did he enter the dragon cave once? Thinking of this, the red-clothed woman's eyes changed when she looked at Lin Ming. With only the cultivation level of the bone refining stage, he broke into the Jianalang cave. What kind of concept is this? It's simply audacious. And the most amazing thing is that he survived and took the Yuanxi stone embryo. She was greatly moved. This boy must have sneaked into the Jianalang cave while she was fighting with the thunder dragon. What kind of courage and spirit would it take to seize such an opportunity? In such a chaotic battlefield, there were many peak acquired, or even innate thunder lizards guarding the cave entrance. He was a bone refining stage warrior. Once his whereabouts were discovered, he would be killed instantly. How did he get in and out safely? Most of the geniuses in the big sects, when they were as old as this boy, probably had never left the sect and practiced under the guidance of their elders. But this boy in front of him had already gone to the top of Thunder Mountain alone and robbed the Jianalan cave. There was no comparison between the two. No wonder this boy was born a commoner. At the age of 15 or 16, he already had such cultivation and strength, and he also comprehended the martial spirit. Realizing that these red-dressed women no longer had to look at Lin Ming with the eyes of the juniors, she had a feeling in her heart that, as long as this young man did not die, he would sooner or later advance to the Xianshan, Zuandan, or even higher realms. The red-dressed woman exhaled lightly and said to Lin Ming, "You help me take out the Thunder Spirit, and I will help you seal the Thunder Spirit with the Yuan-Si Stone embryo. Even if you can't absorb the Thunder Spirit, you can take it away." Okay. Lin Ming believed what the red-dressed woman said. With her status and arrogance, she should not lie to him. Let's start. Lin Ming and the red-dressed woman sat cross-legged facing each other. First absorb the power that weakens the purple dragon god Thunder, just like you did yesterday. This time I will help you. If you take this Lingshan pill, you can greatly enhance your true energy in a short period of time. The red-dressed woman said, taking out a white pill from the Zumi ring and handing it to Lin Ming. She also took one herself. This pill is most effective for warriors in the body refining stage and the acquired stage, and the effect on the innate warriors is not very obvious. Lin Ming did not doubt anything and swallowed it directly. The pill entered Danshan and immediately turned into a hot current flowing through his limbs and bones. He immediately felt the true energy in his body rolling and full of power. This feeling of fullness of power made Lin Ming's blood boil, as if he had suddenly broken through a realm. It feels so wonderful. My meridians are all opened up. It's just like entering the condensation phase. Okay, hurry up. The effect of the spirit pill only lasts for half an hour. After that, you will be more tired, but it's normal. Let's start. Start? When Lin Ming heard the woman in red say this, he suddenly realized a serious problem. If he wanted to absorb the thunder power in the woman in red, he would naturally have to make some physical contact. The location of the purple dragon god Thunder happened to be in the heart of the woman in red, that is, the position of the left breast. Lin Ming couldn't help but look at the left breast of the woman in red. The thin red clothes and the plump and round jade peaks, such a perfect and charming curve, made Lin Ming's heart beat faster. The red-dressed woman then noticed Lin Ming's gaze. Thinking of the contact required to absorb the power of thunder, her body trembled noticeably. The left chest was naturally the closest to the heart. If you put your ear to it, you can clearly hear the heartbeat. As for the back of the heart, you can't hear it, no matter how hard you try. Thinking that the young man would press her chest in a while, the red-dressed woman's pretty face flushed. She whispered, "Do I have to touch my body?" Lin Ming nodded a little guilty. "If I want to absorb the purple dragon divine thunder, I'm afraid the back of the heart won't work." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217, Absorbing the Purple Dragon Divine Thunder. Although the Purple Dragon Divine Thunder was fierce, the replenishment of the heaven and earth's vitality was limited. How could it resist Lin Ming's taking medicine and using the UN magnetic stone fetus? After a quarter of an hour of tug-of-war, the Purple Dragon Divine Thunder finally used up its last strength and was grabbed by Lin Ming and stuffed into the UN magnetic stone fetus. Swish, swish, swish. The Purple Dragon Divine Thunder reluctantly sank into the UN magnetic stone fetus. Just like that, a purple little dragon appeared in the object, beating like a heart in the stone fetus. The red-clothed woman grabbed the UN magnetic stone fetus, formed seals with both hands, and attacked like the wind. A series of dazzling colorless runes fell on the UN magnetic stone fetus, completely sealing the entire stone fetus. Now, the Purple Dragon Divine Thunder could not come out. After sealing the Purple Dragon Divine Thunder, the red-clothed woman still felt unsatisfied. She also placed a seal around it to isolate the heaven and earth's vitality. After this seal fell, the Purple Dragon Divine Thunder could not absorb the heaven and earth's vitality. Obviously, the woman in red hated the Purple Dragon Divine Thunder. Not only did it make her suffer, but she was also seen naked by a young man, and even her breasts were touched all over. Lin Ming was secretly shocked when he watched from the side, thinking that women are indeed not easy to mess with. Even women who look elegant and noble on the surface will suffer the consequences if they are really messed with. Thinking of this, he turned around in a hurry to avoid angering the other party. There was a rustling sound of clothes being put on behind him. The woman in red would naturally have some clothes to change in her sumaru ring. Okay. As a slightly cold voice came, Lin Ming turned his head and saw the woman in red put her hands behind her head and let her long hair out of the collar of her clothes. The black and shiny hair was like a waterfall floating on her back, and the beautiful face of the woman in red, although cold at this time, was still slightly blushing, formed a beautiful picture. Lin Ming was a little absent-minded for a moment. The beauty of the woman in red, combined with her tranquility, nobility, and inviolable temperament, made people feel like they forgot to breathe. In the past, when I read biographical novels describing beauties, they said that they could captivate the whole city with a smile and make fish and geese fall in love with them. I always thought that no matter how beautiful a woman was, she could not captivate the whole country or make fish and geese fall in love with her. I thought it was just an exaggeration in biographical novels. Now, looking at this woman in red, I understand a little bit. If I could get the admiration of such a beauty, I'm afraid those emperors in the secular world would be willing to exchange their country for her. This is what is meant by loving beauty more than country. Thinking of this, Lin Ming activated the Chaos True Essence art and quickly suppressed the thoughts in his mind. His heart also became quiet and clear. As we said before, you helped me take out the purple dragon divine thunder, and I will help you absorb it. The woman in red said it very naturally. After changing her clothes, she regained her composure, as if nothing had happened just now. Lin Ming was very tactful, and didn't mention what happened just now. He said, "Thank you, senior." Since he met the woman in red, Lin Ming has always respectfully called her senior. The woman in red didn't think it was a big deal before, but this time, she felt that these two words were irritating. After so many embarrassing things happened, the other party actually called her senior. Doesn't that mean that she was touched by a child? The woman in red moved her eyelashes and said, "I'm 27 years old." It is a very stupid thing for a woman to report her age, but for some special reasons, the woman in red couldn't help but say her age. Lin Ming's eyes widened. 27? The woman in front of him was only 27 years old? He thought that, although she looked young, she was probably in her 40s or 50s. After all, when a warrior reaches the Xiantian stage, his lifespan increases again. 60 or 70 years old looks about the same as 20 years old. He didn't expect that she was only 27. With the highest level of Xiantian cultivation, she is only 27 years old. What kind of talent does she have? Seeing Lin Ming's shocked expression, the red-clothed woman finally felt a sense of accomplishment. She had been surprised these past few days, and finally she surprised the young man. In fact, when she was the same age as Lin Ming, the red-clothed woman's cultivation level was higher than Lin Ming's. She had an innate fire spirit body and the blood of the vermilion bird. Her martial arts talent was as high as the 7th rank, the best in the world. She condensed her meridians at the age of 15, acquired at the age of 17, innate at the age of 22, and innate at the age of 26. Now she has half a foot in the Zuandan realm, and it is only a matter of time before she breaks through. Lin Ming's peak bone forging at the age of 15 can only be considered good in the 4th and 5th rank sects, but if it is matched with Lin Ming's civilian status, it is extremely surprising. Lin Ming swallowed his saliva. He finally saw what a demon is. Compared with the top talents in these big sects, let alone the small 7 Profound Martial Palace, even the 7 Profound Valley can't compare. But why did she suddenly report her age? Could it be because the title of senior made her look old? With an age gap of 11 years, she could actually call her sister, but of course he couldn't call her that. So what should she call her? Lin Ming blinked and said, "My name is Lin Ming." There was nothing to hide about his real name, especially in front of such an extremely powerful innate person. The two of them were not from the same world at all. If it weren't for today's coincidence, they would not have met. The woman in red hesitated for a moment and said with her red lips, Mu Qianxue. Mu Qianxue. Lin Ming silently remembered this name. Maybe they would meet again as he grew stronger in the future. Miss Mu, I'll have to trouble you to absorb the thunder spirit. Okay, but I warn you again. Even if you have the Yuan-Si stone embryo, which can suppress the ferocity of the purple dragon god thunder to a certain extent, it will be difficult for you to absorb it. If you are not careful, your meridians will be broken. Have you thought it through? Although Mu Qianxue knew that Lin Ming had a special body, she still didn't believe that Lin Ming's body could withstand the thunder spirit, which was a force that only a mid-stage innate warrior could withstand. Lin Ming nodded and said, I've thought it through. Mu Qianxue sighed softly. She knew that people like Lin Ming who were determined in martial arts would usually do what they had decided on, and would not listen to advice. Well, let's help him this time. If his meridians are broken, give him a black jade meridian renewing pill, which can be considered as repaying his favor. Mu Qianxue thought so, and stopped trying to persuade him. As the saying goes, tendons and bones are easy to connect, but meridians are difficult to connect. For ordinary warriors, once the meridians in the body are broken, then all martial arts will be over. Black jade meridian renewing pills are one of the few elixirs that can reconnect meridians. Even in large sects, they are very precious. Mu Qianxue only has 2 pills. The 2 of them meditated and adjusted their breathing to the peak state. Mu Qianxue took the Yuan magnetic stone fetus, gently held it in the palm of her hand, and slightly unsealed a part of it. Lin Ming placed his hand on the Yuan magnetic stone fetus, and his whole body of true energy burst out. A powerful pulling force passed through the Yuan magnetic stone fetus and acted on the purple dragon divine thunder. At that moment, the purple dragon divine thunder felt the fear from the depths of its soul again. This power that frightened it suppressed it again and again, so that it could only exert 60% of its strength, and was forcibly pulled out of Mu Qianxue's body. Now, this power appeared again, and the purple dragon divine thunder was finally angry. It roared and pounced on Lin Ming. At this moment, a pure and huge flame essence fell from the sky, pressing on the purple dragon divine thunder like a mountain. The purple dragon divine thunder's body trembled violently, and the purple light dimmed a lot. This flame essence naturally came from Mu Qianxue. She had recovered to her peak state, and the power released was not something that this small purple dragon divine thunder could contend with. I can only help you at the beginning and try to weaken its power, but once the purple dragon divine thunder enters your body, it's up to you. If you can't hold on, tell me earlier, and I'll catch it out. Don't try to be stubborn. Mu Qianxue suppressed the power of the purple dragon divine thunder while speaking to Lin Ming. Although her tone was cold, she faintly revealed a sense of concern. Lin Ming looked at Mu Qianxue deeply, and a strange feeling surged in his heart. He nodded and said, I will. Okay, then you be careful. Mu Qianxue cast the last spell, and a flame chain wrapped around the purple dragon divine thunder, limiting its power to the minimum. Lin Ming grabbed the purple dragon divine thunder, and pressed it directly into his left chest heart area. Lin Ming's left chest was burned black. Mu Qianxue's heart jumped when she saw this. She didn't expect Lin Ming to be so decisive. Most warriors would always hesitate when faced with such a life and death moment, but he didn't even blink. Is he so confident? HMM. Lin Ming groaned, and his body trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. Although it was restricted by Mu Qianxue's flame chain, the power of the purple dragon divine thunder was still beyond his imagination. The violent thunder force rushed along his meridians. Lin Ming felt as if thousands of steel needles were piercing him, and the pain was piercing his heart. Lin Ming gritted his teeth and operated the chaos true essence art, but in front of this innate level of thunder force, his true energy collapsed at the touch of a button. It hurt so much. The meridians were filled with purple thunder, destroying Lin Ming's body. Lin Ming's face was pale, his body twitched, and the true energy in his body melted quickly like snow under the scorching sun. His body shook, and Lin Ming couldn't stand steadily, and was about to fall down. At this moment, he felt in a trance that he fell into a soft and warm embrace, and then a hand was on his back, and a warm true energy flowed into his body, nourishing his dilapidated body. Okay, don't be so stubborn. It's up to you to absorb the thunder spirit. I can only let you take a breath, but I can't help you. Mu Qianxue hugged Lin Ming and said with concern. "No, it's okay," Lin Ming said with difficulty. He was not stubborn, but he was sure of it. The purple dragon thunder was too strong. As soon as it entered his body, it exploded with a storm of attacks. His fragile body couldn't bear it at all. But the body couldn't bear it, but the evil god seed could. At the moment when the thunder spirit entered Lin Ming's heart, the evil god seed also launched an attack. Chapter 218 Controlling the Thunder Spirit. Such a powerful and delicious thunder spirit appeared in front of him, and the evil god seed hummed excitedly. Swoosh! The evil god seed took the initiative to attack for the first time, attacking the purple dragon god thunder like a venomous snake attacking its prey, and rushed directly into the body of the purple dragon god thunder. The purple dragon god thunder's body shook violently and began to roll and roar wildly, but no matter how the purple dragon god thunder struggled, it could not shake off the evil god seed. The surging thunder power surged around like a tide, and Lin Ming's body, which had been seriously injured for a long time, was once again baptized by violent energy. Fortunately, his meridians had been tempered by the chaos true Yuan Ju for a long time, and coupled with the long-term entry into the ethereal martial spirit, the true essence nourished the meridians with a perfect running route, and he was holding on without damage. Gritting his teeth, Lin Ming endured the severe pain from his meridians, and introduced the manic thunder power into the Yuan magnetic stone fetus. If it weren't for this Yuan magnetic stone fetus, his body would probably have been blown up. In this war, Lin Ming's advantage lies in the seed of the evil god that can naturally contain the power of thunder, the blood suppression of the true dragon blood, the help of Mu Qianxue and the Yuan magnetic stone fetus, while the advantage of the purple dragon divine thunder lies in its own strength. If it bursts out with all its power, Lin Ming's body will be as fragile as paper in front of it. Lin Ming's muscles are tense, and his shirt has turned into ashes due to the burning of the thunder fire twice. Large beads of sweat seep out of his muscular body. Mu Qianxue has been standing by, paying attention to Lin Ming, intending to take action immediately if Lin Ming encounters danger. However, what surprised her was that Lin Ming actually persisted. At the beginning, because he could not withstand the sudden attack of the purple dragon divine thunder, Lin Ming's meridians were almost broken, but now, he seems to have slowly found a way to deal with the purple dragon divine thunder, and the energy confrontation in his body began to stabilize. If the state can continue, he might really succeed. Mu Qianxue took a deep breath. This was the purple dragon divine thunder that only the innate strong could barely deal with. He, a warrior in the bone forging stage, actually swallowed it. What kind of concept is this? What is so special about his system? Mu Qianxue murmured to herself. Her heart was surging, thinking of Lin Ming's sudden roar like a dragon's roar. Even the blood in her body trembled. She has the blood of a holy beast. Could it be that Lin Ming has the blood of the legendary beast? Impossible. It can't be the blood of a beast. Mu Qianxue herself denied this guess. As the saint of Shenhuang Island, she has some understanding of the beast. The beast does not exist in the lower plane. Even in the upper world, the number of beasts is pitiful. Some kinds of beasts even have only one. However, no matter what, he has a peculiar system, but his system may not have awakened yet. Could it be the blood of the dragon? If that's the case, Mu Qianxue pursed her lips. Her heart was a little confused. Time passed by minute, and Lin Ming had been struggling to support himself. Although the evil god seed locked the purple dragon divine thunder, he had to bear the lightning that escaped. His true essence was gradually exhausted. Even if he activated the power of the evil god, it did not change anything. At this moment, Lin Ming suddenly felt his lips cool, as if he had touched something soft. He opened his eyes and saw Mu Qianxue's slender fingers pinching a blood essence pill and feeding it to his mouth. The soft and cold touch was the feeling of Mu Qianxue's fingers touching Lin Ming's lips. This blood essence pill came just in time. Lin Ming swallowed it in one gulp. The blood essence pill turned into a warm force that flowed throughout his body, nourishing the meridians that had been stretched to the limit. In Lin Ming's heart, the purple dragon divine thunder was constantly compressed, and the light of the evil god seed became stronger and stronger, until the purple dragon divine thunder shrank to an inch long. he suddenly heard a roar, and a blood-colored dragon rushed out of the body of the purple dragon Divine Thunder, and rushed towards Lin Ming's heart angrily. Is this the blood essence left by the Thunder Dragon in the Thunder Spirit? Lin Ming had just reacted when the sleeping magic cube suddenly woke up. An invisible force enveloped the blood essence and directly pulled it into the magic cube mark. The blood dragon rolled and struggled frantically, but in front of this powerful force, its struggle was useless. In just a moment, the blood dragon was pulled into the magic cube mark and completely disappeared, without even a wave. Lin Ming was a little stunned. He thought that it would take a lot of effort to subdue the blood essence of the Thunder Dragon, but it was so easy to deal with it. Without the support of the Thunder Dragon bloodline, the purple dragon Divine Thunder seemed to be instantly weakened. On the other hand, the evil god seed, because it swallowed a large amount of thunder power from the purple dragon Divine Thunder, became more and more courageous. Lin Ming's mind moved, and he began to try to control the purple thunder that was rushing through the meridians. But the purple thunder was manic and violent, and did not listen to his drive at all. After several consecutive failures, when the purple dragon god thunder was finally completely swallowed by the evil god seed, the purple thunder suddenly quieted down, and began to flow in the meridians according to Lin Ming's will. The purple dragon god thunder was finally under his control. Lin Ming was overjoyed. At this moment, he found that the steel needle thunder spirit that was originally quietly suspended in the evil god seed had a circle of purple lines on its surface. Looking closely, the circle of lines was a purple dragon with bared fangs and claws. The steel needle engraved with the Thunder Dragon. This is the latest form of Lin Ming's thunder spirit. Success. Finally success. All the hardship was not in vain. Lin Ming's mind relaxed all of a sudden. He felt dizzy and lost consciousness directly. Most people are prone to fainting when they suddenly relax after being overly nervous, not to mention that Lin Ming has experienced such a long period of inhuman torture, and the consumption of soul power and true essence has reached the limit. He is too tired. Mu Qianxue has been sitting behind Lin Ming. Seeing Lin Ming faint, she reached out to support his shoulders, and then slowly put him down to lie on the hay. Silently looking at the peaceful sleeping face of the young man in front of her, Mu Qianxue somehow remembered the scene of him focusing on grilling and stewing soup a day ago. Thinking of him using grilled meat to trick the feathers of the vermilion bird, a beautiful arc appeared at the corner of her mouth unconsciously. What kind of person is he? He seems to have countless mysteries. First, he climbed to the top of Thunder Mountain alone, rushed into the dragon cave, and got the magnetic stone embryo. Then, with the cultivation of the mere bone forging stage, he helped himself to expel the thunder spirit in his body. Now he has absorbed the purple dragon god thunder that even the innate masters have to be cautious of, and at such a young age, he can control thunder. Everything he did in the past few days sounded like a fairy tale. Even Mu Qianxue, who was used to seeing geniuses, ghosts, and eccentrics, could not help but have a strong curiosity about Lin Ming. If she didn't have something to do, she would want to quietly follow Lin Ming back to his country, to see his parents in the place where he grew up. Why do I have such a strange idea? Shaking her head, Mu Qianxue threw the idea out of her mind, took out a red cloak from the Zumi ring, and covered Lin Ming with it. Her movements were very gentle, fearing to disturb Lin Ming's rest. He's asleep. Should I explore the secrets of his body? This thought suddenly popped up in her mind, and Mu Qianxue herself was shocked. Letting the soul power penetrate into the other person's body is an extremely frivolous and bad behavior, because the soul power can easily penetrate clothes, which is equivalent to exposing the other person naked to her eyes. Of course, if the warrior is awake, he can easily use the true essence to form a layer of shielding on the surface of the body to prevent such peeping. But now, Lin Ming is lying here completely defenseless and has fallen into a deep sleep, so this protection is lifted and he is completely unconscious, and he will not know that someone is exploring him. How could I have such a shameful thought? If he knew, I would be too ashamed to see anyone. Mu Qianxue's pretty face flushed. This kind of behavior of taking advantage of someone's coma to explore someone's body was despised by others. A woman with a self-respecting status like her would never do it. However, her strong curiosity made this idea linger in Mu Qianxue's heart like a devil, and she couldn't get rid of it. When I expelled the thunder spirit before, His soul power also extended into my body. Just think of it as returning it. Mu Qianxue comforted herself and finally couldn't resist the temptation. With a red face, she extended her soul power into Lin Ming's body. Lin Ming's body was defenseless. Mu Qianxue first explored Lin Ming's heart. However, she didn't find anything except the thunder spirit of the purple dragon divine thunder. She did notice that there was a strange tattoo at the position of Lin Ming's heart, but this tattoo didn't seem to be anything special. After a fruitless exploration, Mu Qianxue swept it over. There was nothing strange in the internal organs. Just as she was about to consider whether to continue the exploration, Lin Ming's finger suddenly moved. Mu Qianxue was startled and quickly retracted her soul power, sitting upright. Awake so soon. Mu Qianxue found that Lin Ming only moved his fingers, but did not really wake up, so she breathed a sigh of relief. As for the behavior of exploring Lin Ming's body, she dared not do it again. She waited quietly, and a day passed. When Lin Ming woke up, it was already dark. He opened his eyes and saw Mu Qianxue lit a fire and was eating the remaining tendon soup from last night. You woke up. Mu Qianxue smiled. Well, how long have I slept? Lin Ming sat up and looked inside his body. Suddenly, he was shocked. His meridians were completely connected. The purple thunder that filled the meridians before and almost destroyed Lin Ming's body actually opened up his whole body meridians. The connection of meridians is the sign that a warrior has entered the condensation meridian stage. But how to open up the meridians is an extremely difficult thing, and it is also the bottleneck from the bone forging stage to the condensation meridian stage. Many warriors have been trapped for a lifetime because of this bottleneck. But for Lin Ming, this bottleneck no longer existed. In other words, as long as Lin Ming infused his meridians with true essence, he would immediately become a warrior at the condensation meridian stage. At this time, Mu Qianxue also noticed the changes in Lin Ming's body. Well, you broke through the condensation meridian stage. Chapter 219 The Power of the Purple Dragon Divine Thunder. Mu Qianxue was shocked. There was a bottleneck between the bone tempering stage and the vein condensation stage. Although this bottleneck was nothing for a top talent, it was normal to delay for a few months or even half a year. Don't underestimate the difference of these few months. If these months pass, Lin Ming will be 16 years old. There is a big difference between breaking through the vein condensation stage at the age of 15 and breaking through the vein condensation stage at the age of 16. Mu Qianxue reached the vein condensation stage at the age of 15, which was a first-class achievement in Shenhuang Island, but now Lin Ming has equaled her. Thinking of Lin Ming's civilian identity, Mu Qianxue's heart was in turmoil. What kind of monster is this? Compared with him, even his proud growth process was eclipsed. Lin Ming was also very excited. Not long ago, a warrior in the vein condensation stage was an unattainable existence for him. His goal at the beginning was to become a warrior in the vein condensation stage. Now, it has been achieved so quickly. Just as he was thinking about whether to circulate his true essence now and officially break through the condensed vein stage. At this moment, Mu Qianxue said, Lin Ming, you relied on the thunder power of the purple dragon divine thunder to open up your meridians this time, not on your own true essence. This is an accident. If you break through the condensed vein stage right now, it will lead to an unstable foundation. My opinion is that you should not break through the condensed vein stage so early and wait until the true essence of the bone forging stage accumulates to overflow naturally and flows into the meridian spontaneously. This will have the best effect. Lin Ming was startled and then nodded. Mu Qianxue was right. He broke through the Yijin stage and the bone forging stage before. The true essence overflowed naturally and broke through the realm spontaneously. Doing so would have the most solid foundation. Otherwise, it would be like forcing things to grow. Although your cultivation level would improve quickly, your foundation would be unstable. The higher you practice, the harder it would be. Seeing that Lin Ming followed his advice, Mu Qianxue nodded slightly without being arrogant or impatient. Mu Qianxue lowered her head and fiddled with the bonfire for a few times. She didn't know what to say for a moment. The flames rose up, and the firewood crackled. The soup on the fire was boiling, and waves of fragrance diffused out. However, smelling this still delicious soup, Mu Qianxue seemed to have lost the interest in tasting the soup yesterday. She understood that it was time to say goodbye. Her injury had healed, and she had done what she promised. This short encounter should also end. The atmosphere fell into silence unconsciously. The night was thick. There was only the sound of burning firewood and boiling soup in the cave. Suzaku also fell asleep beside him. After Mu Qianxue recovered to her peak strength, she injected a large amount of fire essence into Suzaku's body. At this time, Suzaku's wings had begun to recover. What are your plans? Looking at Lin Ming, who had been silent, Mu Qianxue spoke. Go back to my country. There are some things to deal with. Are you a disciple of Qixuan Valley? The nearest sect to this place is Qixuan Valley, so Mu Qianxue would have such a guess. I guess so. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment, or told the truth. Oh. Mu Qianxue actually wanted to ask Lin Ming if he was willing to join Shenhuang Island, but she didn't say it when the word came to her lips. It was really too much to let someone betray his master just because of a chance meeting. Moreover, the boy could achieve his current results, and the Seven Mysterious Valley must have invested a lot of resources. By the way, why did you take the blood of the dragon? Lin Ming suddenly remembered this question, which he had always wanted to ask. To make Hua evolve, Mu Qianxue said, pointing to Zyuk, who was sleeping soundly in the corner. Obviously, Hua was Zyuk's name. Hua is my natal sacred beast. I'm connected to it. Hua is about to reach adulthood. If he wants to evolve, he needs a Holy Spirit pill. To refine the Holy Spirit pill, he needs the blood of an adult sacred beast. I have no choice but to come to Thunder Mountain. In fact, I have brought enough generous exchange conditions, and some blood is not a big loss to Thunder Gyro, but Thunder Gyro is still unwilling to exchange, and finally fought. I didn't expect that the lifespan of this Thunder Gyro is less than 100 years. It fought so hard, which made me suffer a great loss. Mu Qianxue smiled bitterly when she said this. The sacred beast has its own pride, and it is indeed an insult to ask it to sell blood. Oh, then do you have to stay for a few more days to wait for Hua's injury to heal? Lin Ming lowered his head and also fiddled with firewood. Mu Qianxue was stunned for a moment. Actually, as long as she continued to input true energy, Zyuk's injury would be healed tomorrow. But when she was about to say this, she felt a strange feeling in her heart and changed her words. It may take 2 or 3 days. Well, then I'll wait for 2 or 3 days. It's just right for me to adjust my condition. Lin Ming smiled, and the dull atmosphere just now seemed to be swept away. Wait for me, I'll go hunt some wild rabbits, roe deer, etc. The soup left over from yesterday is not enough. Well, okay. Mu Qianxue was also in a much more relaxed mood. Zyuk, who was sleeping soundly beside him, had no idea that it had been sold by its owner for some reason, and it would continue to endure the pain in the next few days. However, even if it knew, it would be happy. After an hour, the aroma of barbecue wafted out. Zyuk's nostrils moved, and he raised his head in a daze. Seeing the golden barbecue on the bonfire, his eyes suddenly lit up. What pain! Feathers. In front of this delicious barbecue, all became clouds. Time passed quickly. Lin Ming went out hunting every day and came back to barbecue and make soup. On the morning of the second day, Lin Ming encountered a golden dragon beast in the forest. The golden dragon beast was dark golden in color and was 2 feet long. It was covered with scales and was invulnerable. Dragons were lustful and promiscuous. This golden dragon beast was the offspring of a dragon and a golden armored rhinoceros. It's actually the direct descendant of a thunder dragon. Lin Ming was slightly surprised when he saw this golden dragon beast. The thunder lizards of Thunder Mountain were powerful, but most of the thunder lizards were not the direct descendants of dragons. They were separated by several generations of blood relatives, so the dragon bloodline naturally faded. However, this golden dragon beast looked like it was born in the past 10 years, when the thunder dragon went out for promiscuity. It had rich dragon bloodline and its strength was equivalent to that of a peak warrior of condensed veins. You came at the perfect time. I just want to test the power of the purple dragon divine thunder. This is only around Thunder Mountain. If you leave this range, it is not easy to find a top grade beast equivalent to a peak condensed vein warrior. Lin Ming flicked his finger, and a steel needle wrapped with a purple dragon jumped out of his fingertips, spinning. This was the thunder spirit of the purple dragon, divine thunder. Although it contained extremely violent thunder power, from the outside, there was nothing unusual. The thunder power was highly compressed inside the steel needle, without any overflow. If it were not for a warrior with super soul power, he would not even be able to see that the steel needle in Lin Ming's hand was made of energy, and would think it was a real needle. This is the sign of high-level thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning incarnation. Energy and mass are originally thought of together. When energy is overcompressed, it will become substantial. The dark golden pupils of the golden dragon beast locked onto Lin Ming, and it was filled with murderous intent. With its dull perception, it did not take the steel needle in Lin Ming's hand seriously at all. It regarded Lin Ming as a delicious lunch. Raw. The golden dragon beast roared wildly, and pounced on Lin Ming. Its sharp claws pierced Lin Ming's throat, trying to tear Lin Ming to pieces. Lin Ming did not move, but flicked his finger. The coiling dragon steel needle instantly disappeared from Lin Ming's fingertips. A barely detectable light passed through the void without a single sound. In an instant, the light seemed to be distorted, and a thin purple line split the space in half. The coiling dragon steel needle sank into the mouth of the golden dragon beast, and came out from behind its body without bringing out a single drop of blood. The golden dragon beast's body shook violently, and its vision blurred. Lin Ming in front of it disappeared, and the golden dragon beast fell to the ground in a daze. Its body swayed, as if it did not understand the fleeting pain just now. It growled and was about to attack Lin Ming again. At this moment, purple electric snakes emerged from its mouth and the wounds on its back, crawling all over its body. The violent thunder power and the burning thunder fire made the golden dragon beast howl in pain. It struggled violently, but ultimately could not escape the fate of death. Slowly, it crawled on the ground, and was burned to charcoal by the thunder fire. Lin Ming exhaled lightly. Although he had expected it, the power of the purple dragon divine thunder was beyond his imagination. It was equivalent to a fierce beast of a peak condensed vein warrior, and it was killed with one blow. Of course, this was mainly related to the golden dragon beast's dull perception. It did not perceive the power of the Panlang steel needle at all. The power of the purple dragon god thunder is even greater than that of the thunder fire kill, and the key is that it does not consume much true essence. Unlike the thunder fire kill, which consumes 30% to 40% of my true essence after one attack, the fire essence in the evil god seed is far less powerful than the thunder spirit. The effect of using the thunder fire kill will not be very good. I will use the thunder fire kill when I get the fire essence of the Fire Kai tribe in the future. Lin Ming thought so, and shot a deer at random, and returned to the cave. Mu Qianxue also tried to barbecue with interest. Although Mu Qianxue had never cooked food, she could use her soul power to observe every part of the barbecue at all times. With such control, she also cooked it in a decent way, at least it would not be burnt. However, no matter how she cooked it, it could not taste like Lin Ming's. Hunting, barbecue, making fire and boiling soup, meditating and practicing in spare time, occasionally chatting with Mu Qianxue, and talking about new things. The days were plain and warm. In this way, it was the morning of the third day, when the vermilion bird spread its flaming wings to face the rising sun. Lin Ming knew that it was finally time to say goodbye. Is there anything you want me to do for you? Mu Qianxue had just washed her face and was looking at the rising sun, covering her eyes with her hands, and said faintly. Lin Ming wanted to shake his head, but suddenly remembered something and said, I want to kill someone. His strength is weaker than mine, but it won't be easy for me to kill him. Moreover, he stays in the mansion all the time, and there are people around him. If I kill him, it will be easy to leave evidence and be caught by others. Do you have any ideas? Chapter 220 Return to Xianan Kingdom. HMM. Mu Qianxue lowered her head and pondered for a while, then said, this is easy to do. All you need is an illusion barrier. After killing him, destroy the body and all traces. Mu Qianxue did not ask Lin Ming who he wanted to kill, or why he wanted to kill. To her, the people she liked were her friends, and the people she hated were her enemies. There was no distinction between good and evil. This is for you. Mu Qianxue took out a crystal clear purple bead from the Zumi ring. This is the dream bead. After it is activated, it will form an illusion barrier. Warriors below the innate level will not be able to walk out, and the people around will not know about it. It is equivalent to an independent space that isolates you and your enemy. All information is isolated, and the sound transmission note cannot be transmitted. You have enough time to kill him and deal with the scene. Lin Ming was delighted and took the purple bead. Just as he was about to put it into the Zumi ring, he thought for a while and said, "This dream bead is very expensive, right?" Mu Qianxue laughed when she heard it. The sunlight sprinkled on her beautiful face like a dancing light elf. Stunning. "Just think of it as a gift from me, but you have to be careful. The dream barrier won't help you kill people. It all depends on you." Seeing Mu Qianxue's beauty, Lin Ming was distracted for a moment. He exhaled lightly, suppressed the charming thoughts in his heart, nodded and said, "Well, I'm sure. I believe you won't do anything you're not sure of. You've absorbed the thunder spirits that I thought were impossible before." Mu Qianxue smiled. Neither of them mentioned parting. After they had breakfast, Lin Ming went out hunting as usual, but when he stepped out of the cave, he had a premonition that when he came back again, it might be a farewell. "You're gone. Don't you want to leave?" Mu Qianxue smiled and touched Suzaku's head, but Suzaku had a reluctant expression on his face. Mu Qianxue said unhappily, "You are so useless. You can be bribed by a few barbecues." Zuke blinked his eyes, looking aggrieved. He was born on Shenhuang Island, eating jade flowers and tender bamboo, drinking spring morning dew. These things that are not contaminated by the worldly turbidity sound good, but they are bland and tasteless after eating for so many years. "Okay, we should go. There are still many things to do. Next time if you are hungry, I will take you out to eat some game." Mu Qianxue said, tapping her toes lightly, and the whole person floated up and landed lightly on Zuke's back. Zuke walked out of the cave, and Mu Qianxue looked back faintly. The bonfire in the cave had been extinguished, and the fire pot was hung on the simple branches. The soup in the pot was still warm. Next to it was neatly laid hay. This was the bed she slept on for 3 days. Such a simple arrangement, somehow, left Mu Qianxue with a faint sense of warmth, making her a little nostalgic and unwilling to leave. With a sigh, Mu Qianxue took out a pair of small porcelain bottles from the Zumi ring, and then a jade slip, and wrote something on it with his soul power. With a flick of his jade finger, the porcelain bottles in the jade slip flew to a flat rock in the cave, as if they had wings. Suppressing the strange feeling in his heart, Mu Qianxue gently patted Suzaku's head and said, "Let's go, Hua." Suzaku uttered a clear song, and flapped its wings to fly away. The wind whistled in his ears, and Suzaku's speed was getting faster and faster. Mu Qianxue couldn't help but look back again. The mountain wall where the cave was located had shrunk to a palm-sized ball, and it was about to disappear from his sight. "Maybe we will meet again, if we are destined." When Lin Ming came back with the prey, he saw the empty cave. The familiar red-dressed lady was gone, and Suzaku also flew away, leaving only a few beautiful fiery red feathers, and next to the feathers were 2 porcelain bottles and a jade slip. Sighing somewhat sadly, Lin Ming was not surprised. He had long guessed that there would be such a farewell, but when it really came to this moment, he still felt an inexplicable melancholy in his heart. Putting down the prey casually, Lin Ming walked to the rock and sat down. He picked up the red feathers and stroked them for a while, then carefully put them into the Zumi ring. Then, Lin Ming picked up the porcelain bottle and the jade slip. The porcelain bottle was as warm as jade, with a faint fragrance left by Mu Qianxue. The soul power sank into the jade slip, which contained a simple text. Although it's a bit impolite, but after thinking about it, it's better to leave without saying goodbye. "Thank you for taking out the purple dragon divine thunder for me. I left 2 bottles of elixirs for you. I originally wanted to leave the elixir that can directly improve my cultivation, but I feel that it is safer to rely on oneself for cultivation and accumulate bit by bit. So I left a bottle of condensation spirit pill to increase the speed of cultivation. There are a total of 20 pills. It will be best when you reach the condensation vein stage. The other bottle is the spirit god pill. There are only 3 pills. It can be used by warriors below the innate stage. It can temporarily improve the warrior's cultivation and exert combat power beyond the limit. If you encounter sudden danger, taking the spirit god pill can help you escape. I'm on Qianxue Island. See you again if we are lucky. Mu Qianxue. After putting the jade slips and elixirs into the Sumeru ring, Lin Ming sighed lightly. These past few days seemed like a dream. Now that he had woken up, it was time to end it. He still had a lot of things to do. He wanted to take back the immortal holy fire in the Huokai tribe, but the Huokai chief was too powerful. He had chased him with only a flame clone, and left him no way to escape. Now, even if he had the purple dragon divine thunder, he was not sure he could kill him. Moreover, even if he killed the Huokai chief, it would not be easy to absorb the fire essence of the immortal holy fire with his current strength, so he could only let it go for the time being. Then, the first thing to do was to return to Xianan Kingdom and kill Ouyang. If he had not learned the thunder fire kill by accident and obtained a thunderbolt evil fire pearl, Lin Ming might have been killed by Huo Gong now. This revenge must be avenged. Ouyang's cultivation is only in the middle stage of condensation veins, but his uncle is the elder of the 7 mysterious valleys. The skills he has learned and the treasures he possesses are far superior to those of ordinary warriors. His comprehensive strength is at least equivalent to that of a warrior at the peak of condensation veins, and he is on par with Kaigu. With this cultivation level, it is not difficult for me to kill him. When the vegetation was still lush in southern Xinjiang, Xianan City had already entered the depths of winter. The cold wind of the coldest days of winter blew in gusts, as if it was going to drill into people's bones. The tree trunks had long been bare, and the snow piled up on the streets was already up to the ankles. There were few pedestrians on the road, and the hawkers that were usually seen everywhere were nowhere to be seen. The once bustling streets were now quiet, with only the occasional barking of dogs and the rustling of newly posted window paper in the cold wind. In Xianan City, every family lit a fire. The slightly richer families sat around on the kang and ate dog meat hot pot. The poorer ones would also cook a pot of ginger soup to warm their families' stomachs. After all, it was the capital of Xianan country, and the people's lives were relatively affluent. It was rare for them to starve or freeze to death during the new year. In the snowy Xianan city, in a large courtyard in the southwest corner, there was a waterside pavilion, which was decorated exquisitely and luxuriously. In this season, the lake should have frozen long ago, but there was a small magic circle at the bottom of the lake, which extracted geothermal heat to keep the lake water at the most suitable temperature at all times. There were even a few water lilies planted on the lake. Although they did not bloom, the leaves of the water lilies were still green. In this season, green was really a luxurious color. On the waterside pavilion, 2 men in luxurious clothes sat face to face. Sable fur brocade, silk jacket, deerskin boots, purple gold stove. On the sandalwood table in front of the 2 people, there are 3 plates of exquisite snacks, a pot of aged wine, and even lychees and grapes that are rare in this season. All of this shows the wealth of the owner of this place. One of these 2 people is Ouyang, the new 7th mysterious envoy of Xianan Kingdom, and the other is Zhang Fengchen, the head of the Zhang family of the United Chamber of Commerce and the biological father of Zhang Guanyu. When Zhang Guanyu was deposed, Zhang Fengchen regarded Lin Ming as an enemy. However, Lin Ming is powerful, his position is stable, and he has the support of the 7th mysterious palace and the prince. Zhang Fengchen knows very well that it is impossible for him to deal with Lin Ming with his power. Ouyang looked at the scenery outside the building, drank a glass of wine silently, and whispered, "No news yet?" Zhang Fengchen sighed and shook his head slightly. Southern Xinjiang is 100,000 miles deep, and the terrain is complex, with forests, swamps, mountains, grasslands, ferocious beasts, and countless tribes of all sizes. Finding a person based on a portrait is like looking for a needle in a haystack. A month and a half ago, Lin Ming and the pyrotechnics disappeared in southern Xinjiang at the same time, and the 2 divine wind eagles also disappeared. After Ouyang learned the news, he was a little uneasy. He began to investigate, but although his status was transcendent, the manpower he could mobilize was very limited, so he borrowed the power of the United Chamber of Commerce to investigate secretly. In Ouyang's view, it was a sure thing for the half-step postnatal pyrotechnics to kill Lin Ming, and there should be no accidents. but the pyrotechnics disappeared, and our Angdahu originally thought that Qinzia had secretly taken action, but half a month ago, Qinzia came back, and was obviously unaware of Lin Ming's disappearance. Seeing that Qinzia was unaware, Bao Angdahu felt relieved. He deduced the situation at that time. No matter what, Lin Ming would definitely die. So the key was, where did Huagang go? Did he die in an accident in southern Xinjiang? Or did he find out some shocking secret of Lin Ming after killing him, and absconded with that secret? Gao Angdahu didn't care much about these two possibilities. What he was most worried about was that Lin Ming was not dead, but lurking in the dark like a venomous snake. Then he would be in danger. Lin Ming's growth rate was shocking. Maybe within a few years, his strength would surpass his own. Seeing Ao Angdahu's uncertain expression, Zhang Fengxian said tentatively, Sir Ao, why don't we do as we said before, and attack Lin Ming's family? This should force him to come out. If he doesn't come out, it means he is already dead. What do you think, sir? Zhang Fengxian had long wanted to attack Lin Ming's family, otherwise it would be difficult to resolve the hatred in his heart. However, he didn't know that as early as when he and our Angdahu were talking, an invisible barrier had already enveloped them, completely isolating them from the outside world. Chapter 221 Let you struggle in despair. Action against the Lin family. Ao Angdahu hesitated for a while. He had actually wanted to use this method to force Lin Ming to show up, but he was worried about Qinzia. Now, Qinzia had been looking for Lin Ming for the assessment competition of the main sect. Maybe he had already suspected him, but he had no evidence. If we attack the Lin family at this time, Qinzia will easily find out the clues. Zhang Fengxian saw Ao Angdahu was hesitating, and said, I know what Lord Ao Ang is worried about. I will join the Chamber of Commerce to do this. I will use legitimate means to suppress the Lin family's family business. I have investigated that the Lin family has thousands of people, only 2 manors, and a few hundred acres of land. The rest of the family business has to rely on daily expenses. If I cut off the Lin family's family business, the Lin family will fall apart. I think that it is normal business competition, and Lord Qin can't say anything. Wait for the Lin family to decline, and Lin Ming's parents will no longer have anyone to protect them. Then we can secretly capture them, and it will not provoke much backlash. What do you think, Lord Ao Ang? Ao Angdahu nodded. It is indeed a good method to suppress the Lin family with legitimate means, and Qinzia can't find any fault. The Lin family's business is not small, but in front of the United Chamber of Commerce with hundreds of years of history, it is not worth mentioning. Okay, let's do it. Be drastic. I want the Lin family to be destroyed. I want to see where this little beast has died. If he dares to show up, I will kill him. If he doesn't show up, I will let him watch the family fall with his own eyes, and his parents will become beggars on the street, competing with dogs for food. Ao Angdahu said these words coldly, with a sinister light flashing in her eyes. Zhang Fengxian chuckled, and suddenly thought of something. He poured a glass of wine for Ao Angdahu and said, Don't worry, Lord Ao Ang. I will step by step drive the Lin family into a dead end and force them to sell their daughter to my human procurement agency. The Lin family can be regarded as a martial arts family, and their daughters always have third-grade talents. When the time comes, I will present them to Lord Ao Ang and use them for cultivation. Moreover, it is in accordance with the rules to do so. As long as the Lin family sells them voluntarily, they are female slaves. Lord Ao Ang can do whatever he wants, and no one can say that it is wrong. As Zhang Fengxian spoke, he handed the wine glass to Ao Angdahu attentively. Ao Angdahu took the wine glass and drank it in one gulp, laughing. Good. Very good. I will let this little beast see that the woman of the Lin family enjoys my pleasure under my crotch. Ao Angdahu crushed the wine glass with one hand, with an obscene and ferocious smile on his face. He seemed to see the decline of the Lin family and the scene of the women of the Lin family becoming his sex slaves. Lin Ming, if you are dead, it's fine. If you are not dead, but hide in the dark to deal with me, then I will let you enjoy this great gift. Ao Angdahu was thinking of a way to deal with the Lin family. At this moment, he suddenly felt a murderous aura coming, as if it penetrated into his bones, making him cold from head to toe. Who? Ao Angdahu stood up suddenly, his true energy running His eyes swept around like a hawk, but there was nothing unusual around him. His 4 guards were still guarding not far away, as if nothing had happened. Zhang Fengchen stood up in confusion. He wondered if Ouyang De was too nervous. This was the headquarters of the United Chamber of Commerce. There was even an acquired master sitting in the headquarters. Anyone who dared to take action here would be courting death. But as soon as Zhang Fengchen had this thought, he was completely speechless. The president of the United Chamber of Commerce, who had experienced countless big scenes, widened his eyes at this time, with an expression of seeing a ghost. He watched a handsome and smiling boy slowly fall from the sky, and then stood in the air above the lake, looking at him with a smile. Fly, fly. Zhang Fengchen himself is also a warrior. Although his cultivation is not high, he knows what flying means to a warrior. Only innate masters can fly! Exclamation mark. A congenital master comes to kill himself? No, impossible. Ouyang Dehu's face was as gloomy as water at this time. He stared at the boy in the air with burning eyes, and his heart was in turmoil. This boy can not only fly, but also has a restrained true essence all over his body. It is impossible to see the realm of cultivation at all. It seems to have reached the legendary realm of returning to nature. No wonder that, although he felt a strange breath coming from the sky before, he did not arouse his vigilance. It was not until the murderer Sora was revealed that he knew that the enemy was approaching. Lin Ming. Ouyang De squeezed out these 2 words from between her teeth, and at the same time, took out the long sword from the Zumi ring. Why can he fly? Why can he reach the realm of returning to nature? Did he enter the innate realm? This is impossible. Even in the ancient times, the saints and sages who founded the Holy Land could never enter the innate realm at the age of 15. No matter what the reason is, Ouyang De has a vague feeling that Lin Ming has been hiding his trump card and his unknown side, but today, he has revealed his hidden fangs. What he will face is Lin Ming, who has exposed all his trump cards and reached the extreme strength. Who are you? Ouyang De lost his usual composure. He now realized that he had never seen through Lin Ming. Did he kill the pyrotechnician? If so, Lin Ming's strength may have surpassed his own. How could such a person, who is so hidden, come to the 7 Zuanwu mansion as a student? What is his purpose? Who am I? Lin Ming was slightly startled, then smiled. Why, you don't recognize me after more than a month? You are so forgetful, you are so capable, that you can find someone to pretend to be the Lord of Qin Mansion and lure me to southern Xinjiang. Unfortunately, the assassin you sent was too bad, and has been killed by me. It's a pity, you almost succeeded. When Lin Ming said this, Ouyang De felt cold all over. Although he guessed that the pyrotechnician might have been killed by Lin Ming, he was really scared when he heard the news from the other party. The Lin Ming in front of him might have enough strength to kill him. Exclamation mark. Lin Ming, right? This is the first time we meet. Zhang Fengchen stared at Lin Ming with burning eyes, standing with his hands behind his back. He had calmed down from the brief panic just now. Since it was Lin Ming, he couldn't be a congenital master. Although he didn't know why he could fly, as long as he was not a congenital master, in his own base camp, no matter how bold the other party was, what could he do? If he dared to do it, he would be courting death. Let me tell you, this is the headquarters of my United Chamber of Commerce. How dare you kill people here? Haha. I think you should know the identity of Lord Ouyang. You are the 7th profound envoy of Xianan country, and your uncle is the elder of the 7th profound valley. How many lives do you have? Dare you kill us? It's too late for you to leave now. You broke into my United Chamber of Commerce, and attacked and killed the 7th profound envoy. I sent someone to kill you, and it's not against the rules. Zhang Fengchen said with a sneer, and one hand had quietly crushed the sound transmission talisman, asking the acquired master sitting in the United Chamber of Commerce to come immediately. As long as he came, no matter how powerful Lin Ming was, he would be killed. Lin Ming naturally saw Zhang Fengchen's little tricks, but he didn't care at all. The illusion barrier he set up could not be broken even by the acquired peak master with all his strength. It would be a joke if it was penetrated by a low-quality sound transmission talisman. HMPH, just because your uncle is the elder of the 7 profound valley, you can do whatever you want? You want to kill me, why can't I kill you? Your name is Zhang Fengchen, right? the head of the United Chamber of Commerce, as expected, like son, like father. Both father and son are equally arrogant. I have already crippled Zhang Guanyu. Now, I might as well cripple you too, and go to accompany him. You are looking for death. Zhang Fengxian's eyes showed murderous intent when mentioning Zhang Guanyu, which touched his reverse scale. Don't even think about leaving today, just stay here. I will make you live a life worse than death. Okay, I'll wait. Lin Ming looked indifferent, and our Angdahua's eyelids jumped when she saw him. Zhang Fengxian had just crushed the sound transmission talisman, but he was still fearless. What trump card did he have? Thinking of this, Bao Angdahua had an ominous premonition in her heart. Wei what are you doing? Come and kill this assassin. Bao Angdahua suddenly turned around and yelled at the 4 guards not far away. These 4 guards were all Bao Angdahua's personal guards. Among them, Wei Yi had even reached the middle stage of condensation veins, and his strength was not much worse than Ao Angdahua himself. Lin Ming looked at Ao Angdahua shouting, with a smile on his face, his hands crossed in front of his chest, and he looked calm and composed, as if he was watching a clown perform. Wei Ao Angdahua found that the 4 guards who were usually as vigilant as foxes were now standing in the distance, as if they were deaf, and did not hear her shouting at all. Seeing this strange scene, Bao Angdahua felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. He turned his head to look at Lin Ming, his voice trembling a little. What did you do? Lin Ming smiled mischievously. Scream? Why don't you scream? No one will come to save you, even if you scream your throat out. Lin Ming originally just wanted to kill Ao Angdahua cleanly, but he happened to run into the vicious plan that Ao Angdahua and Zhang Fengxian discussed. Fortunately, he came back in time. Otherwise, once this plan was implemented, his parents and the girl from the Lin family would face a tragic fate. He couldn't imagine it. If something like that really happened, killing Ao Angdahua 100 times would be meaningless. He had no grudges against Ao Angdahua, but Ao Angdahua dealt with him again and again, using all kinds of tricks and almost killed him. Now she was going to attack his family. This breath could not be dissipated by simply killing Ao Angdahua. He wanted to spur Ao Angdahua hard, making her struggle and die in despair, so that he could get rid of the obsession in his heart and feel relieved. Seeing this strange scene, Zhang Fengxian was also a little panicked. The sound transmission note had been sent out. The headquarters of the United Chamber of Commerce was only a few miles in radius. With the speed of the acquired master, it would only take a blink of an eye to arrive. But why was there no movement? What did you do? Chapter 222 Absolute Strength Suppression. I didn't do anything. I just used the array beads to set up a barrier, which gave me enough time to play with you. Don't waste your energy. This barrier can only be broken by an innate master. It can block all information. No matter how hard we fight inside, it will be calm from the outside. If you don't believe me, you can try to attack it. Lin Ming still crossed his arms and spoke slowly with a cold smile on his face. Hearing Lin Ming's words, Bao Angdahua's heart sank. A barrier that can only be broken by an innate master? How big a hand does this take? Where did the other party get such an array bead? If there is such an array bead, it would be extremely precious, even if it is placed in the 7 Mysterious Valley. This once again confirmed Ao Angdahua's guess that Lin Ming has an unknown background. What do you want? Ao Angdahua did not doubt Lin Ming's strength. Since the other party dared to come today, he must be sure to kill him. You ask me what I want? How could Mr. Raoang ask such a low-level question? Isn't it obvious that I want to kill you? I set up this barrier to avoid attracting other people's attention, so that I can destroy the body and destroy the traces. Good. Very good. I want to see how you kill me. Ao Angdahu roared, and his body burst out like a sharp arrow. However, he did not attack Lin Ming, but the barrier in the void. Ju Sheng White Bone Sword. Ao Angdahua's body was full of true energy, and the long sword in his hand turned bone white. Countless cold winds rushed out, accompanied by the shrill cries of ghosts, which made people's scalps numb. This move was also used by Zhang Guanyu in the decisive battle with Lin Ming. It is a very powerful move in Hehuan divine art, but Zhang Guanyu obviously did not use it with the same power as Ao Angdahua. Smart move, but it's a pity that it's meaningless. Lin Ming did not move at all, and watched Ao Angdahua hit the dream barrier with a sword. ZHI. White light burst out, and Ao Yangdahua's sword made a sharp and piercing sound, as if it was about to break. Ao Yangdahua groaned, and his body shook violently, and his knuckles were cracked, and blood was dripping. However, the invisible barrier did not move at all, without any damage. It can't be broken. It really can't be broken. Ao Yangdahua's heart sank. He just felt as if he had hit a mountain, and the illusion barrier didn't move at all. I'm afraid it's really as Lin Ming said, only an innate master can break this barrier. I said, unless you are an innate master, it's impossible to break the barrier. Accept your fate. Today is your death. Lin Ming said as he wiped his right hand on the Zumi ring, and a 9'9" heavy mysterious soft silver spear was horizontal in his hand, with a silver white spear blade, and cold light overflowed. Ao Yangdahua turned to look at Lin Ming, with a fierce and resolute look in her eyes. Lin Ming, don't force me. Do you think you can beat me? If I risk my own cultivation and use the soul-destroying sword in the Hehuan divine art, you won't survive. As Ao Yangdahua spoke, her body shook violently, and she shouted loudly. The brocade mink fur on her body was shattered, revealing the purple gold soft armor she was wearing. This was a human-grade top-grade treasure. She shook the long sword in her hand, and the sword body made a high-pitched hum, as if countless ghosts were trapped in the sword and cried bitterly. Lin Ming smiled and said, as expected of the nephew of the elder of the seven mysterious valley, the soft armor on his body and the long sword in his hand are all top-grade human-level treasures. Even I'm jealous. In this case, I will accept it with a smile. Don't know whether to live or die. Ao Yangdahua stomped his feet on the ground, directly crushing the building. His body dragged out a series of phantoms, and he went straight to Lin Ming's throat with a sword. Jinghang sword. Ao Yangdahua slashed with a sword, and the air made a harsh sound of gas explosion, which looked terrifying. However, Lin Ming just laughed, without using any martial arts, holding the gun in both hands, and smashed it down heavily, absorbing the blood and ki power in the Washan Tower. Plus the body refining of the Chaos Gang Dao Sutra. The power of this gun is more than 10,000 pounds. Exclamation mark. Boom. Ao Yangdahua felt as if a mountain had fallen down. The gun and sword intersected, and the huge recoil force shocked Ao Yangdahua to spit out blood in the air. He felt that his bones were all shaken apart. Practice strength like silk. Lin Ming thrust out with a spear, and 5,000 vibrating true essence twisted into a spiral, piercing Ao Yangdahua's right shoulder. If the spear hit, Ao Yangdahua's right arm would be torn off. At the critical moment of life and death, Ao Yangdahua's eyes flashed a hint of sinisterness, and her body retreated quickly. At the same time, she opened her mouth and spit out 2 beads, shooting directly into Lin Ming's eyes. Thunderbolt evil fire bead. Lin Ming sneered. Zhang Guanai's Thunderbolt Evil Fire bead was given by Ao Yangdahua. He had long guessed that Ao Yangdahua would mix Thunderbolt Evil Fire bead into the attack, but he didn't expect that he would hold the bead in his mouth. Things like Thunderbolt Evil Fire bead can be used for sudden attacks, but once the opponent is prepared, the effect will be greatly reduced. The artistic conception of the wind. Lin Ming swung his left sleeve violently, and a gust of wind blew up from the bottom, blowing the 2 Thunderbolt Evil Fire beads away directly. At the same time, Lin Ming moved his feet, and his body shot out like an arrow, piercing Ao Yangdahua's lower abdomen with a spear. Boom. Boom. The Thunderbolt Evil Fire bead exploded in the sky, but it did not affect the illusion barrier at all. At this time, Lin Ming's spear had already pierced less than 10 feet away from Ao Yangdahua. Ao Yangdahua was in midair, and had no way to dodge. Lin Ming, I'm going to fight you. Soul-destroying sword. Ao Yangdahua punched her heart, opened her mouth, and forced out a stream of blood, spraying it on the sword. The long sword, which was originally shining with silver light, turned into a strange blood red after absorbing the blood. Then there was a heart-wrenching roar, and a red skull struggled to rush out from the sword, as if it had crawled out of a sea of blood. As soon as the skull appeared, it expanded like a balloon, and in the blink of an eye it expanded to a width of 10 feet, roaring and raging at Lin Ming. For a moment, the whole sky was filled with gusts of cold wind, as if the blood and energy of the people nearby had been drained by the skull. After releasing the bloody skull, Ao Yangdahua's expression suddenly withered. This was the strongest move he could use, the absolute life sword. Once used, it would damage his own cultivation by 20%, and it would be difficult to recover within half a year. Seeing the appearance of the skull, Lin Ming showed some surprise. Even though his blood and energy were surging like wolf smoke, facing the skull, he also felt a chill from the depths of his soul, as if he appeared naked in the snow in the middle of winter. Die, Lin Ming. Once the absolute soul blood skull appears, it will never stop until it has drained the enemy's blood and energy. Gao Yangdehe roared hysterically, his face showing a sickly red, as if he was possessed. Seeing the bloody skeleton roaring and rushing towards him, Lin Ming put away the heavy and soft silver spear, flicked his right hand, and a coiled dragon steel needle jumped out of his fingertips. The small steel needle was only 2 inches long, and there was a purple dragon engraved on the steel needle. The dragon coiled around the main body of the steel needle in circles, no more, no less, exactly 9 circles. Although the dragon's body was small, every tiny texture was carefully displayed, including its fierce and violent expression, which was also portrayed vividly, as if this was not a relief, but a real dragon coiled on the steel needle. The bloody skeleton rushed in front of Lin Ming in an instant, opened its mouth wide, and wanted to swallow Lin Ming in one gulp. Lin Ming was unmoved, aimed at the bloody mouth of the skull, and flicked his finger. Whoosh! The coiled dragon steel needle turned into a purple thin line and shot straight at the bloody skull. On one side was a huge skull with a diameter of 10 feet, and on the other side was only a 2-inch steel needle. It was a completely disproportionate collision. Puff! The pan-long steel needle directly penetrated the bloody skull, and the infinite purple thunder force burst out, covering the bloody skull like an electric net. The thick arc flashed, and the bloody skull let out a heart-wrenching howl of pain. Its body was like an ice cube covered with molten steel, melting quickly. Ghosts are most afraid of the power of thunder. If ghosts want to become Yangtze, they must go through the thunder tribulation. Under the thunder tribulation, countless ghosts are annihilated. What's more, the pan-long steel needle in Lin Ming's hand is the famous purple dragon divine thunder, and the bloody skull released by Yangdehe is just an evil skill that can't be put on the table. The result of the collision between the two can be imagined. In just a few breaths, the bloody skull wailed, and in the sound of hissing, it completely disappeared. Purple lightning flashed in the air. Lin Ming stretched out his hand and the dragon steel needle returned to his palm, spinning as if destroying the bloody skull just now was as easy as stepping on an ant. Gao Yangdehe was completely dumbfounded when he saw this scene. He never dreamed that the strongest attack he launched with 20% of his own cultivation would be broken by Lin Ming, like blowing out a candle. How could it be possible? How could this be possible? Gao Yangdehe felt a strong sense of despair in his heart. His hands were shaking. The feeling of death had never been so close. Are you surprised? With your background as the nephew of the elder of the 7 mysterious valley, and being 7 or 8 years older than me, you are now being played around by me. It is really hard to accept. No matter what, you can't escape death today. Tell me who pretended to be the master of Qin Mansion? I will give you a quick death. Lin Ming didn't know whether the person pretending to be Qin Ziya was Yangdehe or someone else. He asked this question just to test it. Gao Yangdehe's face was at hen, and the corners of her mouth twitched. You think I will tell you? Dream on. Lin Ming smiled. Although I really want to know who the enemy hiding behind is, it doesn't matter if I really don't know. I will kill you first, and I will let you die in the most painful way. Lin Ming said as he drew out the heavy and soft silver spear, with a flash of electricity on the tip of the spear, and 5,000 vibration true essences had been poured into it. Gao Yangdehe's eyes flashed a trace of ferocity. If you don't let me live, then we will die together. He stretched out his hand and wiped the Zumi ring, grabbing a handful of Thunderbolt Evil Fire beads. Let's die together. Chapter 223 Killing Yangdehe. Lin Ming's eyes focused, and his fingers quickly popped out. With a whoosh sound, the pan-long steel needle flew out like lightning, cutting through the space and passing through Yangdehe's 2 forearms at an incredible speed. Puff! Gao Yangdehe's hands were cut off. Blood spurted from his broken wrists, and his 2 broken hands, along with a bunch of Thunderbolt Evil Fire beads, flew into the sky. Gao Yangdehe screamed in pain. Lin Ming snorted coldly and waved his hand casually. A whirlwind swept out and collected all the Thunderbolt Evil Fire beads. The wind lifted the thunderbolt evil fire beads and suspended them in the air. At least more than 20 beads were spinning around, while our Angdahua fell to the ground and wailed in pain. His arms were completely broken from the elbows down, and his upper arms were still flashing with thunder, and they were already burnt black. Zhang Fengchen was watching from the side with a dead heart. He was used to big scenes, but now his legs were shaking. Zhang Fengchen had been the president of the United Chamber of Commerce for so many years, and he didn't know how many people he had executed. But now, when he himself faced death, he was shaking all over. The higher the position, the more afraid of death. Zhang Fengchen was the same. He had been in power for decades, had a respected status, and enjoyed countless wealth, treasures, and beauties. All of this made him extremely nostalgic for life and afraid of death. The young man in the air was simply a devil. He was too strong, so strong that he could easily play with them in the palm of his hand, just like a cat playing with a mouse. In front of him, any resistance was meaningless. Lin Ming released his soul power to scan these thunderbolt evil fire beads, smiled slightly, and collected them all without hesitation. If I had known that you had the thunderbolt evil fire pearl, how could I have given you a chance? Gao Angdahua knelt on the ground like a dead dog. His arms were broken, and he could only support the ground with his head. Blood kept gushing out of his mouth. He said viciously, You wait for my uncle's crazy revenge. He will make you live a life worse than death. Lin Ming slowly landed in front of Ao Angdahua and sneered, Your uncle? I did everything cleanly. Will he know that I killed you? You are a mid-stage condensation vein master, and you have 4 master guards around you. You were drinking at the headquarters of the United Chamber of Commerce, where there are many masters. In this situation, you died quietly. Do you think your uncle will suspect me? I'm afraid he will think that this was the work of an innate master. Ha ha ha. The reason why Lin Ming dared to kill Ao Angdahua was that, even if he calculated correctly, no one would suspect him. The training time I recorded at the Wufu registration office was 2 months, but now it's only 1.5 months. After I kill you, I wait another half a month before showing up. Who would doubt me? People know that you and I have a conflict, but who knows that our conflict has escalated to the point where we have to kill each other? Lin Ming used the tip of his gun to pick up Ao Angdahua's upper body. Ao Angdahua's face was covered in blood, and he was no longer in human form. Lin Ming calmly took off Ao Angdahua's Zumi ring, swept his soul power, and exclaimed, as expected of the nephew of the 7 mysterious valley elder, Your family is rich. Thank you, I just happen to be a little short of money. As Lin Ming spoke, he shook the Zumi ring in front of Ao Angdahua's eyes. Puff. Ao Angdahua was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. His meridians were broken all over his body. He was not beaten, but was angry at Lin Ming. Anger is the so-called key. When the key is flowing smoothly, the mind is relaxed, and martial arts training is twice as effective with half the effort. On the contrary, if the anger attacks the heart, the key will accumulate in the meridians, and may damage the meridians. The more arrogant a person is, the more likely he is to be angry. In ancient times, there were military strategists who vomited blood and died of anger. Now, although Ao Angdahua was not angry to death, his meridians were broken by anger, which shows how much he hates Lin Ming. Looking at Ao Angdahua like this, Lin Ming shook his head. It was unlikely that he would be able to expect him to reveal the person who pretended to be Qinziya. He was about to kill him, but at this moment, Zhang Fengchen, who had been hiding in the distance, suddenly said, Young Master Lin, I know who pretended to be Lord Qin and deceived you. Huh? Lin Ming turned and looked at Zhang Fengchen. Do you know? Lin Ming's murderous eyes were like a knife. When Zhang Fengchen was touched by this gaze, he felt his heart shrink and took 2 steps back. He swallowed and said tremblingly, I don't know, but I can guess it. Tell me. I say yes, but I ask young Master Lin to let me go. Zhang Fengchen knelt on the ground with a plop. With his status, he only needed to bow and salute when he saw the Emperor of Xianan Kingdom, but now he knelt on both knees. He was stimulated by the tragic scene of Ao Angdahua. Even the nephew of the elder of the 7 profound valley ended up like this, let alone him. It has to be said that people's desire to survive is terrible. How many people can face death without fear? Most people will fight for their life when they are dying. At this time, dignity, shame, and morality have become a joke. Oh. Do you think you are qualified to negotiate with me? Lin Ming's voice suddenly turned cold. Zhang Fengchen shook his head hurriedly. I dare not. As long as young Master Lin lets me go, I can give young Master Lin 100 million taels of gold. I can drive the entire United Chamber of Commerce to serve you. If you want to find rare materials, maids and concubines, or precious elixirs and herbs, you can go through my United Chamber of Commerce. I dare to guarantee that the information channel of the United Chamber of Commerce is the widest in Qianxue country. Even the royal family can't compare. 100 million taels of gold? Lin Ming's eyelids jumped. The tax revenue of the entire Qianxue country was only tens of millions of taels of gold a year. This United Chamber of Commerce was really rich enough to rival a country. Mr. Zhang Feng was afraid that Lin Ming would not agree, so he continued, young man, if you don't trust me, you can put me under house arrest first. With your talent, it's only a matter of time before you break through. When you do, my life will be completely in your hands, and I will never dare to betray you. Although the conditions given by Zhang Fengchen were attractive, it would be very dangerous to release Zhang Fengchen. Lin Ming didn't want to take such a risk. He said, let's not talk about this for now. Who do you think is pretending to be the owner of Qin Mansion? Zhang Fengchen said tremblingly, young man, don't kill me. I won't kill you. Lin Ming said calmly. Zhang Fengchen rolled his eyes and was about to ask Lin Ming to swear to the heart of martial arts. At this moment, Lin Ming snorted coldly, turned around abruptly, and slapped Ouyang Dehe in the heart. The pulse-breaking hand. Puff. Ouyang Dehe's body shook violently, and the true energy in her body dissipated like a deflated ball. In the blink of an eye, all her martial arts skills were lost. He fell to the ground helplessly, his eyes had lost focus. At this point, he was almost as good as dead. Lin Ming retracted his palm and said coldly, I didn't expect you still have the strength to commit suicide by severing your meridians. Zhang Fengchen was horrified watching from the side. He crippled Ouyang Dehe's martial arts with a wave of his hand, and even couldn't commit suicide. This Lin Ming was simply a demon. Tell me, have you thought about it? I'll tell you. Zhang Fengchen didn't dare to mention the oath of the martial arts heart again. He was afraid that Lin Ming would be unhappy and make himself unable to live or die. I suspect that the person pretending to be the master of Qin Mansion is a deputy master of Wu Mansion, below. This person is from the Huanzang and is best at disguise. Moreover, he has a good personal relationship with Ouyang Dehe, and he doesn't get along with the master of Qin Mansion. It is very likely that he will attack you. As the head of the United Chamber of Commerce, Zhang Fengchen knows a lot of information. Ordinary warriors don't know who below is. Below? So that's how it is. What is this person's cultivation? It seems to be the middle stage of the acquired realm. Well, thank you. Give me the Zumi ring. Okay. Zhang Fengchen took off the Zumi ring tremblingly. Just as he handed the ring to Lin Ming, he suddenly froze and stared at Lin Ming's eyes with wide eyes. Lin Ming's eyes had turned into two black whirlpools at this time. The whirlpools rotated slowly, and the center was endless darkness, as if there was an endless void behind them. Zhang Fengchen felt that his soul was sucked in. Countless chaotic scenes poured into his mind. He saw countless versions of himself, some when he was young, some when he was old, some when he was on the rise, and some when he was down and out on the streets. After experiencing countless complicated lives, these countless life fragments were all rolled into his brain in reverse, setting off a violent storm over the sea of spirituality. Zhang Fengchen's body shook violently, and the sea of spirituality shattered. Then his pupils dilated, and his eyes completely lost their spirit. He had become an idiot. However, Lin Ming did not stop, and continued to use the Samsara martial intent until Zhang Fengchen's spiritual sea was shattered beyond repair, leaving no complete information. Plop. Zhang Fengchen fell to the ground, staring at the sky with wide eyes. Blood was flowing from the corners of his eyes, and his eyes had lost their black pupils, leaving only the whites of his eyes. Lin Ming's eyes returned to normal. I said I would not kill you, so I will not kill you. I will spare your life, and spend the rest of your life lying quietly on the bed. Turning to look at Ouyang Dehe, Lin Ming flicked his finger, and the coiling dragon steel needle shot to his fingertips. Any last words? Ao Yang Dahua seemed not to hear it, and still lay on the ground motionless. Then die. The coiling dragon steel needle flew out, and Ao Yang Dahua's body was pierced by the thunder spirit, and was soon burned to ashes. Lin Ming waved his hand and a breeze blew away all the ashes. He carefully absorbed the remaining thunder power in the air, and then put away the 2 Zumi rings and the dream bead. After the dream bead was put away, the illusion barrier could still be maintained for a while, enough for Lin Ming to leave. There was heavy snow in the sky. Lin Ming, who had reached the state of returning to nature, could restrain his whole body aura at will. Unless he was a congenital master, he would not be able to detect his existence. He left the headquarters of the United Chamber of Commerce so easily without alarming anyone. Middle stage of the acquired period, the deputy palace master of the 7th Zuanwu Palace, Billuo. Lin Ming sneered, and had already sentenced Billuo to death in his heart. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224 Death News. The snow was getting heavier and heavier. Several guards standing not far from the pavilion were on alert. The low temperature of -20 degrees was nothing to a warrior in the condensed vein stage. As long as they circulated their true essence, they could dispel the cold. But the maids and servants suffered. They had no cultivation. Standing in such an icy cold wind, they were shivering in a short while. However, the rules of the United Chamber of Commerce were very strict. Although they were freezing, they did not dare to stamp their feet or rub their hands to keep warm. At this time, several maids came over with grapes and desserts. Their little faces were red from the cold, and the plates were already covered with snow. Wei Yi checked the fruits and desserts, nodded, and motioned them to send them over. At the moment he waved his hand, his body suddenly stiffened, and he looked at the pavilion not far away in disbelief. The pavilion was already empty. Where is this, sir? Huh? Wei and Wei San looked over when they heard the voice, and were also confused. What's going on? The 4 guards panicked and rushed over, only to see that Ao Yang Dahua had disappeared from the building, and Zhang Fengxian fell to the side, his life or death unknown. At this moment, several guards felt an inexplicable chill in their hearts. They were guarding here. How could such a thing happen? Where is Lord Ao Yang? Was he kidnapped, or? Wei Yi said halfway, and did not continue. The other 3 were all shocked. If Ao Yang Dahua died, they would face severe punishment from the 7 Mysterious Valley. Wei Yi stretched out his hand to feel Zhang Fengxian's breath, and he was still breathing. He opened his eyelids and took a look. Wei Yi took a breath of cold air at once. His eyeballs had disappeared, leaving only the whites of his eyes. Quickly report to the Wu Mansion. Use the long-distance information transmission array to inform the main sect that Lord Ao Yang is in trouble. In fact, the moment Ao Yang Dahua died, the 7 Mysterious Valley learned the news. Important figures in the sect, such as Ao Yang Dahua, would have their own corresponding natal jade cards. When a person dies, the jade token will break, no matter how far away they are. The disciple guarding the jade token room was slightly startled when he heard the sound of the jade token breaking. He looked at the number on the jade token and let a sound transmission note. At this time, in a cave in the back mountain of Qixuan Valley, a middle-aged man in a black training suit was sitting cross-legged in meditation. His hair was loose, black, and white, and it hung down to his waist. The middle-aged man's face was as cold as a rock sculpture. As he circulated his true energy to practice, a faint ghost cry came from his body. A stream of cold air came out of his body, and a layer of ice quickly formed on the ground around him. This person was Ao Yang Dahua's uncle Ao Yang Boyan, who was also an elder of the Hehuan sect of Qixuan Valley and a master of the initial stage of innateness. A ball of fire burned in front of Ao Yang Boyan's eyes, and the sound transmission of the deacon of the Jade Token Room sounded in Ao Yang Boyan's mind. What? Ao Yang Boyan suddenly opened his eyes with a cold light in his eyes. Who killed my nephew? The next moment, Ao Yang Boyan turned into a phantom, and rushed out of the cave, and came to the Jade Tablet Room in a flash. The deacon of the Jade Tablet Room had been waiting here. He held a tray in his hands, and on the tray was Ao Yang Dahua's natal Jade Tablet. At this time, a clear crack had appeared on the jade tablet, proving that Dahua was dead. Whoever dares to kill my nephew, I want him to live a life worse than death, and his whole family will pay for his life. Gao Boyan's eyes were full of murderous intent. 20 years ago, Gao Boyan had not yet broken through the innate state. He and Dahua's father were chased when they went out on a mission. The two fought to the death. Gao Dahua's father died, but he also severely injured his opponent. Gao Boyan was lucky enough to save his life. So he always regarded Dahua as his own son, and tried his best to meet all his needs. Sometimes Dahua did some things that offended the secular dignitaries because of his lust, and Boyan helped his nephew suppress them all. The Seven Mysterious Valley is not a monolithic entity. The 7 major branches are in charge of their own affairs. Due to the differences in their cultivation methods, their personalities are also very different. As the saying goes, people with different paths cannot work together. The relationship between the 7 elders is really not very good, and even the Valley Master of the 7 Mysterious Valley cannot command them. Although the Hehuan sect is under the jurisdiction of the 7 Mysterious Valleys, it is not restricted at all. As an elder of the Hehuan sect, Boyan is extremely powerful. With his protection, Dahua can do almost whatever she wants. Gao Boyan protected his nephew like this, but now, he is dead. This touched Boyan's reverse scale. He has no face to see his elder brother in the underworld. Prepare the divine wind eagle. I want to go to Xianan Kingdom. Gao Boyan nodded coldly. He has made up his mind that, even if he turns Xianan Kingdom upside down, he will find the murderer who killed his nephew. Xianan City, Bei family. The Bei family in Xianan City has been an official in the court for generations. There are people in every generation of the family who have passed the literary examination. It can be said that they are a family of scholars and a century-old family. Most of the Bei family members are mainly literary, responsible for compiling literature and history, reviewing memorials, and managing government affairs. By the generation of Bei Yuanpei, the current head of the Bei family, the Bei family reached its peak. Bei Yuanpei won the first place in the imperial examination at the age of 25, and was promoted to the position of assistant minister at the age of 45, a second-rank official. However, in the Xianan Kingdom, which values martial arts over literature, the first place in the examination of the 7 Zuanwu palaces, which is held every 6 months, is not as glorious as the first place in the examination, and the prime minister of the court is not as powerful as the 10 generals. Therefore, the Bei family has not been very prominent in Xianan City. However, when it came to the generation of Bei Yuanpei's grandchildren, an accident occurred. Bei Yuanpei's granddaughter Bei Jinggan actually had an amazing 4th rank upper talent. Bei Jinggan's father was a scholar with no martial arts talent at all, and her mother was a martial artist with 3rd rank upper talent. It was really precious that Bei Jinggan had such a talent. For this reason, Bei Jinggan had a transcendent status in the family from childhood to adulthood. Coupled with her beautiful appearance, she soon became the proud daughter of the heaven of Xianan Kingdom, attracting the envy and jealousy of countless girls, as well as the admiration of men. However, when Bei Jinggan was 15 years old, her princess-like life came to an end. Gao Dahua, who was traveling abroad, was attracted by Bei Jinggan's beauty and outstanding talent, and wanted to marry Bei Jinggan as a concubine. The Bei family was unwilling, but Dahua directly proposed to the emperor, and then the emperor issued an imperial edict, and how could Bei Yuanpei disobey? Not to mention that Dahua's power was greater than that of the emperor. Even if the emperor took a fancy to the daughter of a minister, and wanted to take her as a concubine, the ministers would not dare to disobey. Not to mention that Dahua's uncle was the elder of the 7 Mysterious Valley, and had the terrifying power to abolish the emperor, and establish a new emperor. So Bei Yuanpei had to agree, but Bei Jinggan's father strongly opposed it. Gao Dahua already had no idea how many concubines he had, and marrying his daughter was like jumping into a fire pit. However, no matter how much opposition he had, Bei Yuanpei's decision could not be changed. Bei Jinggan's father was just a weak scholar. He was in poor health, and had been bedridden for many years. He died suddenly at this time. According to the tradition of Qianxue Kingdom, when a father dies, the direct descendants need to live in a hut for 100 days and observe mourning for 3 years. Gao Yangdehua proposed marriage, not forcibly taking the furnace tripod, and she could not break this rule, so this marriage was delayed. Now, the mourning period is about to end, but Gao Yangdehua has come to Qianxue City to become the new 7th mysterious envoy. This makes Beijing Gan feel desperate. When Gao Yangdehua was not yet appointed as the 7th mysterious envoy of Qianxue Kingdom, the Bei family was already powerless to resist his marriage proposal. Now, Gao Yangdehua is the 7th mysterious envoy, and his status is equivalent to that of the emperor. Bei Yuanpei is just a small minister, and the result can be imagined. Beijing Gan used the excuse of going out for training to hide for more than a month, and now he has no choice but to come back and face this inevitable fate. She hadn't been to the Wu mansion for many days and had stayed in her room most of the time. This morning, Beijing Gan got up and washed up, and there was a knock on the door. Jing Gan, open the door. It was Bei Yuanpei's voice. Beijing Gan sighed. She didn't hate her grandfather who pushed her out for the sake of the family's interests, but she didn't have too many feelings for him. Especially after her father passed away, she became even colder towards Bei Yuanpei. Come in. Beijing Gan said calmly. Jing Gan, why didn't you have breakfast? Bei Yuanpei tried to smile more kindly to cover up his guilty conscience. No appetite. You always have to eat a little. I'll ask the kitchen to make you some snacks and have someone send them over. No, I need to rest for a while. Beijing Gan really didn't want to chat with Bei Yuanpei today because she knew why Bei Yuanpei came without thinking. That Bei Yuanpei coughed awkwardly. I know about the marriage proposal. No need to say, I understand. Beijing Gan's voice was very cold. Proposing marriage was just a nice way of saying it. According to the customs of Qianxue country, men practiced monogamy and polygamy. Generally speaking, only a wife who was married in a formal way could be considered as a marriage proposal. Taking a concubine was not considered a marriage proposal at all. Even the emperor marrying a concubine was not considered a marriage proposal. She knew very well that it was impossible to expect a small minister like her grandfather to resist the new 7 mysterious envoys. Bei Yuanpei was blocked from saying anything and could only laugh dryly that, in half a month, His Royal Highness Prince Yun, the 10th Prince, will hold a banquet at his mansion. This is the invitation. Bei Yuanpei shook his head bitterly and took out a gold-stamped invitation from his arms. Beijing Gan glanced at the post and could guess with his toes that Prince Yun would definitely invite Gao Yangdehua to his banquet. In the past few months, the 10th Prince had already gained Gao Yangdehua's support. On the other hand, the prestige of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was greatly reduced because of Lin Ming's sudden departure. Many forces that were waiting and watching had already turned to the 10th Prince's side. I won't go. Beijing Gan's voice was icy. Jing Gan, but I said that I would mourn for my father for 3 years. 3 years of vegetarianism, 3 years of plain clothes, and 3 years of not marrying. Before that, I don't want to see Gao Yangdehua again. If you force me again, I would rather die than obey. Beijing Gan said this with a resolute look on his face. Bei Yuanpei was shocked. If Beijing Gan really committed suicide, he would not only lose his granddaughter, but also anger Gao Yangdehua. He hurriedly said, Jing Gan, calm down. If you don't want to go, then don't go. I will go and report to His Royal Highness Prince Yun. When Bei Yuanpei said this, a sound transmission node suddenly ignited in front of him. Hearing the information from the sound transmission node, Bei Yuanpei was stunned. Gao Yangdehua actually died? Chapter 225. The work of an innate master? Gao Yangdehua is dead. Bei Yuanpei muttered to himself, unable to believe this fact. What? Beijing Gan was shocked, almost thinking that he had heard it wrong. Gao Yangdehua was killed at the headquarters of the United Chamber of Commerce, and her body was not found. Zhang Fengson, the president of the United Chamber of Commerce, became an idiot, and her spiritual sea was completely shattered. Even if the soul search technique was used, no complete information could be found. Bei Yuanpei repeated the information conveyed by the sound transmission note. Although he was not a warrior, He had a clear understanding of the strength of warriors at all levels. Gao Yangdehua was a warrior in the middle stage of the condensation vein, and he had a lot of life-saving treasures on him. Even if he met a warrior at the peak of the condensation vein, he would have the strength to fight. But Gao Yangdehua, who was so powerful, was killed in the headquarters of the United Chamber of Commerce, where there were so many masters. What does this mean? Could it be the work of an innate master? Where are Gao Yangdehua's guards? Doesn't he have 4 close guards? Beijing Guan asked in disbelief. Bei Yuanpei smiled bitterly and said, his 4 guards were all there. They were only 20 feet away from Gao Yangdehua at the time. They didn't notice when Gao Yangdehua died. Not only them, but there was also a postnatal master in the United Chamber of Commerce. However, the murderer came in and out without leaving any traces at all, and the postnatal master didn't notice it at all. Beijing Guan was shocked. She was stunned. Under the protection of 4 master guards, Gao Yangdehua was killed silently, the body was destroyed, and the postnatal master was avoided. What kind of cultivation does this require? Who did Gao Yangdehua offend? Bei Yuanpei said, the murderer is too strong. It is probably a congenital master. It may be Gao Yangboyan's enemy who took revenge on Gao Yangdehua. This level of struggle has nothing to do with us. It doesn't matter? How can it not matter? It matters a lot. After Beijing Guan was surprised, she suddenly sneered, good death. He should have died long ago. Bei Yuanpei was startled and quickly made a gesture to silence. Jingguan, you can't say that. Today, Qian'an City has been under martial law to investigate the murderer. Gao Yangdehua's uncle Gao Yangboyan has also rushed over from Kixuan Valley and will arrive in a few days. These days, you stay at home and don't go out so as not to cause trouble. I know. Beijing Guan responded. After Bei Yuanpei left, Beijing Guan sat on the bedside in a daze. She felt like she was dreaming. She was relieved. Gao Yangdehua died when the wedding date was approaching. She had long cursed Gao Yangdehua for doing many unjust things, being killed by people, and dying on the street. Unexpectedly, this day would really come. Who killed him? Beijing Guan's heart was in turmoil. She wanted to find this person and thank him in person. For the mysterious warrior, saving her was simply unintentional, but for Beijing Guan, it changed the fate of her life. In fact, at this time, not only Beijing Guan, but also many people in Qian'an City were secretly celebrating this news, such as the Crown Prince Yanglin. In the past 2 months, because the 10th prince had the support of Gao Yangdehua, his power had grown by leaps and bounds. On the other hand, Yanglin's power had plummeted due to Lin Ming's sudden disappearance. It seemed that his position as the crown prince would be difficult to maintain if things continued like this. Now, there was a sudden turn of events, and such a major change had occurred. It can only be said that Gao Yangdehua died too timely. Yanglin also wanted to thank this mysterious person. When the forces of all parties were surging because of Gao Yangdehua's death, Lin Ming was hiding in a cave hundreds of miles away from Qian'an City. In his hands were 2 Zumi rings, as well as the human level top grade treasures and human level top grade soft armor taken from Gao Yangdehua. Whether it was Gao Yangdehua or Zhang Fengsen, they were both wealthy people, and their family backgrounds were needless to say. Lin Ming first picked up Zhang Fengsen's Zumi ring, and his soul power sank into it. He couldn't help but secretly gasp, the United Chamber of Commerce is really generous. This is the first time I have seen a human level top grade Zumi ring. The materials for making this kind of Zumi ring alone cost hundreds of thousands of taels of gold. The forger must be at least an innate master. Add the cost of the shot and the cost of failure. This Zumi costs at least 1 million taels of gold. And you may not be able to buy it, even if you have money. The innate master is not willing to take action. Lin Ming took out the items in the Zumi ring at once. 3 large boxes, a pile of antiques, calligraphy, and paintings, and some clothes. Lin Ming took a casual look at the clothes, and after confirming that there was nothing too valuable, he set fire to them. Then he shifted his attention to the 3 boxes. The wood used for these boxes was all top grade fragrant soul wood, which was as strong as iron, and exuded a fragrance. Its value was more precious than gold. He opened the first box, and with the sound of clattering, the eyes were full of dazzling treasures. The box was filled with a box of jewels. Even though Lin Ming was used to seeing big scenes, He was amazed when he suddenly saw such a large box of shining jewels in the sunlight. These jewels were all treasures among treasures. The jade was the finest mutton fat blood jade, the jadeite was the eye-catching green jadeite king, the gemstones were at least the size of eggs, and the pearls were top-grade black pearls from the deep sea. Even though Lin Ming didn't study treasures much, he could roughly guess the value of this box of jewels. Any item from this box of treasures would cost tens of thousands of taels of gold, and a whole box would probably cost tens of millions of taels. These treasures, as well as those antiques, calligraphy, and paintings, seem to be Zhang Fengsen's collection. When Zhang Fengsen is at this level, ordinary objects are not worth his attention at all. Many people will collect things when they reach a certain status and have too much money to count. Zhang Fengsen is no exception. Many of the things here were left by the predecessor and great predecessor of the Zhang family. Each one is extraordinary. It took several generations to accumulate such a box of things, and now Lin Ming took them all. After putting the box of jewels into the Zumi ring, Lin Ming opened the second box. Inside this box was a dark golden garment that looked a bit like a cassock. On the garment was a large box. When he opened it, he saw bundles of gold notes. A rough count showed that there were about 700,000 to 800,000 taels. The gold notes were not many. It was obvious that most of Zhang Fengsen's assets were deposited in the money house of the United Chamber of Commerce. The money in the box was just carried with him for emergencies. Lin Ming put away the gold notes and held up the dark golden garment. The garment was as thin as a cicada's wing and looked like nothing special, but it felt a bit cold to the touch. Could this be made of the silk of the golden wood god silkworm? When Lin Ming drew the first inscription rune to find the heavenly silkworm silk, he went to the Qin mansion of the 7 Zuanwu mansion to check the information and had a clear understanding of the heavenly silkworm and the golden wood god silkworm. The silkworms are extremely rare. He had spent a lot of effort to get a small section of silk from the silkworms. This is a good example. The goldenwood silkworm is a different species of the silkworm. Only one goldenwood silkworm will be produced among 1,000 silkworms. The goldenwood silkworms spit out are worth every ounce of gold. This piece of clothing is worth a lot of silk. If converted into gold, its value is inestimable. Although this piece of clothing is as thin as a cicada's wing, it is invulnerable to swords and guns, and it can also weaken the true essence attack to a certain extent. Why didn't Zhang Fengsen wear the goldenwood silkworm treasured clothing with him, but put it in the box instead? Could it be that he was wearing one too? Thinking of this, Lin Ming sighed inwardly. It was a pity that he had made Zhang Fengsen an idiot at that time. He only took his Zumi ring, but didn't see what he was wearing under his clothes. Although this treasured robe is nice, it is too eye-catching. I can't wear it for now. It will be troublesome if someone finds it. I'd better put it away. Lin Ming flipped his hand and put the goldenwood silkworm treasure robe into the Zumi ring and then opened the last box. In this box, neatly stacked Zenyuan stones were roughly counted, and there were thousands of them. Thousands of Zenyuan stones, and they are all pure and high-grade Zenyuan stones. These Zenyuan stones are probably used by Zhang Fengsen to give gifts to the masters of the 7 Mysterious Valley. A pure Zenyuan stone is worth 1,000 taels of gold, and this box is worth millions. It just so happens that the Zenyuan stones I saved before are almost used up. With these, I can use them for another year or two. As for the antiques and calligraphy and paintings left at the end, Lin Ming had no idea at all and put them all into the Zumi ring. The 3 boxes of things were conservatively estimated to be worth more than 20 million gold. The Zenyuan stones and the treasured robes were kept for his own use, and the other things were sold at a suitable opportunity. The large amount of gold obtained in exchange could be exchanged for Zenyuan stones, or kept to buy materials and treasures. It was enough for Lin Ming to spend for a while. After looting Zhang Fengsen's Zumi ring, Lin Ming picked up Aoyangdahe's. He laid out the things inside one by one. Although Aoyangdahe was not as wealthy as Zhang Fengsen, his things were more practical for warriors. There were more than 20 bottles of elixirs, including the best healing medicine, the blood essence stone milk that quickly restored the true essence, the top grade Jiu and Dan for cultivation, and so on. These elixirs were not something that could be bought casually with money. Many of them were the internal offerings of large sects, and would never be circulated on the market. In addition, there were 3 jade slips recording the exercises, one of which was a rare human level top grade exercise. Finally, there were some true essence stones and several spare treasures, which were small compared to the elixirs and exercises. The most valuable were the human level top grade soft armor and the human level top grade sword left by Ayangdahe. Unfortunately, these 2 items were too ostentatious and could neither be used nor sold. Lin Ming put away all the things and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sure enough, killing people and robbing is the fastest way to get rich. These things directly increased his wealth by more than 10 times. Of course, this does not include the dream pearl left by Mu Qianxue. Lin Ming didn't know how much the dream pearl was worth, but judging from its supernatural effect, it was definitely not something that could be bought with gold and silver in the secular world. There is still half a month left. I will practice well here and go back to see Master Qin. By then, no one should suspect me of Ayangdahe's death. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.